now. Arc scrapping back and forth with VP. Versus Pro. Oh, can't get an aid in through there. Easy for Bad Boy. Steps out though, and the spray is still good. Swaps to the micro Uzi for it, and Arc are running rings around VP. This is a great start for them. I'm still wondering what's happening over in Test Track though, because that did look pretty hot.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in there. For Arc Red, an interesting start there. I'm kind of sad that we saw Easy for Bad Boy with the very first nade that he throws here at the PMGC, because Easy for Bad Boy is actually an insane play. He actually is insane. I think Arc had a bit of an upstart from their region, doing some pretty fantastical stuff already versus VP, who are a significantly potent squad. Alliance, though, you got Jimmy, Cluck, Iftar, Olio as well. All names that people should be very, very familiar with. I'm most familiar with Jimmy Joe. Great player.
Yeah, he's always happy to contribute to the points tallies. Hopefully he can make Alliance's dreams come true. As they kick off the fight, E-Arena from the gauntlet stage. With Alliance breathing down their neck now, a little bit of a grudge match. Coming on through as Tony K steps in, he's got the pump action. Got the rifle at his back as well, spots a player jumping straight up into the border and immediately flicks to the right. Shot to the gut and he's down almost immediately there. Knocks it over towards Jimmy as well in the meantime. This is a good start for E-Arena on their engagement. Earn a couple of points. Snuffle those ones away, but Alliance should be able to get themselves back up. Tony K, he's burning. He's a man on fire right now, and he will go down. It's actually 2 Cluck, who's still alive on that top floor. Sakura joins him on the upstairs, but doesn't have the angle. Steps down, and the spray is good for another. I wonder if he's got any healing to keep himself alive on this one with, but E-Arena may be worrying a little bit more than they once were.
Nice plays, though. Running rings around this team at the moment. Sakura going to go for the res now. Cluck looking to drop a smoke, potentially. Actually going downstairs. Going to see if he can grab them on the stairway. In fact, he's just going to start looting. Respect. Okay, you know, he's got priorities correct here. Get the loot on board. The elims can come later.
I mean, grab a first aid, grab anything, grab any healing you can. It's good news, but there's the shotgun shell. Sakura eats the bullets and spits them back out. Goodness me, just about staying alive. Those 5 bandages. Feeling mighty good right about now. Unfortunately, it felt like that was a full-on 1v3 there, but didn't happen. And now Olio, he's on the road, finding a recall beacon.
I mean, it's the first time in a while we've seen like a drop shot that actually tricked me as well. I thought he was knocked when he dropped down to the floor. No, just down to 10% HP. Okay, cheeky. A lot of pretty brutal EMP zones right now. There's an EMP zone over towards Test Track, which is sort of hindering the escape right now for some of our teams. Still stage 1, about 3 minutes remaining. So they have a lot of time to get out of here. On the other side of things, though, you have an EMP towards the center of the zone around where Weibo's playing. It seems the EMP zone is determined to ruin the chances for Chinese squads.
They disappear, though. They're out of the way. Yeah, allow us a little bit more breathing room here. Is still around the Test Track. Rectum Kaya. Yeah, they're not going to find it. And immediately, yeah, they're out of there. It's going time. They knew about it. There is another EMP zone out to the west that's just about to spawn as well, Blank. So could not be more timely.
Yeah, get yourself out of here nice and quick. Respect that from True Rippers. Just want to remove yourself from Test Track. I think at this point in time, you know, you didn't find the elims. That's okay. Move down towards the southwest side. But Weibo's got a very, very central position. I know that there's quite a few fans out there looking for a strong performance from this team. They do have some of the most shiny names on side. And arguably the best player of all time on the team order. Just from experience and statistics alone.
Wow, that's a big call.
I said arguably the best player of all time.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think he is obviously a phenomenal player. But if he's so good, why wasn't he in the gauntlet? Why didn't he get through that way? You know.
Yeah.
disappointing squad
Well, I
forming
mean,
so
the
far
total's
has been
pretty damn
17.
good, let's
In
be honest.
11th place.
So,
Yeah.
This is
can't
a
blame them too
PGS
much.
champion from this year.
You're absolutely right.
That's fair.
They just
That's
can't
fair.
seem to find the
Ooh,
meta,
True
in
Rippers lose the player.
specifically
But
this
remember,
group.
those recall beacons
And
are
now
still there.
they've done their research.
And,
They know Alcadzia
I mean,
tends to
at
run in
least one of
solos,
True
but
Rippers
Alcadzia actually
is
has some members pretty close to each other this time.
absolutely
At least
very
a
far
duo.
away.
Is
On the
17
north
going to
side.
be able to come
The
and steal
majority of
this,
the
or
team, sure, they're
are we
sending
going to see
towards the
Alcadzia
middle of the
defense? Looks like they're
circle
trying
right
to
now,
get the
but Jelly
vehicles.
up
This
on the north
might be
side.
bad timing, and
North of Jiao 10,
just
actually.
a half
very,
second
very long
earlier
way
than
away.
17.
Yeah,
Almost
they're
3
going to get
kilometers
Cowboy
away
in there,
from
and
this,
I think
rotate
they're
that we're
just barely
seeing.
going to get
But we're gonna
away.
get those recalls
I think
off.
this is absolutely the right play here for
I mean,
Alcadzia.
But there's a new problem. Sharper's actually gotten very close to the other set of solos whenever we look at kind of like the ravine down into the road to the other side. So if they're not careful, they find themselves sandwiched between two
It's gonna be
squads
slightly more
very early.
difficult to
I think
regroup
17's
later. I
chasing
would definitely
them a
presume.
bit towards Brickyard. Brickyard's a
but still
really
possible.
exposed position to be in.
Another-
You know, the
honestly,
teams can
Green
get up on
Friends
the
is
hills
cool
around
lobby.
you
It
and
has
just
a lot
rain
of
fire down
really
on you.
cool
Yes, there's that
names in
building
it.
in the middle. You
I mean, we got
can get
Lord
some
here
level
as
of safety
well,
in, but it's
on
still not
Twisted
comfortable.
Minds.
Well, there's only 1 point between
Another
these two different
fantastic player.
squads.
Yeah, I
and
think
so
Green was
just
definitely
doing
the group
any
of
damage,
death, but
17. Being the
there is
aggressor coming
a
in,
lot
at
of
least
famous
forcing off a bit
players
of
in
game
Group
plan.
Red.
Anything that you can get when
It's
you're
looking pretty
this close
stylish right
in a
now.
very hazardous
Yeah.
position
I mean,
is massive.
talking about famous players.
Exactly. I
we
mean,
keep
I think
talking
I'll
about
always
them,
say
right?
this,
It's
that,
Silas,
you
it's
know, I
the
want to
rest of
see teams
Regnum
come in
Kyra
and
as
play
well.
with confidence.
These guys
You know,
did
not
perform
recklessness,
in
but
Gauntlet.
confidence. Just, you know, make sure you
Uh,
know when you're in the
and the rest.
advantageous position and take advantage of that.
I mean,
The
look,
more formulaic your game can go, according to
he
what you're
definitely,
planning to
in
do,
terms of
the
accolades,
the
he
better
stands head
position
and
you're in.
shoulders above the
So
rest
if
of them.
you're forcing
They
other
are all
teams to
still
react
very
to your
decorated,
presence,
but
their game plan
it
is now thrown off.
definitely,
You hear it every
you know,
single interview.
he's in a
Hey, what do you
different
think about these
strata,
other teams? Or do you have
when
any
it
rivals?
comes
And
to
everybody's
that.
always like, no,
But
we
they
just play ourselves.
absolutely dropped the ball
That's
back
the
in the
core
Gauntlet stage.
component to
We were very
PUBG, is you
disappointed
have
with
your
them.
plan
We were
where
looking
you're
at
going
them as
second,
being
third. You
one
can
of
see when
those
we see the markers brought up,
one
where
of
we
those
see
top
teams,
teams
they've got like
making
40
it
of them
through
just kind of
direct to
thrown
the
around
grand
everywhere
finals,
where
but
they
no,
want to
have
go.
and,
They already know
duke
and
it
have a
out
plan
here
set up for how
in
they're wanting to
Group
maneuver through
Red.
every single
And
stage.
maybe they'll
with
get one of the
multiple
top
variables.
three.
Exactly.
Or maybe
And it's
they'll
all
have to join
about
the
how you can
Falcons
execute.
over in
You're
over in
spot
Last
on with
Chance
that. That's why so many
keep
teams
them
just
company there.
focus on that kind of
For
thing.
now, they have a
As the
central
Freaks
position,
did get
and
a
hopefully
whiff
they can do
of the fact
something
that
with it.
Twisted was up
This
here.
time
Now
around.
they're getting a little bit of bullets, but
stage.
actually
Salute.
Perfectix, yeah, it takes
Yeah,
quite a
I
bit
think
of
for
damage there.
Regnum
Salute hits
Kyra,
some
there was
nice shots.
definitely a bit of an
Freaks are just
issue.
gonna move over
issue,
towards El Pozo.
It's day 3 of
Just
group
kill it.
stage.
Just
Day
taking down
1
the
is always
NPCs.
slow
It's fine.
for the Freaks.
I thought it was
Day
slightly
3
more
is where it
dangerous. He was
goes
taking
every
quite a
point
bit of
around me
damage
is
from it. I was
mine.
like,
So
come on,
solid
this
start,
is kind of
some damage.
ridiculous.
They are
But
kind of game
we're fine.
capped, not
We're fine.
really.
We're just
They
grabbing all
can
the
go
loot we
more
can
west
from
out
that
of
position.
Pozo and kind of go right up against the zone wall, but there's some
fair, you know.
territory over there to work with, not a lot.
Grab it while it's
Yeah,
hot,
I think
grab
for the
it
Freaks
while
here,
it's
you just
out
need to be
of
kind of
arm's reach of
tracking
pretty much everyone else.
Twisted a little bit.
Everyone
Yes,
already
the western
condensed
road
to
is
this
going to be
next circle,
open,
pretty
but
much. There's
that's not
only
where you
a
want to
couple
be
of dribs and drabs
necessarily.
left to
In
go
this
on
circle, you
through.
don't want to start west.
We've
I
seen
mean,
a
yes,
lot of
occasionally
elims start
circles end up
to,
over there,
add
but
onto the
Well, you don't want to have your
Actually, I
back
say
up
a lot
against
of
the zone
elims.
wall where you
Kind of
can't
for
go
Rondo,
anywhere with the field directly
this
in front of you and
isn't
twisted
as
on the other side of
exactly
the
many
field.
as we've seen in the
Ah,
past.
that seems like a
What is that? You've
perfectly
got,
fine place to be right at circle
9
No,
elims earned so
yeah.
far.
Yeah, what could go wrong? I
feel
mean,
like
you know,
some
like
bigger
yeah,
tallies,
Twisted just, you know,
before
the best
these Regal
team
beacons shut off. There are
on
still,
the planet,
there is
maybe.
still a little bit
Them
of
and the
time before they
Expendables
shut
looking
off,
that
but
way. The other thing I
yeah,
wanted
it's,
to mention real quick when
maybe
you think
quieter
about
than
it,
I was led to believe by
you know, our
what's happened
PGS
so far.
winners this year, you were talking about this earlier, is
Yeah, I
17.
mean, both of them being on the
VB team,
side, kind of
Twisted
making
VP.
the zone look like a Mickey
only
Mouse
team
right
that
now a little bit.
Isn't looking like they're going to get that direct ticket to the grand
Do you
finals.
see it?
17.
Do you see
I see
it?
it.
Do you see
You guys
it?
are
We
hoping
are
to see it
looking
as
at
well
a
if you
much
open the
different
map
meta.
feed.
We had
it's gone.
I guess, a slower
It's
pacing
gone.
in some of
missed
the
it.
earlier PGSs.
You did miss it.
Very
We had
centered
the
meta.
Mickey Mouse
We still
circle.
have that in some regards.
It is getting a little
But,
bit.
I mean,
Mickey
we've just seen a
towards
lot
the
more
center right
aggression
now
in the
with
earlier
True
stages. You know, like the
Rippers,
committal to hot drops,
BG, as
yeah,
well
all
as
that other
Regnum
stuff.
Kyra all on top
But
of
when
one
you get
another.
squads like the expendables
slightly
in play.
weird circle down towards Hongshan,
on their rampage
where you do have a lot of this terrain you got to pass through. And then towards the north side of Rinjiang, like a little bit of area with buildings, etc., to push on by. It's tough, definitely tough.
Yes. A little bit unfamiliar terrain as well for a lot of these teams, right? Sure, they'll have played it a bunch, but nowhere near as much as on Erangel, on Miramar. It'll be a little bit less familiar, and with this new lobby, with the new setup, it's going to be even harder. Maybe the Gauntlet teams will be afforded an advantage because of that as well.
Yeah.
And having a little bit more experience with the global state of Rondo.
Speaking about things that are new, just want to quickly remind everyone that we do have a... You're cruel production. We do have a slightly different graphic on the right side of our screen there in terms of the leaderboard. Instead of the eliminations popping up from time to time, we have decided to change that where they are visible at all times, so you guys get a clear idea of who's doing well in these games. But as those eliminations go through, they will be immediately added to the points total, so you won't have to worry about adding anything up. It'll be right there in front of your eyes.
I believe as well, when a team gets eliminated, those placement points will also get added to their points tally immediately. So if you see someone going down in third and leapfrogging someone who's still alive, you're like, what's going on? They've got more placements guaranteed. It's because they haven't been added yet. What's going on? Virtus Pro, we're going to add a couple of points to their tally with a roll up to E-Arena right now. 2 cars slam into the side of the rock, and Joker backs off. Tony K on the back line, looking to hold it down, but Aragon's got the MG3. Ooh, is going to be backed off, though. I think he had the pin on the nade, and Joker's got an MG3 of his own.
We'll back off this one. This is always a curious part of the map as well. Playing around this area, a little bit hard to leave from because the third parties can come through thick and fast. Fajita able to take down Jimmy from Alliance, but you got Iftar and Olio underneath, but he's still going strong though from this balcony.
Oh, Molotov though on the wood as well. There's no way there's no way. Surely the spread gets him there. Okay, yeah, he's out of position. Will have to move. Surely he's not going to be able to get the healing done. He's still alive, but spotted by Jimmy. Oh no, hang on a minute. It's by Iftar. Jimmy's dealing with the rest of his team, and they will go down. Our first team to get eliminated here in Group Red, and maybe First Pro will be not too long for it either. E-Arena as well. Good find a nade sent their way, and they're going to try their best to dodge one on the trades, and there's another one. Oscon in the smoke, moving forwards, getting the flush as well. And NC2 nowhere to be seen. Sakura from up on high can only watch on as his teammates get obliterated.
I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more out of E-Arena there. That looked like a much better fight. That's some great nades. There we go. Big thumbs up to Sakura there. But yeah, that looked like a much better fight. But falling down to a player basically crawling through the smoke in the front lines, a little bit concerning. I definitely want to see more of E-Arena. There's a lot of talk online about how this team has a lot of strength in them and they can push further into this tournament. But again, there is quite a few other squads here inside this lobby who all are deserving of a top 3. And I think the way that E-Arena played in their portion of the tournament earlier on was a little bit lackluster.
Not as powerful as they needed to be. DK as well. They really suffered over in the Gauntlet stages. And now here they are in Group Red just about. But not having a good time here either against the South Africans right now. They are just down to 1 player. But it's not going well for either of these 2 squads. They have both taken heavy casualties, and they're not in this next zone. They do still have an option to go for a recall beacon down to the south side. I think that's a little bit more accessible for ETSH, but only for the next few minutes, Blake. The time is ticking away.
Yeah, Reverb's going to send out as well. Both teams rotating side by side.
They've got Orchid to the east of them, so that's not going to be confusing. Keep in mind, Orchid to the north, Orchid to the east, and then they still have DK as well as Namiga very close. So,
knocking your own player
interestingly enough, Gen G has got themselves kind of the remnants of Chumasera that since T1 opted into the opposing hillside to the west of this. Gen G actually has a very strong information gathering and control point to play from.
That's not the idea that we wanted to see happening.
This is looking okay for Gen G in terms of a lot of different things.
It's totally fine.
But again,
something we saw
can
during
go
the
just about
stage,
anywhere
was the
on the north side of the river.
It's
just very unlikely to go down to the island. So Gen G going to be able to use some high ground, split out, do what they got to do. They desperately need points.
Bellamar situation, we do have Freaks that committed in. Back behind them, Fury is now kind of inside the circle, but they're going to have to be careful because Twisted is wrapping on a western lane. They could bump into them. Poses very caught up in taking shots, I believe, over either Alcazia.
True Rippers try and rock up.
So we keep Bellamar in. We still keep some water in play as well, but this feels like this has got to lean more in that Namiga 4 Angry Men area, maybe into DK or the fields a bit south.
Yeah, it's maybe going to end on that cliffside compound that's up there.
I think they go.
That's kind of where my eyes would be. But Namiga actually gets pushed out. They want to go a little bit down the hill. They're going to cede that territory over at 4 a.m. on the move. Alcazia, but they're getting tagged up a bit.
Early rotate past one section. JDG is going to follow. Sharper's also running down to the exact same area. So a couple of shots. Suze in some trouble. All by his lonesome. Going to toss out the nade, but this is going to be very hard to hit off of the curve on the hillside. Does get some damage, but the assistance going to come up from Escalucia on the other side of it. And full push. Suze does get the knock on Arello, and Alcazia in some trouble.
Yeah, they tried to crash. They felt the pressure. There were a bunch of teams already in the vicinity. Oh, that's a late grenade, but he's still going to win. Roth couldn't get the shot to go.
Oh, this is Turn's terrible. Finally, D manages to get it, but the cost is 3 members from his squad, and now he's just trapped
I'm not expecting great things from, right? Bulls came into this one.
December the 12th here right now. JDG probably a little timid based on the shots that Sharper was taking in here, and as well, the Freaks are on the hunt.
They need points of their own. They want to
which part of Europe it was, but one of the points tables there.
JDG now being assaulted on the opposing front. Longhouse hard to control. Spaceman holding the line. Takes some shots, but Human's just better.
Human has a tough angle there, and he wins that. That is disgusting. What a grenade from Cold, though! Gets 2 with it!
Game 1.
Longhouse brutality coming in full effect. Cold all by his lonesome. Gonna go for the flush. Remember, 7-12 was going on the hunt after the last member for Alcazia. New contenders approaching, and Sharper on one side of this. This has gotten very, very awkward for everybody right next to the end.
I don't think so.
Oh, salute, yes. Got the information relayed over from DL that he had lit up Cold. So you should be able to get Heaven at the very least. You only lose your IGL here as the Freaks. Not too bad.
So now D and December 12th are kind of like, hey, we're cool,
they do have good players on
second
side.
Story. I'll get the first. Everything's chill for now.
It's a little bit sad for me watching that team because there's a lot of names that I recognize on that squad and have casted for many years. For instance, Havlik has been bouncing around multiple teams and has always found success on there.
Okay, I was curious about Twisted. I'm glad you pointed that out because I was thinking they might be able to third-party this fight based on where they were rotating in the blue, but opted to go a little bit more towards Vitamar, playing safe, just knowing that a bunch of teams fighting on the other side of the city, plenty of it left in the current circle, kind of wait things out, plan out your next move. T1's EN, trying to find that flank angle, he's being countered by Furia. Backed off a little bit.
Reliance playing around those cover flares as well.
I'm not mad about it
because
looking to now with Furia in the position below them,
not going to be so easy for Bad Boy. He will be taken down and flushed. Those recall beacons no longer in action. Not that any of them would really be accessible at this point anyway.
But now the focal point where that circle is means a lot of these teams that are trapped in the city have to compress all on top of each other, and D does get the kill on December 12th, so in the end, JDG does go out, and the problems continue for our team with the high ground.
Devastating for JDG. I mean, 3 points is just not good enough. It's not going to cut it
as well,
at this phase, especially when you're down as far as they are on the leaderboard. T1 taking some damage there. A headshot connects, but they're going to try to drive off of this. Are they actually getting on that E pickup is my question, because that seems dangerous.
Oh, Freaks, you were just out in the open and perfected
Sakura. He just was confident in his position. Weibo though, up against FL. As the nades start to fly on through, and this is one thing that Weibo has always been fantastic at, is placing these nades and ending fights before you even get to the point where you need to start shooting.
It's just going to be a dust up that nobody can really avoid.
I like this maybe from Twisted. They're going to be under FN's gun sight, so they try to work the coast. I mean, there is a lot of rocks and other cliff faces to use as cover to hide with, to try to get into that next circle. At the very least, set yourself up for a bit of a gatekeep on all these teams that are fighting on this eastern side of Vidomar.
Keep this pressure up.
Too bad. I like what Twisted's thinking here. Don't just try to bulldoze your way through the city proper. Find another avenue of attack.
And they still have barrels pointed their way. Arcred circling this one, wanting the third party. Weibo starting to falter here, Blank. They couldn't quite cross the open ground. The bounce is big, but Hero goes down. 33Z needs to stand up and will be able to find one, but there's still 2 more on the inside to deal with. Hero is down, order completely flushed away. There's off-angle starting to come through from Arcred as well, and this is going to get nasty. I don't think anyone's making it out here. The question is who gets the points.
They wanted to get
way
back. Glory's had to drop down off of this cliff face, which means he's stuck down here. There's not a lot of easy ways back up
I think they had to finish it quickly.
You can see there's a little bit of a ledge on.
Thought they had a lot more time than they realistically did. Now Arcred,
it's really tough to get up that rock side. There aren't many avenues to find ways through.
It's a little bit worrying, but win so far. He is winning. He is on a big win at the moment, holding off 2 separate squads. Finally, Souk will finish off at least one of those teams.
Expendables, let them fight.
Here goes T1. They're sending it down the hillside. They did not take the emergency pickup. just due to where Fury was positioned down a moment ago.
Hit them with the pantomime plays right there. Team Flash
jump down,
was behind him the whole time.
Arena's going to be taking shots just to the east of them.
Able to be the only survivor of that engagement.
Comfortable.
Suddenly didn't think anyone was getting out.
The other side of the arena.
We have one player who did make it through, but he's going back. Blank, he can't bear to leave it. The sight of his fallen comrades.
Oh, here. The revive for the Freaks. They kicked Human back in the game. He's parachuting in right now. I don't think he's going to be
just 2 more first
doing too hot when he lands, if he lands.
Oh, D.
I love it. I love it. I'm a kind of a loot goblin as well. So I respect it. I respect it. Maxman's the worst loot goblin in the world.
This is going to open up more for Sharper. This does make the new circle pop up to the north.
I was in a
Valdemar going to get spicy just to the south. Now also going to get spicy. Twisted getting in some good shots right onto the Expendables, but they have to be careful. The Julian's down very far back behind, means he is unpressable.
Yeah, absolutely.
One player left for the RX.
The Expendables
have been successful in their
can't
campaign
handle
push up
what
north
Twisted is bringing, and Twisted, everybody else fighting behind them,
they get rid of
has
the
an
last
open lane,
DRX.
direct path towards the Expendables.
Does get spotted, so does
it is getting dicey there. Phase 5 blue ticks hard.
The Nate's coming through from influence
so far away from
immediately takes it down.
Gets that
Not so successful anymore, Blake.
They can look back on Sharper, the Freaks,
the last 2 to
the last
remain.
one up for Al-Qadsia. Everybody around this
influence
spot.
I love this.
They know that there's somebody around here, but they don't know exactly how the setup's going to go. They're going to lean into some high ground, but it's going to start opening up more vision for Twisted. Peeks around both sides, getting complicated. Example, spots up DL.
Yeah, now Twisted basically dealt with the Expendables so they can turn their attention behind. What a grenade! It's D from behind!
I did not expect
turns this back around. 5 points, big for Al-Qadsia.
Yeah, that is such a nice pickup here. What great salvage points from the young gun. And Lyrix looking for one. He's got it. Spyro sits down. We flush quickly. PWD trying to defend on the other side.
Yeah,
Orchid
it would be good.
falling, crumbling. These are huge points for DK.
I mean, it's basically
trapped out in the middle of nowhere.
They've
got 4 angry men. Jin taking shots. They've got to rotate into the circle.
Basically, the entire game, they are farming elims from here. The question I have is ammo. Okay, he's still got another clip behind him. I think he's going to have to descend, but he will have to descend
some form
after
of
he runs out.
Sharper,
got 10 elims
similarly, they're going to rotate up, but they have to move away from the Twisted firing line. It's hot and it's heavy, but it leads them right into Furia. Furia now starting to unload. There is nowhere to go, so Kraken picks up Earth easy.
Again, it was strange because
you're going to try to use the side of the road. That's not going to happen. Lose, not going to let you do it. I mean, FN still kind of angling in towards Twisted. They haven't committed the full forces here, but they're getting damage in at the very least. T1 has been struggling against E-Arena up on the other side. They've got Furia thinking about encroaching on that territory too. So could be a fight breaking out over here. Rex looking to duel Lou, and Lou is getting the better end of it.
I'm just going to let them put on the show right now because it looks
a weird spot now. They've got FN Pochon. They still have Sharper in front of them.
I mean, this is one hell of a way to kick off your group stages, right?
On top of them, makes it even worse. D back behind, spots out Perfectix, spots out Example 2, stabbing at the back with his last breath.
On the south side, I mean,
best served cold.
Who's going to stand up to them?
Man, D is doing great. He does die there to post his grenade, but what a fantastic little show he put on there for us. Star-Lord, good job holding down the line here. He gets a couple of big knocks for FN. Genji wrapping around DK right on the backside. Orca, I don't know if you actually have enough speed to do anything about that. Yeah, it's tough to get up there.
It wasn't like just sat here and was like, right over next to T1. They fought against VP. They cleared teams out in front of them. I think they've not played as badly. And I like this push up from Tony K as well.
Awkwardly holding point. Tosi drops a nade on top of
PWD down towards the south side. You don't realistically want to just let teams wander over towards you on this high ground, allowed to get up towards the trees. If they can get towards the trees, then they can play the game. You don't want them to even get to that point.
But Nipbax at least takes down B.
This is worst possible scenario here for Geeke, falling at the hands of Genji, the team right behind you. And okay. Star-Lord, though, just shows up, and he is done with Sharper. 2 kills there for the IGL of FN.
The rest of the arena
easy angle down into the lower Sharper. It's time for this to pop off. E-Arena realizes they've got to get into the zone, so pinch position, Lyrix close up on top. Down on to Raining, should be easy. Pick up Smokes, make it a bit more complicated, but E-Arena finding more and more kills in a good position in the circle. To the east, though, guess who's still alive? 17 gaming.
Yeah, 17, really quiet here so far.
It's been
got a couple of kills.
Wild is doing wild things alongside his teammate, but Loxy did go down there, and now Influence Rage can continue to throw the Molotovs in. It's getting
set up
real
for a
hot
real,
there for
trying to dance
Wild.
around Rex's shots. Rex not able to get the knock to go. Breaker's looking for some damage as well, but actually 4 AM next to him. He's got the MG3. Not a lot of ammo though.
Really
back
difficult
of that machine gun. Sevens need to be found there.
Surely not. No. So Wild does get a 3rd place. Well played.
So everybody's a bit nervous around 4 angry men and 17th position high ground. With the way that this road
that 3rd place, brilliant stuff. Influence Rage with Little Boy down. Now the only team that stands in E-Arena's way.
Namiga's just
have got that field
to
of
the west, using the
D4s, the tetrahedra, littering around them.
And Namiga's got their own problem in
Sakura, I mean,
across the
he's
circle.
got 11 eliminations this match.
And right now, with
a lot of them were up on the high ground, but he's got, I think, at least 3 since he's come back down. Grabbed a lot more ammo.
That's going to open up
Influence Rage. I mean, there's nowhere really that they can move.
This is kind of an awkward spot for both Gen.G and Namiga. Like, if Gen.G tries to peek over the hill, they might get shot by FN. Same thing goes for Namiga. They have to just hunker down and kind of wait this out. Meanwhile, FN needs to get active here on this northern edge.
They've created a fantastic stronghold for themselves, but they need to leave this stronghold soon. This is so cool. Influence Rage, if they can win this game, it will be a comeback to start things off. But it's very unlikely. I think what they've set up here really does show off like the cool aspects of Rondo, in my opinion.
That'd open up so much space for them.
Well, just 2 members up for E-Arena right now, but
we are getting in towards our final zone
3
very
squads
shortly.
below already out. This is a chance to start trying to get a climb back in, get a bit more comfortable in that 5th place position.
As well. It's not going to last you too long at this stage.
Find some safety, but with just 2 members, this is going to be very, very complicated.
10K.
I think ammo starting to become an issue here for FN.
Diego can't connect.
Being a little bit more diligent with when they want to take their shots, trying to make sure they're going to get value out of that.
To leave their stronghold.
Breakers
as Little Boy steps out, the smoke's starting to fade as well.
Was trying to wrap down. Hello, my bad. A little bit further up. Rex box out a Gen.G player. Felt like he had an opportunity, and he almost
have to move a
got
little bit
that
later. I don't know if they got any more
BRDM up there still, I believe, that Gen.G could use safely.
That's a big pickup. 30K the off angle, isolated and taken down.
Welcome to a
now in a 3 versus 4.
We're looking at.
I think that peak's bad. That peak is just categorically bad, where the circle hasn't even started to push in yet. You're challenging a team that has cover right now. Luckily, you've got Byakuya Kuchiki here with the Senbon Zakura on inaction right now for this arena.
Star-Lord over into the north.
Have you put a cursor west? What's going on?
Spot out where maybe the arena movement was happening at.
I'm sure Maxman knows. I'll ask him afterwards.
Trying to scout out.
He can translate.
I mean,
it's a 17-point game. This is unbelievably good. I mean, Law's definitely just going to deny the point here, but oh my days, 27
really only option here for FN is to do what they're going to do, and that's try to get into E-Arena on that western side and make your entrance through there. They're trying to spread out a little bit, again, looking for anybody who might overextend or make a mistake, but the problem for them is every other team is in the circle already. They're the only ones on the outside looking in, essentially. They got to make a move. Now that might help a bit. A knock from being under Levante.
I'm really waiting for that MVP card, because 100% is Sakura, first of all.
That just opens up more firing lanes. See, the FN Pochon was trying to see if they could peek up, but Gen.G took the shots. Levante should be rezzed now, so it's awkward. There's nowhere to go. I mean, they can kind of squeeze in a bit more to the north of where they're at, but that's going to open up a firing line from Jacob. They don't know how many people are up there. They just think that they've spotted one person moving in Jacob.
Yeah, it's tricky. They want to take a fight against Namiga and see if they can quickly get through there, but there's no way Gen.G would likely allow that. However, as we can see, Gen.G is kind of leaning up towards 4 AM, up towards the top of the hill. They want to take a little bit more zone control. A lot of dangerous teams up here that are still very, very strong.
I mean, if you can manage to dethrone 4 angry men from that point, where Tosi's already holding that, you get so much control over the circle and really hammer down a lot of these other squads. FN Pochon did opt just that little smidge of a spot that they can hide at for now. Nothing else good to work with, and that's even vulnerable from 17's position.
Yeah, this would be one of those moments where it'd be really nice to have a folding shield for FN to just cut off a little bit more of those angles to their north and east. That would be really helpful here. Give them a little bit more ability to flex out with their guns and counterfire.
Well, this has gotten very weird for also E-Arena. They had to retreat up against the wall.
He could see all, and if he saw you, well, your survival time would go down to like 5 seconds. Unfortunately, you don't want to be encountered with Sakura. He had 11 eliminations at a portion of this game here. Sakura was putting on an absolute clinic from
on the other side.
And he was not just only getting eliminations right now, he was also giving valuable information to his teammates to get really strong positions, transition points in the later stages of that game.
They should know that there's only going to be one gun available
the circle
if they
was
stick
definitely
that
favoring their position, but they used that spot to its absolute
FN
full
worked the
potential.
other side of the map. 17's probably going to get involved in this.
I mean,
See, they want to angle down and towards this.
It's dangerous. Too many angles. Not enough to work with. Evan Pochon wants to creep forward. Zenith is at least in the circle, but he's got to move right at E-Arena. And Lyrics reads it. Easy shot. But FN's got to go. They have nowhere that they can really go other than this, so they just have to run right into E-Arena. They've got to firefight it out. While having 17 up above them to move.
At least Diffix does something about 17. He got a kill. Jacob with a Groza. Very scary. A barrel there too. So these are dangerous close guns. Here for E-Arena. There's another knock for Jacob.
Jacob just feasting Evan Pochon. No option's a good option, but Diffix is hearing this. He's now trying to see if he can get angled down. That reveals him to 17. Zhao Bei takes him down. That means 17 gets more movement.
FN really wants to get this revive. Grenade there does some damage. No knocks, no Lyrics, very low. Doesn't matter. Jacob with the Groza.
Just raining terror. And then Pochon
I'll tell you what. I mean,
on the side of this E-Arena, where do you go next? On top, 17 popping off, finds themselves 4 angry men all gone.
It's going to be a huge game for Gen G. Potentially give themselves some hope, especially with 4 AM going down, to get out of that bottom 3 position. They're still a bit away, but if they can get through with the chicken dinner, they might get past 4 AM on the leaderboard. Still some work to do here, uphill. Jacob continues to thrive.
Just vibing in a terrible situation. Namiga backs up against the wall. They have the exact same situation that what we just saw going on with FN Pochon. Jinji on one side of it though. Lil Ghost lines up. Does he know exactly where Flame is? This is a hard shot to hit through the spokes. Gotta be careful. Molotov's on the other side, but Jacob, Lyrics doubled up. Continue. Just Jacob, the last one up for his squad. Now has to be careful. Orca though, gonna throw in some assist.
Orca, nice job there, finding that tight angle from above and connecting. Getting that knock into Hello My Bad. Lil Ghost still hunting for a target. Would love to make it Gen G here. They're still 4 strong, but he's getting lit up. And Jacob still getting it done.
He's got work to do. Up on top, Gen G getting more control. Zhao Bei's got to be careful. He's got a lot of Gen G members around him. Jacob on the other side. It is a 4v1v1. Jacob finally goes down, and everything leans into Zhao Bei.
This is crazy good for Gen G, and they've got it. The win here for a team that had struggled through the first 2 days of PGC. And here on day number 3 in Group A, they start off with a big win.
Don't count them out yet. Points galore in that big, big game for Gen G. Is it the start of something big? Does it get him into a better spot?
Team Secret during the entirety of their group got 32 points.
Arena got 27. So well, Matt, the way that they were patient, found that knock on 4 AM, used that to kind of start exploring the top part of the map, getting that high ground control over time. Really well played. Namiga holding out really nicely in a tough position. Got to give them some credit. Jacob.
Position, low ground position, really happy with their performance. And Burnley's goals actually in the chart. Way more silent than I would have liked to see coming out from this team. They had opportunities to maybe third-party your Regnums versus Influence Rage, or even that fight to the west versus Flash and Weber, and even Arcred at some point. But no, they stayed very passive, and that scares me a little bit because passive, would it be enough for you to be in top 3? Not quite, so I want to see more presence from this team eventually.
I mean, they are generally a more compact team, so I think they probably are going to keep to themselves a little bit, but I don't hate it for the first game, right? Especially when it's a Rondo, it's still a little bit unsure about how the lobby's really going to be playing that. So I don't hate it for the first game, but yeah, we definitely need to see a little bit of a step up and more proactiveness coming through from them later on in today's matches. But your MVP
it's when your back is against the rope that you have to stand up and fight for every point. Gen G does it. They come away with a chicken dinner to start the last day of play.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see
is
that
it a
for the
grace
rest
to
of
the
the
finals?
Red,
Maybe not, but does it possibly start the path to survival?
You know,
I think so.
For him to bust that out in game number 1 is going to be so hype for EA. Like I did the official math, it's 36% of their total points from the gauntlet in just one game here. We just really hope this is not a flash in the pan, moment. We want to see this just rocket launch this squad, and kind of have that little alpha gaming presence, right? That big improvement from gauntlet to here, and that's the advantage, right? If you're in the gauntlet, you get a little bit more time under your belt to come in strong. They understand how important Rondo is here, and they really took full advantage of it.
Because that mix is relatively close. And on top of that, the confidence boost, this was a very tough circle to play.
They went full position. I think some people might look at this game and think, oh, that road did not really a great position, but you can make it a great position with, guess what, emergency cover flares. And they put down, I believe, 3 emergency cover flares in that position, and they were holding it for so long this game. And I was really happy about it. The main issue was, of course, Sakura on top of that rock mountain. That was going to be an issue, but outside of that, Alliance for me had a great macro game positionally speaking, so it gets me excited to see what their rotations will look like going into the other 2 maps on today's matches.
Yeah, for sure. The other team that I was actually really impressed with how they were setting themselves up was Akret, actually, up onto the
He's got a little picture of Ross
side. It was. They were really split across the mid stage, and they had a really nice split going, and then they had a really quick regroup, and were trying to third party the Flash
QAD has brought 2 of them out at
fight as
BGS.
well.
They're here
And I
as well.
really liked how mobile they were. They were surrounding that fight. They were trying to get all the best angles. They seemed like macro speaking, macro-wise, they seemed like a really switched on. They were really doing a great job there. So I'm excited for them as well.
And the triple nade on Freaks as well.
I think Alliance would have done a lot better, right? If those emergency cover players, they're pretty tall max, right? But not tall enough to block that high ground.
Where Sakura was,
yeah, I mean, that nade, right? By the way,
we have all these
so
bridges,
sick.
insane terrain,
from the high ground, rocket launching it all the way down, he laced it. And then he had an earlier one, right? Where he had those, he wiped out Virtus Pro.
9 kills
all
on the
3
back
players with
of
one nade from that high ground
Jacob
position.
Massive one for them.
That is just crazy to see. But you know what other good fight that we saw, Max, right? Was between Flash and Weibo, right? That was a pretty interesting fight. It was going back and forth for a good minute. We saw Tops with a really good nade onto 2 of their players, but then he ended up pushing out by himself, got knocked individually. But it's good to see Weibo, with a good fight.
17 is one of those games where we go,
I really respected the approach actually from Flash to leapfrog the position in the compound itself against Weibo. That was a really good idea. Then it got a little bit messy, Nitra, I would say. There was a pretty good idea at first, but then it got down to like some 1v1 fights, some 1v2s. It was a little bit all over the place. And I actually did really respect what Arcade was trying to pull off, which is third party, just play north, the player south, trying to get a little bit involved in that conversation. But Win, unfortunately, had the final word there in that fight, and he wouldn't survive the entire compound fight.
It really comes down to Expendables, Twisted Minds. Are they able to also pop off? Are they able to get, the 40, 50 points plus that we know they're capable of? It could be lower, but
because we did see that Flash went all in and then immediately stepped back. And I almost want to say that they used those cover players on the corner to actually kind of bait WBG,
and what that really does is it puts 4AM in a dangerous position, because if they drop down below that 14th line as we finish Miramar, there's a world where T1 says we're hunting them from now on, and it gets a lot harder for them to push advance.
It got really messy really quickly. If it hadn't been Akret, I think Flash would have won that more decisively.
Oh yeah, those guys, yeah, that's what I meant by that. Yeah, I think we are, because again, they drop in, they avoided the hot drop this time, they were smart in doing so.
They're actually close in the circle, they actually had better prio,
and then if they were fighting and delaying, Flash took some heavy
but 3 points is not going to get you there when you're starting out with 17, right? You have to have bigger moves. I will say that about this game. When we got to that phase 6, I believe it was 9 through 15 plays that were up. It was almost exclusively those teams who were desperate for points. That's kind of exciting when you think about the final match.
It was very smart play from both teams, but
we obviously have 5 more games to go as
so is it really a win?
The last day of
to some extent, but not quite the win they were looking for here, Hodges.
An era.
Yeah, you know what? Match number 1. I always say match number 1 in a tournament like this, you get the, I like to call it the hot juice excuse card. I'll give a little punch for it, all right? You got to get warmed up. Crazy things are happening, EA definitely didn't use that, that's for sure. They went out crazy. But you know what it is for the first game. But we're going into
Cayenne available for the MVP of this event. The pressure has never been higher. In
looking
fact,
at some of the
D plus
potential
Kia, the
drops that we
PUBG
have,
mobile
Max,
defending
right?
champions.
I am looking here. I don't think there's a big chance we're going to see one that could be interesting, though, at least in my eyes, is
I'd love to hear their perspective as they watch these teams play.
Right?
But
there's a good chance
for
that we're going to see
all the marbles, our last Dusty Dunes for Group A. Let's get ready.
Main and backup spots are pretty much in the same spot here.
Okay, it sounds like we have a little bit of a tech issue, so we're not going to get ready to rumble. We're going to get ready to hold on.
Wait, big enough city, right?
We get time.
We get more time. I'm not mad about it. I love that. A bit of an equipment issue, so I want to pivot back to T1 because what we saw in that was a hot drop avoided them. And then from that point on, it felt like they had great placement, really smart movement.
Ultimate Royale games. If there's a team there, 99% of the time, it is going to be a hot drop. So if you do go full fight there, I think it is going to be resulting in one team getting instantly squad wiped in that position.
But the reality is,
I think it's really got to be. There's just not enough room, and often just the loot, just you can't get the loot you need fast enough when it comes to how small it is, right? So I would think Influence Rage probably, if they do think that they're going to get hot drop there, that you see a third location here, Quarry. They probably do a 2-2 split here normally, but if Flash is going to try and hot drop them, just go to Quarry and do a Quarry split, and it should be fine.
What's your pivot?
Should be fine indeed. Well, you know what, man, I want to hear from the Obi-Wan Kenobi of the last match, right? He had the high ground, right? Sakura. So I know we're about to hear from him and the 7WG. They're getting that ready. So, man, what a crazy game number one. Game number two is coming up any second now. But let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage here from the 7WG.
And Sakura. They're taking a compound or a car that we are fighting for. That should be your sole focus.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Sakura from EA. They just had a stellar performance. I want to pick your brain a little bit. What was the biggest change that you guys made from the gauntlet here to Group Red?
อะไรคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่ใหญ่ที่สุดจากรอบกอนเล็ตมารอบ ก็พยายามเล่นให้ใจเย็นกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่ารอบการเล่นที่เราเล่นคือเราเล่นรีบร้อนไปหน่อยครับทำให้เสียง่ายครับ So we try to play more calm because in the gauntlet stage we rushed our timing too much and made us like die easily.
Well, that makes sense. You guys played it out perfectly too, and making sure that you cleared the North Alliance. Some little quick stats for you guys. In the gauntlet, this team was averaging about a 10th place to 2 to 3 ilms today. First place, 17 ilms. Now, looking around here in this Group Red, is there any team that you're looking at that maybe is going to cause you some trouble throughout the days?
ในกลุ่มแดงกลุ่มนี้คิดว่ามีทีมไหนไหมที่อาจจะเป็นปัญหาให้ทีมเราก็ตอนนี้ยังไม่มีครับ Right now we have no teams that are going to be problem for us.
Alright, well hey, right now 11 ilms to you, great performance. This is not looking like a 16th place team. I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day.
Awesome. They have huge amount of support from the crowd everywhere. We see them in game, they're screaming. Even though they're dying, there's screaming going on from the whole crowd here, so that's awesome. And
just a little bit too much. And that's where,
so far today here, I want to see these teams pass that triple-digit mark as soon as
these nerves are.
Because once we get to the Wrangler,
you're at such a big stage. You've worked all year to get here. You're not in the comfort of your own house anymore, Neptune, right? So it's understandable why some of these teams will be a little bit quick to jump the gun on certain decisions. I'm glad that they realize that and calm things down here. Definitely work, that's for sure, for match number one.
This is step 2, game 2. It's the Dusty Dunes. Let's send it over to Matchup and put papers in.
Instant to rotate. They always are ahead of the zone when it comes to those zone shifts and trying to rotate as quickly as possible. So it's interesting that they say they're rushing because if you're rushing instant rotates, you are really quick. So it is nice that they've adapted to the lobby, especially these teams. You know, they've done their research, figured out what they want to do, and just slowed it right down. And yeah, like you said, I mean, they slowed it right down to the point of having one singular position basically the whole match, and it really worked.
So they're not going to be contesting.
A little bit slow. I'm like,
maybe for sure it would happen, but
chicken dinner.
What's not? And
what's calm about that?
I think
he's just a humble king.
Heading over towards Monte Nuevo in their area.
But actually, with the best team in the lobby, and right now they proved it. They're the kings of Rondo because you only have one Rondo per day. Because now it's a wrangle coming up. Let's go.
Let's get it going to the grassy pastures. Let's get match number 2 started.
For a lot of teams there around that bottom position, seeing Gen G come out and start with a win is scary. It's got you on pins and needles for sure.
The arena's in Bartoni.
Is that a prediction for where the circle's going to go?
No, I like Bartona. I think it's fun.
I do too. Circles can go there.
I don't think we'll see it for the rest of the tournament. We'll probably won't see it for the rest of the year. I'll go as far as that.
That
was something special.
I think one or two down there.
Assisted by
I got one down there as well, like before it changed to Bartona, before they redid the map a bit. But it's pretty unlikely, unfortunately for us.
Very early on.
West again.
Hey, did you like that circle?
Plenty of teams looking to take that top spot from the play path from the west coast down towards Lenovo. A little bit hard on the south side.
Just a smidge, and maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a
very
difficult plane.
But it's not that different. It's almost the same.
If you like what you saw in the last game,
it's going to be drop on that side with the flash as well as influence rage.
Remember that T1.
There's a chance that influence rage just picks up quarry, which would make sense as well.
Early
instead of going far down towards Primorsk. I am curious to see where the flash do end up though.
That kind of put him in an
awkward
in the meantime,
going to go for the very clear
so
split.
Now I'm kind of curious. Does T1 stay committed to that strategy, or do they just want to hold Chumasera proper?
What I'd like to see Alcazia do is reinforce those positions that are to the east of Brickyard if they want to hold those. Make sure that if 17 is going to be considering a very similar rotation, that you have an answer for it, so you don't have to be the ones to retreat this time. Because you saw how deep 17 got into that game because they were able to bully Alcazia out very, very early. So that secured them for a much better high ground position to maneuver with into that late game. Alcazia needs to respond, in my opinion, with a reinforcement of that eastern edge
as well as VP
of their setup.
Doesn't look like he's done yet. He's gonna at least.
What I always find very interesting is that you finish group green and come into group red. Now, if you're a melee-based team, it's a weird one now, right? Where if you're Burmese Ghouls, you're trying to think to yourself whether it's a good idea to continue playing this drop spot or try and figure out somewhere else to play. Because even if you do make it into the grand finals, you're fighting for your drop spot between you and arguably the best team in the lobby right now, right? Will be arguably the best team in the lobby in Alpha Gaming. So do you think about changing your drop spot, or do you just play things out for the time being and then figure that out when you get into grand finals? And right now just try and get into the top 3 from this position.
Just have fun.
I mean, that's a big win,
easy,
right?
That says a lot about
the right? It really is.
It needs you to qualify towards those grand finals because they won't be in last chance, remember. So that contest won't be there if you're able to get to that last chance
stage. Yeah, they are. And actually, Sonic,
which will be potentially interesting.
Can be pretty
so maybe
pretty funny.
That's what they're relying on. And
he looks serious like when
the gravy on the
meal all the time. He's funny, but he's you know, when it comes to the game, he's dead serious. Like he is one of the you know, most,
I think,
intelligent coaches in our game. Obviously, he's a PGC champion with Danawa. Now here on T1 has flirted with a second one last year and continues to bring really good results for T1 overall.
It'll be a difficult road to run.
He's tremendous.
For now,
even though he looks serious whenever you see him on camera and he's maybe chewing out the players a little bit, he's got that kind of good cop, bad cop inside of him anyway.
His love language is angry dad.
For now.
A little PSA for everyone watching. For Twisted Minds, if you weren't aware, 4YDO is pronounced Chudo. So if you hear me talk about Chudo, it's that guy. So I know that's thrown me off before, about 2 years ago, so hopefully that helps some of you guys at home if you're not familiar with that region too much.
JDG is going to find
a wall shot. Overall, pretty damn good team is Twisted Minds. I think they have some very good players on side and can go very far with that team. I think that right now, I would say they play Pachinki better than the Falcons do, personally.
And now Twisted is playing to the east of this.
Yeah, one interesting little wrinkle here in this equation is 4AM is going to be coming in a lot later because they didn't have to take an alt drop off this plane path, so they are going to be not able to find one of those compounds early that they would like. And E-Arena going to be one of the ones that steps up in that spot. Sharper looking for the tires. Thunders.
The southeast side.
Did he get it? I don't think he did.
That is really open side.
Bit of a journey up towards the north, but
makes the switch over, and
should be okay. They are cut off by quite a few teams. That's purely because of the plane path, which cuts down towards the southeast.
I mean, Sharper is you know, they're always active at the very least. I appreciate the way this
which I think is a pretty damn good
kind of wants
spot
to fight. They want to take
it gives you a lot of options. On this circle, it's not so great, obviously, because you do have to move off the west and pass through far. But I imagine Alliance will leave at some point to try and get that crossing.
It's screwed.
Ball's moved early off the ferry pier towards the north side around
Gekka. This has gotten really weird. Raining, holding the line on one side of it, but Heather's got to hold it close range, and he has
towards the center here. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of circles end up towards Everest around those rotations to come in,
right? Get the little backup. Oh, Heather there, thinking about a grenade.
Quite a bit
throw a little bit of util at that door. Would have much rather had the shotgun in hand. Could have found a knock there, but at least going to back 17 off with that blue zone.
Is anyone actually going to go up to the top of Everest? And is anyone going to go
into the lower
to the
sections?
compound?
Multiple members, good shots.
Certainly for a
see if they find
two.
peek back.
Nobody seems to want to go
Type
to
comes in. Reinforcements at the exact right time. All high ground though for T1 has been surrendered to go after this lower ground fight, and that's opened up the circle for a lot of these teams to rotate.
Yeah, it's actually Roth there.
Further along the way.
Flush on the EN. It's not in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, again, this is what I love, because I think if you watched Team Falcons, they would have played Church. They would have 100% played Church on this circle, and they would have been slow to the center. I think the Twisted Minds just, they have a better understanding of how to take advantage of the central position. I like it. I like it a lot. They're playing a little bit of a lineup right now, which cuts out teams coming through from Ruins. It's a good split. Weibo coming in from that north side. That's from North George, just heading over the top of Everest at the moment. But we do have a lot of teams already fairly central on this one. Teams who did get cut out by the plane early
pretty awkward
have yet to move.
Stuck inside of this compound because so many other teams around you
edge for a while.
Sightlines into it.
That's teams like True Rippers, Baby's Ghouls, Geek, Virtus Pro as well, all the way towards the Povka.
15th and needs a ton of points.
Yeah, I think you've got Nuclear Zone as well. Rather aptly playing it towards Milter Power. Big fan of that. Thematic
peeks it back perfectly. Heather, clinical.
Through the Egypt points
he handled that so well. He knew he could hold that right there on the bathroom side.
I want them to win the whole
thing. Able to dodge the stun and immediately repeat that.
You do?
Finish
because
17th round.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm a sucker for it. What can I say? ETSH, they found win. He was the lone survivor of the fight.
Yeah, that squad.
That's huge, dude.
Hopefully not that.
But exactly where you want to be in a circle like this, based on what's been going on. Seems like that's a popular area for the circles to want to drift towards.
He was the only one to be able to get out of that scrap we saw in the last match, but we'll go down first this time.
They sent Delwyn on the other side.
Survivor,
I guess.
Must have been pretty deadly, right?
He's been sat in the casting booth with you before.
The Expendables can't really find a path in here too easy, just due to the fact that JDG gets these points.
That's crazy.
Delwyn's like, I'm feeling a prison circle in my bones, guys. I'm getting over here. Get ready.
Everyone knows I'm incapable of.
5 hit plays right now when it goes to prison.
Oh, towards the west side. We got Irina from last game.
FN coming in pretty late to this circle this time. Again, without that heavily shifted southern plane path, a lot of teams are having to come at the circle from very different situations than they did in the previous game. I mean, this is just one of those things that happens that snowballs into you have to make a bad decision. And T1 is so stalwart in these close quarter battles. They're doing a great job. Type jumps out of the window, knows he needs to try and bail EN out.
I was looking back on it just on the feed, and I think that the reason he's doing that is to prevent any runouts coming through from Influence Rage, and that's the only reason I can think he would go for that. But again, they were fairly locked in. I suppose you can't play too passive.
There's a weird world where Delwyn and the Freaks end up bumping into each other.
He did make it slightly more difficult though, and I think maybe you could have backed off the angle a little bit quicker. You don't have to do like short bursts of fire. It depends how accurate Influence Rage is there, but I'm really going into very much specifics there.
Southeast edge if they wanted the Freaks could. I'm kind of curious what they're going to do off the back of that. We're talking about how good that high ground position was for Genji. To have a knock there, and I don't know that that's Rezible at this point. They're just driving right at it, our Orchid.
Yeah, Orchid. Well
Absolutely.
done. Get your knock.
It's a tool in your arsenal, and you need to be able to utilize everything at your disposal.
Doesn't want to walk into a no man's land, but spots out
that momentum. Influence Rage, I mean, they have a little bit of momentum coming into this one. Everyone over 10 points on that last match will probably, well, hopefully have a little bit of momentum, right? An alliance.
For Genji.
We'll see if they can keep
They're
things
still in
going.
a spot where they could maybe get into that top 5, so absolutely a nice pickup for them.
In that last game.
So talented.
A little bit further.
Love to see him just go right into that grand finals and see what he can continue to do.
DK currently
Twisted has high ground
fueling up at the petrol station, making sure
their west.
the cars are topped up from the gas prices. Well, there's no attendance, so it's free. That's not normally what you're allowed to do, but here in PUBG Mobile, no one's going to stop you.
Pretty similar.
Great shots from Easy Bad Boy there up towards Aragon on the back line. Voston's going to try and back up there and chasing him down, barking at him. And he will continue to be a nuisance, though. He's not leaving fully.
What goes on in this game. Everybody already angling for a very similar circle to what we saw in the last game in terms of where people are positioned currently on the map. But you never know here on Miramar. There's actually not much land ratio terrain down here anymore.
They've actually moved them entirely.
That matters.
But I mean, that's the backup that Voston was able to do, right? Maybe they do think that there's players still down in those smokes. And they're putting a lot of pressure out there. They've moved the target, and now they can get some healing and get away free. So
it's going to be pretty bad. I mean, realizing he's maybe in the worst of the
spots.
Oh, that is so sneaky. Peeks it the perfect moment. Easy knock, but it's just too many members chasing after. Evan Ho-Chan, though, now more vulnerable, has to go to the tip of the reses.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds from their position can fire on so many different teams, and Gen G,
Rotate's looking really good.
If he gets his nade, that's a little cubby. If he reads this right and drops it on top of him,
game so far.
Easy to pick up his nade. Teams have been
very effectively able to cut out a lot of squads.
Let's go right down. There's that grenade you're talking about. Oh, it goes just too far.
Circle as well. Honestly, that's
beautiful. To one side. Follow-up gets stopped by the buggy. Big nade comes up, but issue is Boosting gets the knock on the flame right as he gets the double knock.
That's a gorgeous
and Rex is just trying to figure out what the heck's going on around him, and it makes it easy for Bean to come around on the side. FN's going to lose 3 players. Star-Lord was trailing well behind this. Opportunistic from Gen G, but they had to be.
Orchid wants more, realizing that there's vulnerabilities up here. They want this high ground, and they have an opportunity to maybe take it. Rex is going to be the guy that's sneaking up here, realizing that
tricky terrain to play around with. Influence Rage playing in the U-bend right now.
Star-Lord needs to play safety, and Gen G committed a lot.
And see if they can
go for those. They only get 2 of the kills. Some of them get stolen,
that cover
and I would assume that Orchid is just going to wipe out Bean here.
I mean, they love that
on his own. He is isolated. He's trying his best to get the heck out of there. There is a dust storm. That's a great timing, potentially. Oh, but he gets tagged.
I mean, they're going.
Oh, and then
they're trying to get more done. Tony K finding Ragnarok from DK as well.
Right in that same vicinity.
There.
So this time the Freaks in a nice spot. We've seen them here, though, in this almost exact circle before, and they couldn't really do much with it. So I want to see what the Freaks are going to change.
Kick on it there
previously
the
compared to being in a very similar situation. JDG going to be 4-stacked in a compound there. So that's going to be
is it NC squared or is it NC2?
Can't really do anything about. Batulin's
going to
get the backside of Sharper, but able to escape just in time as Thunders.
Looks like End is going to be
because if it was MC2, then maybe it would be MC squared,
notables that we need to look at.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Southeast control over the circle.
The N hasn't
the Expendables, kind of southwest. They've got the
if you put
that they're playing
two
around,
ends
so
close enough together, though.
Namiga's holding the outside of Valdemar, where we can see that EK as well as Sharper.
That is how that works. I'm pretty sure. Burmese Ghouls take a shot out towards Virtus Pro on the south side. Both trying to rotate in, past Twisted Minds on that south edge as well. In these hills,
gets the revive on the EN. That's going to open up an opportunity for 4AM to drive past while they're waiting for their comrade to get back on the ground. So Heather looking to do some damage, but not really connecting there with his shots.
DK, bad neighborhood to roll through. Hello, my bad. Feels pretty good about taking down Spyro there.
Place to stay. Again, I do genuinely think this has been some really nice play from every single team in terms of rotations. We even just like this zone in particular, it's very hard to keep 16 players in it, 16 squads in it.
Sharper and Earth is actually going to see them driving by, so he's going to be able to relay that information over Bean.
There is this strip of land
the hero play happen, and once he goes for the flush, Atonwu peeks it
at this stage of the game, it's unheard of.
A nice try.
It's very nice to see.
Such a difficult position to be in. 4AM though now.
It's not exciting, but it is beautiful.
It's going to be the go signal for Al-Qazia to try to do some damage to them. type. Oh, he's got Star-Lord out there, but they're both pretty weak. Oh, it's raining, actually.
Towards the NVIDIA central area. You're really going to have to give up the hold on the west side. They've been holding about a kilometer stretch of road on that west side lane for the longest time.
North, so they're going to round and round. That's going to put them a bit close to Delwyn, but you can see NVIDIA in some trouble. Multiple squads, Sharper, E-Arena, 4 Angry Men, and T1.
The majority of the land.
Yeah, they get caught trying to go for 4 AM there. They opted to see if they could punish those knocks, but instead they're the ones who were punished. It's actually going to be a few players from Sharper. We're going to clean up some of those kills. 4M's is like, yeah, thank you very much. We're going to take that compound.
Well, that was the 2-2 split from Al-Qadsia. Very vulnerable.
No,
they could regroup due to Sharper's positioning as well as 4 Angry Men in the arena.
No, not at all, actually.
We're looking at states in it as well.
The newer contenders are going to approach the circle.
The wrong way around.
Very open into the field where we can see the sprinklers
the game.
Twisted has actually
because we got Arcret trying to roll up the water, who have Random Kaya even further beyond this one. You know that this central hill is going to be a major feature of this zone, and the fact that Weibo have the top of it.
Absolutely should.
Were there
they should just try to punish Twisted here.
Nice for them, but there is that counterpoint to it. Maybe they're more content with that north side.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah, if you reckon Kaya, this is like a bit of a... It's a more smart maneuver, in my opinion.
Maybe it already seen
you're sort of playing with Weibo.
He spots the three, he knows. Here's the shots, Batulan. Are you going to play this aggressive, or are you just playing? Kalori's actually spots Batulan's across the other side. He's containing Expendables in so much trouble. Delwyn's going to be the one that gets the knock, but Tanfu has the beautiful angle. Example fires it back, though.
Oh my god, Example is just too good. He has to go back in the water, though. Delwyn's still able to free fire from that angle. Duck Juice wants to go for the grenade. He gets lit up by Batulans a bit.
Nobody can really get the knock onto Batulans or Delwyn, and they're just raining damage into each other. Delwyn's position is so fortified. Nobody on Twisted has clean vision, and Batulans is still just caught up, trying to make sure he can shoo the other members for the Expendables away from the high ground, but it's coming at a massive cost.
Yeah, great setup there for the Expendables. That's why you leave that player on the other side of the bridge. Continuing with their reign of destruction is T1. The more points they get in this game, more likely they are to just be going straight to the grand finals. A little bit of a drop down there, but the vehicle's on fire. They're in trouble.
There's nowhere to go, and Namiga just rolls right through him, picks it up. They've got to continue their path into the zone, though. Still has PWD on one side, T1, 4 Angry Men, and Al-Qadsia on the other. Big firefight happening to the north.
It's interesting the way they've set it up.
T1 is trying to fan out of it. They're going to leave E-End on point. They lose type to 4AM. That's a freebie. Should be for E-End, indeed. Heather finds a knock on the backside.
Al-Qadsia out now, starting to get in a pretty dangerous position. T1, 9 kills, just still farming over here, tightened down, but the other 3 just finding success upon success. Gotta be careful. JDG does hear this firefight. They might be trying to backstab. If they don't keep their eyes on the horizon behind them, T1 could be in some big trouble.
Well, the thing is T1 doesn't care too much. They've got plenty of kills, 12 in this game, and they are looking primed to be going into that grand finals.
JDG retreats thinking the firefight is done, but it is not. Namiga now has eyes on T1's point, and Batulans is wrapped in back behind Namiga. That could be a problem for Hello My Bad.
I don't think so.
JDG at least able to steal a point there. Great grenade from Heather, but a cleanup from Suze.
Pop up at some point.
Grenade being thought about here by Namiga.
You want to maintain a position.
It actually hits the cover. The Dorito drops in and blocks the grenade. Heather out in the open, though, in trouble and taken down.
2 members of T1 remain and trying to just get to the safe zone. Running right alongside Namiga. The circle pops as far away from this firefight as possible. JDG, who's been waiting to see if they can gatekeep, going to have to deal with
sidle on into the west side
move of their own
position, so they'll be sharing it. The first crash onto the center's going, and it is towards Arcred and Weibo coming through from Team Flashbang.
But there's not a lot for them to do. The Expendables even see this. Tanbu looking for the long-range shots, and it's actually going to be cold from JDG, who finds Levante. T1's like, our point? Nope,
cool.
It's taken by Tanbu.
They held this first.
Unrelenting. T1,
you stop bullying my 12-man team.
Trying to survive. This is going to be very hard. Leosh still alive behind PWD just to the south of this. The Expendables have path into circle. Cloris is going to go ahead and
soften up a little bit there.
Not inside the zone just yet. Fury was trying to find a path in, but it's going to be the trade-off
for it. And Team Flash, they still have a player out towards the north side, so it is basically just Zeus in that middle spot. Not really too much to do moving over. Wants to get that res, needs the backup in the area.
By the way, Ian, 6 kills. He had 1 before they brought him back in with that C5. When they risked it to go all out and get him back in, in.
That's
he made
really
the
uncool. This is even more uncool.
Very
all right, we could have all won. We could have all won together.
Trying to creep their way into the northwest.
Oh, top three, not to be, maybe. Right ETSH as well. They're across the field and they're eyeing this up too, Blank. Maybe a 5-team hold on the central tornado siren.
Of Furia, and Furia already expecting it.
Is this
nice shots there?
15-man team? Yes, please.
Clean up Mogore. Hosa so weak, trying to hide it. Oh, what a shot from Boostic, but he gets immediately traded by the sneaky Posa. Oh, Lurik's down as well.
Just solid defense from Furia, but Freaks here this firefight. They want to see if they can contain Furia.
The knock with a spray
down on one side. So
another nade coming through. Oh no!
Jacob here's this as well, getting close to Arctic. High ground. It's going to be Arctic that gets the better of it.
The Souk now the last to stand, desperately clinging on.
Bullets, 56
Everybody
behind.
Else seemingly unscathed. I mean, they had a little scrap on the south edge. The
Freaks want to try to finish this. The problem for the Freaks, they've got DL trying to contain the Expendables on the other side of this.
Arena also now having to contend early against JDG.
But they're still going to make it work.
JDG made their push into the circle. PWG is going to be back behind them. A lot of firefighting just to try to get a foot into the circle. And JDG in some trouble. Arena doing a good job in
a little bit friendlier.
Arena
maybe this would
so solid today with their rifling. They have just been smoking players in the lobbies. JDG scrambling to get that valuable player out December the 12th, looking to be taken down here by Lyrics.
I think potentially you ruin the utility side of things.
Lyrics walks in, no fear. Brave goes for the fight. 1 HP, continuing. Opons goes down. Just him and Nurens. Is he going to spot the other side? Yes, he is. Nurens just running amok right now.
I love that from Nurens. Great awareness there. The veteran for E-Arena. Wise to where that player might be coming out of the smoke. Was looking for the follow-up. Couldn't quite get Spaceman, but now they're going to find him anyway. Great plays here from E-Arena.
Now they have to continue their path, but it's a problem as it's going to be the Expendables. They are active on this side. They're spotting out everybody that's trying to lift their way into the circle. Tanbu going to be the closest to Lyrics. Just running down the hillside by himself. Arctic still alive. Over into the northeast of this position. Furia opted away from going for the Freaks.
Actually,
and that means that the Freaks have controlled everything in the south.
Yeah, both teams beat each other up there with Furia and the Freaks, and both stuck the reses and backed off. The Expendables were sniffing in that direction, but something happened. I assume it's the fighting up here, and they felt like this was the juicier target. Thought they could get a few more points coming up this direction. Lyrics trying to use a little bit of the shrubs here.
Out, Blank. They're almost all at full HP now.
Matching in with the grass.
Weibo managed to put themselves back together.
Enough camouflage. He's got 3 members. It's just a matter of who spawns first. It's going to be Delwyn. So one solo down. Arctic now caught directly in between Furia
trying to close the ground, force the peak back.
This is fun.
And he's on the guard.
4 players for 3 teams, 1 player.
That's another player going down.
That's
Ramses is down. That is
that
another
level
box.
3 stuff.
Tidy.
Went for the ghillie.
Nice.
And
that
still
guy,
has that
Weibo just getting
more
boxes.
Glorious, hello? Oh, you can't see the hills there.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised they got a full reset on this one. 33Z finds another there off in the distance.
Arctic's clinging to life.
2 units total.
5th, 6th, and 7th, all still alive.
Maybe it was maybe Regnum Kai would just keep on their toes, you know?
Our cutoff to directly go to the grand finals is 5th.
Intending to fight, so nobody else would join.
For all of these squads.
It's going to be easy for the Expendables to forget about that somebody could be here. This is a hard position to realize that you didn't check when you're running around because it's a field. You just assume you've seen everything. There's probably not anybody over here. That solo player, there's so much space behind you. Maybe they wrapped in back there or something like that. They're tucked in and one of the shacks or some kind of little doodad on the map. Turns out that one is right in the middle of all of them.
Are sending on in. There's no chance that you get through. That is a 2-way takedown with Alliance and Weibo shattering Regnum Kaya.
Weibo got a taste for the boxes now. There were more boxes. Taking down Regnum Kaya as a big pickoff. That's a strong team.
On your way, but looks like the Expendables.
But oh my goodness me, what a backstab coming through from Glory 22. Now just 2 players for Weibo up and remaining. Too focused.
Yeah, they want to contain Furia, force them to fight the Expendables, or at least open up an opportunity that the Expendables try to third party from above. Good damage done by Salute.
Developing here.
Want to reaggress onto that. Yeah, and here go the Expendables.
The Progenitors. Last player going down on the outside for ETSH. They had a difficult crossing to play. Arena, by the way, they've been slowly playing this western side. They held all of that west coast for a long time. They moved up to the compound, out to the west of this area, and now they're transitioning. And with nobody else on the north, there's a realistic possibility that there's a top 2 in it for them.
The entirety of this next circle.
For Arena, they're playing Edge. I actually think Edge works really well in this particular lobby because there's so many teams willing.
Has a decision to make. Do we try to roll south? Do we try to just fight the Expendables? I think fighting the Expendables is probably the better option. Going to fight the Freaks is just going to open you up to the Expendables angles. So just take the team that's going to have the best opportunity to deal with you anyway. See what you can get done. No matter how you cut it, though, it is very difficult here for Furia because the Expendables are keeping their eyes on him, but they're hitting some good shots.
Slowly sweep their way in. It's very cool.
Glory's already in a game position. High ground for the other members.
Bad news for teams, though, towards the bottom of the table. Top 3 right now. Still very much in.
They have to push
DRX, I think, maybe in one of the rougher spots here, although Alliance do have to move forward. So, no, actually, going to take it back. I think Alliance are in the rougher spot against DRX, who are in the next zone. They are going to have to move.
And the lineup against the Expendables and brute force is so complicated. The Freaks are loving
this on the outside as long as possible. Order strafing, spraying towards the arena. Also have to move forward.
You never know when Arctic's might strike. I mean, this might be what wins the Freaks the game here is if he gets some serious damage into the Expendables, gets them out of this high ground,
everybody else from that
reduces their numbers.
They are still holding on.
Gets into the circle.
True. Arena knows they just need to withstand, basically. They need to withstand versus Weibo.
You
should get some top 5 off the back of this one. That'll be all that they'll be
right on top of the tail end of Furia. Gizera's playing right next to it. Gotta be careful. Tanbu's gonna run down the hillside. This is gonna make it even dangerous. Going down Blue Zone on top of him. Tons of Blue Zone nades. He's just cooking. He is out. Zakraken having to run in front of it. Finally getting very close to the safe zone, but you can see so much utility coming out. While this is going on, the Freaks actually pounce on the backside. They spot out Delwyn.
That's huge for the Freaks. That opens up a lot of extra space to take some hill control here safely. Zakraken trying to do what he can, but Tanbu got danger close and looking to press forward. Another res going to be attempted. That's a beautiful molly there right on top of him, and they're able to light him up. Ready for the adjustment of the position, and here comes Arctics.
For Arena.
Could pop up at the worst time.
In that last match. Yeah, I mean, brilliant even count for Alliance as well.
To see if maybe he sees some type of explosion that'll turn it back around. Glorious Duck Juice having to line up against the Freaks. That's going to open them up to Posa. There's no clean angles for the Expendables to work with, and they've had to surrender so much in the circle. Just on a Tanbu. He has to control the angle for Furia, while he has Arctics just waiting to stab him in the back.
Oh, Duck Juice got up just in time. Salute kind of did a double take there. Oh, Posa's down. The Expendables.
They're holding it both sides, finding the rally that they needed. Tanbu takes a ton of damage, though. This is going to open up so much more. Arctic's just waiting. Meds in front. He's paying it so slow. Is it going to be enough? Finally, Arctic's opens up. Tanbu down.
Unbelievable. Arctic's might be able to win this game. Human finally finishes off the Expendables, but it's just him in heaven.
2v1. Arctic's charges the circle. Human Heaven have no idea where he's at. Arctic's running right into Human's position. He heard the firefight. The nade goes a bit too far. That's going to give at least the Freaks something to work with.
The Freaks here need to find a way that they can guarantee a trade, even if Arctics finds the knock. And Arctics going to reposition. They knew where he was at. Did they see him? Yes, they've got him spotted. He's in trouble now.
2 different angles. He's outside the new safe zone. Freaks just surrender the angle, saying, no, we know how you have to approach this. We're just going to go try to see if we can set up a crossfire. Arctics trying to see if he can get some utility out, not much to the left. Could be a big problem as there's some dance going over there from Heaven.
Has to hop out as Joker actually crashes in further.
Inside the safe
that's going to be in the zone.
Sakura going to reload, man. He's got near nothing to
but he's going to bleed out.
The smokes actually give him some opportunity to make this wrap down this hill. Maybe that's all according to plan for the Freaks. They'd rather fight from the position they're in and force him down into that spot. Maybe them trying to bait it a bit. I'm not too sure, but for Arctics, he'll take that.
They're down now, but that double knockover towards DRX was phenomenal. I know Influence Rage immediately turns tail and will look towards
espionage mode
guys on the south side.
this bit of a dip.
Really here is depending on who's getting the second place, who gets that additional placement point. Pretty sure it should be Alliance. They've done a very good job to withstand DRX and these bounces, force them out of position.
5th right now for the Freaks, 6th
if
for
Alliance
Orchid.
goes down,
Whoever wins this is going to be sitting pretty. We're going to that grand final. The other one's going to be kicking themselves.
Finds a couple, but Iftar will pick up at least one.
And there's that final player going down for DRX. They have not been able to get the crossing. Now it's 3 versus 4. Influence Rage. They had this sort of numbers advantage, but this time they've got the high ground. As opposed to against the Arena in the last, but it's still be on point. Asia giving them a run for it. Resilience trying to hold their nerve this time, moving forwards. Federal with the pump action around the corner, looking for the nade.
Got other angle, wants to try to go for the hero play. The top gets a lot of damage out.
Doesn't matter though. Heaven can still heal. He's at the edge of the blue, looking for some opportunity, but there's just not enough ammo for him, and he's done.
But I love the heart in the play this time. Tries to go for it until the very end, but it is going to be the Freaks that pick up a big victory for themselves.
And from second place, they launch
a
themselves
huge breath of fresh air for the Freaks, who are just clinging to life in that mid position.
Maybe
and
a
looking to
situation
get
there where
a much bigger lead. The bad news for them is it's the team right behind them that was in second.
They felt a little bit over-aggressive at times.
So many points for his squad in that game and kept that really competitive.
I think they can be super pleased that even if they came second place, they were popping off towards the end.
Yeah, that was a hero play and so well thought out there to wait as long as he did, to not move a muscle, not give up anything. He had opportunities to get 3 points against the Expendables, but just kept waiting.
Eyes on the prize
still
all
a
the
pretty
way
good game,
until the end.
don't get me wrong, but it's not maybe what they were looking for. That hold on the west side, a little bit too passive for them. Influence Rage helped out by the circle as well on their swamp side position, and they were able to keep their boots nice and dry, keep their heads on their shoulders, although they did get a little bit dizzy towards the end. They closed it out, and we're going to be closing out this game, heading back over to the desk as well to break down the proceedings of our first area.
DNF are the real deal as they come away with a big win. Fought desperately by Orchid to try to stand his ground, but with 39 bullets and no secondary weapon, it just was not meant to be.
Yeah, we obviously have to praise Arctics for a salvage game like that. Obviously had to lay low, but still,
Influence Rage to lay down the law in this match one. That's how you do it when it comes to Airgill. They had a good solid finish in Rondo, and then this last fight with the Alliance. I'll tell you what, Law really had to do it there, right there towards the end. Beautiful pre-fires into the shotgun play. That's how you get it.
It's not done for them, but I'll tell you who it might be done for. T1 had another great game, looked good, constantly finding points every single time. Are you willing to say you think they're secure at this point?
Solid performance this time around, and you know what? They didn't have to fight Nipura. They had that position really early on. They dropped Promorsk. They northern side of Promorsk near the quarry area. Push up. They take the swamp area for themselves, and they just hold up teams. And you know what? When a circle keeps getting away, that's realistically all you really have to do to get the win. And in this case in particular, very well executed. Double-digit eliminations here. Influence Rage can be super happy about this performance on the angle.
Yeah, it's a really nice compound to actually have as well, right? Because it's so open on that northern side with those fields, so then it's overlooked also on the south side in Alliance's position. So actually, they were really protected just because of how open and how overlooking they were, the positions of other teams were. That Influence Rage were able to just kind of hunker down, fend off teams from their immediate position, and just wait for that final zone.
I will say, I thought it was fascinating
that they both took the exact same strategy going into the Southern Island, maybe one sort of flyer to keep an eye on the rest of their team swimming. Eliminations is crazy. Love that from him. Yeah, a really nice thing. They were able to conserve their energy for that final fight, and they were able to take the win. GG.
So far, it's been a great day for Influence Rage. They've had a second place going into the roller game, decent amount of eliminations, into now a chicken dinner with also a really good elimination count for themselves. So Influence Rage, amazing Hodgix, and Alpha 7 already been in the finals. They want to join the homies. They want to make it there in Bangkok for the grand finals, and you know what? They might just have the homies qualifying
for teams like Orchid who are desperate to find points,
right away.
Kind of get to that top 5.
The Hermanos, that's right. The Brazilian brothers could make it happen. That's for sure. I mean, what a great start for this squad. Another great game for EA as well. They made it towards the end game in this one. 3 out of the last 4 squads all
Expendables walks away with 19 points off the back of that one as the Rich continue to get richer. Freaks can get 15.
They were the furthest team when it comes to that rotation. But man, to see 2 teams back-to-back, at least the top 2 squads kind of finish in the top 4 here, you got to watch out, Neptura, because those big point sponges can definitely create a big gap at the top for sure.
Yeah, very, very quickly. As we saw in Group Green, right, APG had one huge day and were never touched again, right? But it could be the same story here if these other teams aren't careful, that Influence Rage and EA could very easily run away with it. You're right, EA had a fantastic split on the western side. I really loved how they played that entire game up until the final push. I really wish that had pushed Influence Rage a lot quicker, a lot earlier, rather than trying to go out for a northern rotate and a northern split. I just think that they had the perfect opportunity to do it. They were within nade range. They could have a lot of cover away from the other teams on the south side. So I would have loved to see that a little bit more, but otherwise really well played from
over the last 2 games
I think the game plan was for them to just hope full circle to shift away from Influence Rage, but as we saw, never quite happened, and they were just forced into that position. It just became an absolute neat corner position that gave so many free eliminations over to Influence Rage.
Now on the bottom, we talk about that cutoff. 61 right now, below goes home.
As we go through the replays of this game, and we're going to see Neptura, Tornado Siren was just hectic. It had 3 teams for the longest time in Weibo.
Between saving yourself a trip home and possibly risking getting knocked back into that spot. So those teams out and 4 Angry Men in particular.
It was insane, right? I love that position so much. You can see here first, Weibo getting absolutely pummeled on both sides, and then Boar joining the conversation. Love the pivot that Flash made, actually. They were very, very quick to shift their attention from Tornado Sign to the back side of that area just to make sure Boars didn't do too much. Boars did get that win against them, but then immediately went out, and so then you had Acrid actually moving in, trying to do stuff, but WBG, that whole thing, just able to get them the full reset and then come back and do the business. It was really fun to see them.
I'm really happy actually with the lines. I thought you'd passive Neptura send this entire game on. They're not committing to the big play right now. They're just trying to necessarily. They went for these great positions right next to Influence Rage, and actually what they were hoping for is for the circle to not be giving a decent position over to DRX, and which has happened. So that forced DRX out of their compound, and because they leapfrog that position, boom, easy pick up for Alliance. So Alliance not only able to secure eliminations off the back of that, in this case 12 total eliminations, massive performance, but also able to secure a second place just barely ahead of DRX. So Alliance, which uses the quite a bit. Great position on the previous game on Rondo. This time around the timing was on point, and they played it until the right moment of this match. Alliance are genuinely impressing me so far in these 2 matches.
Consistently. I love it. I mean, that's always a great part about PUBG Mobile. There's so many different ways you can win, right? I mean, you can play it, kind of sneaky, passive, and then right when you get that opportunity, you pull the trigger. And Alliance did that. I mean, yeah, because we were talking about it, and you were like, yeah, dude, these guys are really playing this slow. But the second they saw that door open with DRX, they're like, all right, let's make it happen, and they did, right? So great decisions from all these teams. I'm definitely noticing, at least this compared to Group Green, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, like when it comes to rotationally and fight timing, I feel like much more calculation from Group Red. I feel like Group Green would just be like, let's just gun out and take this team out with just our superior gun potential. But here, teams are very particular with their fights and shot placement. What do you think about that?
Group Green was like a little bit more demon mode, and now we're a bit more sophisticated. Neptura, just like, how about we work together in this position? You don't have to fight homies, and actually it's been really working out greatly for some of the top squad. I would have to agree.
It has for sure. One thing I do want to mention just really quickly though is Law actually, because he's MVP of
and you're probably wondering how I ended up here.
Really nice stuff coming from him. But no, one team I want to mention just really quickly though, Juice, Anmax is VP. A top team that had so much potential, because of how unpredictable they are, how aggressive they are. But I feel like right now they're not sure how to read the lobby. This particular lobby, this set of teams, is proving very difficult for them on those rotations. They just keep getting blocked and interrupted in those rotations, so they're just not able to really find that circle But yeah, they're going to be on the bottom of the leaderboards, but we want to look at the top right now because EA, Influence, and Alliance all up there, but the points are very close.
What in the hell am I looking at?
The name's they're close for now. That's only because we had 2 matches, but that's already a 15-point gap between 3rd and 4th place match, right? If we see, you know, these squads really run with another top finish in this game, it's going to be hard to catch them. That's what it comes down to, right? Whenever you get that good position, you got to put out a good game. And Influence Rage, they got blessed with that zone, but they put out some serious points. And that's how you get it done.
You're saying hard to catch up, like we still have we have 16 guys, okay,
which is true.
So like you don't want to take it too late, but it scares me a bit for GRX because they barely missed out on the grand final to get into the gauntlet stage, so hopefully that's not going to repeat itself. So looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, I really want to echo the point that was just made about Virtus Pro. So far they are very aggressive team, very aggro, willing to take any fight they see. But here you just got to be a little bit more thoughtful of when you take your fights and how you take your fights and where you take your fights. And Virtus Pro, I think, might be a team that struggles because the lobby's playing very differently than what we had at the very start of this game season.
I gotta agree. And it doesn't help, especially when you have a pretty good, solid position, and all of a sudden 3 of your players just get naded and you're out, right, in game number 1. Yeah. It's so difficult to bounce back from that mentality, Nitro, right?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I had totally forgotten about that, but that was a pretty nasty nade. I would knock the confidence of most teams, right? So I could see that maybe they just need a game or two to bounce back from that, but Virtus Pro, they're a team that has been there, done that. They're super experienced. I just hope in this next game we see a little bit more from them, maybe a little bit more adaptability. I just want to see them be able to pivot a little bit more. I will say I loved what they did. I forget who it was. Was it Akred in near Pachinki there with that first initial knock on rotation? I love how instant VP were to just block Akred from doing anything else, and actually Voston just running him off and going out of here immediately. Get off my lawn, we're busy here, was really, really nice. I really enjoyed that from them. So they can do that, they can pivot really quickly, they just need to do that on a more macro scale.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about another engagement we saw this game, and I'm going to have to talk, for the first time, we didn't talk about them too much actually this show so far for today. It's the side of True Rippers. They had a fight that they engaged versus, I believe it was onto Twisted Minds, onto the staircase, and they kind of all funneled themselves in a very small area on those staircases. I want to see some changes in terms of how you engage fights. True Rippers, for me, that was just never going to work out in 1,000 years. I want them to see for fighting maybe try and secure off angles as you try and go for that initial engage, and then because if they do have off angles, Niptro, maybe 2 players south and 2 players on the staircases, I think they win that fight versus Twisted Minds pretty damn easily, but they all committed to such a small area that one spray just destroyed pretty much half the team instantly.
Yeah, that's often the case, isn't it? And I think especially in this lobby, we're seeing a lot of players, a lot of teams use those off angles. So it's definitely something you want to also use so you don't get left behind in terms of those fights, in terms of CQC. So yeah, I really do agree that maybe just a little bit of a tweak there, just a little bit of a split is going to work wonders.
Well, let's hear from Law and the 7WG. Let's take it on over to the stage.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Du Brazil is in the house. Influence Rage. What a start to the day. A second place finish and then a first place finish in just 2 matches. Law, what was the mindset coming into this group red?
Então, Law, qual foi o mindset que vocês tiveram, né, vindo para esse grupo vermelho?
Yeah, Twisted's kind of been
sempre
on the
vai ser
outside
o
looking in
melhor
of a lot of
possível,
these
porque a
circles,
gente
trying to
sempre
find
busca ficar em
ways to figure
primeiro,
things out. This time,
independente do
they try a
campeonato,
different
do
approach. They
stage,
get caught by the Expendables
e
doing something a little bit
dos outros times, a gente vai fazer o nosso,
that's pretty credible. But for our 2
so
teams
yeah,
that
we
got the
always have
chicken
like a
dinners,
very
they
good
needed them
mindset.
desperately
We
for
always
very different reasons. For
try
Gen
to
G,
get
it was to
first
try to
place, so we are
avoid
always like
elimination
playing
here
group
at
stage
BGC,
with
and
a lot
for
of
the
passion.
Freaks, it's to maintain their spot to go directly to that grand finals.
2 results.
And this year, you guys have Adam Federal. He hasn't been at PMGC since 2023, but he does have experience at this stage. What has that done for the squad?
Então, vocês agora com o Federal no time, né? Ele estava longe da PMGC desde 2023. O que ele traz pro time, né? Experiência.
Acredito que o Federal ele tem individual dele é muito forte, poder de fogo dele e também a tomada de decisão dele na partida. Ele é um jogador que consegue trazer muita segurança para a equipe, assim como o Lohan também. Mas por mais escolha nossa agora, o Federal está encaixando melhor.
So Federal is a really experienced player. He brings a lot of like confidence for us during the matches and on stage. And Lohan, he's very good as well. But right now, we're Federal and like it's super good. Like they're both really good players.
I know.
Well, 2 games in, this team is performing absolutely insane. We already have one Brazil team in the grand finals. Influence Rage trying to make it too.
So sick.
That was pretty sick.
Just give me that old school PUBG theme.
Yeah,
it's just every time I hear it, it's just
it's good to hear that from Law as well. You know,
love it.
And it happens. Sometimes you gotta
relatively fair playing path. I mean, the airport shipyard a little bit out of
in the
reach
PUBG Mobile
early,
esports
but
scene, and
everything else pretty much good to go.
So out for them, that's
normal
for sure,
drops in play.
It's just a matter of time before we get back into the federal
Genji is backed off of Busanza, so that should be solely
when it comes to Brazil,
available for QAD. And is there going to be anything else? A lot of teams getting off late on this
usually
play path.
very close to being named one of the best, if not the best player sometimes for that entire region. So yeah, I think that they found themselves in front Brave looking really solid this game, despite still the circle favoring them a little bit, Niptura, but they made full use of that, and this gets me hyped for Influence Rage can bring to the table for not just this stage, but maybe the entirety of this PMGC season.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this next match in particular. Maybe we'll see. I want to see them have to work a little bit more. I want to see those big rotations come through and then see what they've got.
Starlord and Flame being close to each other, but Flame pulled off. Starlord looked like he got the better drop.
But there's some
and
teams that need to start stepping things up.
Close to Alcadzia early.
We know that they like to land near that
wanted to go
mansion area.
Pretty fair circle.
Maybe we get an eastern circle on this one.
So going to be some parts of the map that you and I haven't gotten to see much of here.
Where do you want the circle to go?
Yeah, okay, so center point of this circle going to kind of be favorable for Alcadzia, but that's got a high ground position. It's going to get a lot of vision down into the lower section, specifically into the south and to the west.
Well, I, for one,
do have
would love a circle that's right next to
Everest
Everest over in the Gacta Fields. I think we haven't seen that one in a while. But I think that's definitely where I want to go.
Actually,
no, to be real, though, I feel like a Yaz Fields finish. We're kind of overdue. We've seen a couple of field finishes. Maybe a bit cruel to have back-to-back ones, but certainly would be interesting. I haven't seen that one.
And that's going to leave Gedrox all by himself. But I don't think that he has any guns. So Cowboy's going to be running away while he's getting shot at, but Gedrox probably
I think Yaz teams are pretty frustrated.
I mean, usually if you're able to get that car early, you're pretty good to go. Heaven going to be the man of the match there.
Not saying that the
just 3 kills, but was part of that duo that secured the win.
From the south side against
him and Yumin
multiple times into a strong position on Erangel.
A lot of grenades being used here by Evan. Not too decent effect, not quite 700 damage. So I got to call that great for 32 grenades.
Look, sometimes you just throw nades to get somebody to move.
That's true.
I imagine players are quite glad.
I'll give you some
those aren't coming through all that often, though.
That said, the throw to damage ratio.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's okay though. You're still doing pretty well here as the Freaks. You're up into 4th. You're actually 2 points ahead of the arena now. So it's not comfortable at all for the Freaks. They have to continue to frag out. I think T1 probably getting pretty close to being okay. They're at 112 points. Let's hear from our Game 1 winners. Orca's got something to say.
I'm pretty sure it's not going there, right? 100% can't happen.
Orca from Genji. So congratulations on your
happen.
first chicken dinner.
It's a difficult one to make work.
You guys were in such a really risky spot, and but now things seems to getting better now. But I would like to ask about what changed that you made.
일단 첫 번째 치킨 정말 축하드립니다.
For Alliance again around farm, it's a strong position to get going from 3rd place. I mean, 29 points. It is very close to number 1 of E-Arena there with 35.
게임을 조금 더
despite getting quite late in that last game, when it was a huge amount of points on the back of it, you can see here Alliance with a majority of the most limbs in the lobby. Sakura off that one game still leading with 11 total.
Helping me a lot.
Wow. All right. So let's cheer them up, Genji.
That is, yeah, that's, I mean, there's no way that that's getting toppled.
I mean, you know, there's
maybe this match.
First game, yeah, looked pretty good. They're 3 points away from Alcadzia.
They got a lot of points, so anything to make it easier than where they were at, right?
For a game more at least. 35 points, 32 points, 29 points.
Play relaxed. I think maybe part of the idea here for Genji, you know, even though you're in a tense situation as far as the leaderboard goes, sometimes you can't let that, you can't really think about that
something that we didn't see.
So we're in a weird spot whenever we look at the
groups, right? It was kind of APG and then very, very flat for a long while. At the start of Group Green.
Take away from everybody else.
In Group Red, maybe.
Yes.
We know that the squad
will be a little bit more definitive on our top 3, but it's still very, very early days. I'm willing for
if we keep seeing them sponge up at the top,
I think things are going to change.
Started off a bit slow. That's allowed T1 to get a lot closer, but we still
the Rondo
have
is the big thing, right? It changes so much the dynamic of a lot of our games, purely because we get a Rondo through, T's get a massive game off the back of it, and it makes the leaderboard look a bit weird. So I think for the rest of the day, at least until like match 4, match 5, it is just a lobby playing catch up to that Rondo match.
It's getting to the point where maybe only a few teams really have hopes of being into that top 5.
I think I prefer to see Rondo like towards the middle of the day,
maybe FN if they have some explosive games here in our middle maps, but it's going to take some work for sure. The consistency of some of those squads and with how hot, especially E Arena has looked so far, their mechanics look really on point. Decision making looks pretty strong. So it's a lot to ask for these teams that are outside of that top 5.
First match is very warm. You can give it your absolute all and try and get the most amount possible.
They know that they're
in a custom position. Arena, obviously, that was certainly the case.
Dangerous, especially whenever you have Gen G, the team that's down at the bottom, starting to pop off, find points. Now getting in like touching distance of finding you on the leaderboard. Al-Qadsia knows that they've got 3 points of separation. That's nothing.
You get those
results. I know, and
because
I think Al-Qadsia their eyes got a little too big in that previous game when they saw those knocks that were close to their compound when they reached out to go for them, weren't thinking about the possible angles that other teams are going to have into them, and they paid the price for it. So it just kind of
here, right? To have
an odd mistake for Al-Qadsia. I mean, I get the idea. I totally do.
How frequently?
I totally get it.
Can you convert
collapsing on them if they don't?
That really starts.
No, you're absolutely right. Just flipping a car there, pretty funny. But no, I totally agree that you have to go for that. I think just maybe thinking about the approach a little bit more before you kind of fully commit to it, maybe. But at the end of the day, you know, there's still plenty of opportunities for Al-Qadsia.
Drag them, Kaya. I don't think they can afford to keep having these early losses in terms of players. It's not a team that it should be happening to either. I think it's like some aggression to try and get central positioning.
It's pretty hard to hit those gliders.
They need points.
Sure, you can soften the glider itself up, but
it's tough. It's tough to even give advice to them
hits on the pilot
because just like
it's pretty
if you're a fan of them, you're like, we'll slow it down. But if they slow it down too much, then they're not getting enough points at all. If they aren't aggressive enough, if they're too aggressive, then they're suddenly losing players early. I think that they're yet to find that sweet balance, honestly, right now for Regdom Kaya. But you're in groups right now.
This is kind of their home where they dropped at.
You already had the gauntlet to try and find that balance. And that's something that should be acquired coming into your next stage. I don't want to see Regdom Kaya going through to last chance, but even if they do go for the last chance,
for them to work with here,
if they don't make it through the last chance,
you're top of the hill, but
a pretty big shake-up.
Is what you get to
all
play
things
with,
considered, because you have 6 days to figure out the
Roth
rhythm,
is
and you still
currently
couldn't
holding
do
on
it.
his own. That seems to be kind of the
and they're the regional champions as
general
well, right?
direction that
If they aren't representing in the finals, then
it's like they're going to commit to more of a 2-2. Leave the two young guns up on the north.
It's not fun.
Lockdown
it's not
Furia.
fun for them.
This is peeking around,
especially with Zedball's debut season with them. I think it's bad. True Ripper's
Gold, what you got?
And he's going for one. Traded off for a second. There's no backup really. Jelly can only sit there and watch.
Not their day.
He has to turn
Just not their day, and they have to be pretty careful here because FN is still sitting inside of Soma.
The story back to the rest of them. Strike fear into their hearts. The Boars
getting a little close,
feeling
but
that fear
I think
right
they're just
now.
going to drive around the coast and
as they try and
avoid
push
the
on
city
in.
if
3 players
possible.
now in the ground floor.
Sharper
Quite
is
connecting,
one of our
and the
later
spray is
teams
huge
because
there
they
coming through
dropped
from
by
Shiva.
Destroyer
right now.
So they're going to be coming
the door and a
in.
headshot.
T1 also coming in late by them. Now Thunders gets a view of this, so he's going to be able to relay that over. Good news, I guess, for both teams.
Doesn't realize there's a player behind him, but has got his teammate now to play against him. ETSH running through the Boars, beautifully found. Shiva looking stylish, but doesn't quite keep his back under control.
Territory.
Dude, this we got to fight that was between both those teams.
I guess aggressive run between
Baby
two squads pretty early.
Goes down. Now Reverb
That's a very nice straight, very close to Twisted. That could start finding them a lot more points on the day.
He doesn't quite make into the building.
They're taking a couple points of damage, but actually going to be A-OK. Perfectic's going to be the one to look over. Who's going to grab the Lynx?
Baby.
I mean, it's so early in the game for Lynx because you have such limited ammo with it.
A bit foolish.
But maybe Perfectix just says, yep, screw it. This gun's too good. Can't pass it up.
And I mean, Arcred just love sitting in these third-party oversights, right? We saw it from the last game.
Good stop-off point. They're about the only moving factor other than Sharper, just the other side of Ouyang, away from them.
Might be able to do so
17
here.
opted to emergency pickup. Circle does go south, and Ross rolls right next to the Kraken, who's been just in cover for so long.
He's just bleeding out.
Now the Kraken out.
Every one of these points so valuable, but the angle here is so good. Oh, they're fighting on a couple different fronts.
And this fight is
a little bit tough here for Alcadzia. They need these points.
Roth just has to jump
Circle
out.
over towards the north side around dip and mini dip.
This is the second time now today that we've actually seen Alcadzia get the first kill of the day.
Twisted. Tulins is driving close to this.
T1. They're also approaching from the other side. It's everybody just chasing down into Alcadzia's position right now, and this is going to be really bad. They're just entirely contained. Roth's going to go down. Ian spots him easy. D now down as well. Alcadzia in tatters, just down to 1, sitting in 12th place.
Oh, that's brutal for Alcadzia. They only get 2 points out of it. Get ahead of 4 AM. Now Perfectix getting lit up as they're taking a fight against T1. EN down. It's been the danger man for T1 here today. Type. Don't worry about that Lynx. That grenade right in front of Perfectix. Or excuse me, Example.
Hell, my bad, taking shots at Furia, who wants nothing to do with this firefight. They're just running away from the point, and I don't blame them. T1 twisted up on top. It's going to be second and third, respectively. Just 3 points difference between them. Good shots come out for Perfectix, and he gets raining down.
Oh, he was so ready for that. Type not going to get there. Just sprays his teammate down. Not sure what happened there, but
blue chip so that way he could run.
That's probably what it was. I think you're absolutely right.
They didn't want to stay there for long enough to go for the res or even the pickup. Just grab the blue chip, get out of dodge. They're actually leaving the circle. Lose chasing after. I don't think too much is going to be presented. This has also gotten really weird because the red zone is going to be on top of T1 in their retreat. And now T1's going to have to go way wider than they wanted to.
Yeah, there is a res station not too far away though from T1, so it can angle the one that's kind of out in its own little compound there. Should be free. Twisted Minds takes 2 points.
Yeah, I think they're
solid in all of their exchanges and decision making there.
Because this is a very typical position. T1
as well, gets the 2 kills.
Not having Silas here is frustrating.
Be able to go for the
revive. You run multiple sight lines available, especially when people start to crash over towards shelter 2.
So I think they are
not having 4 players there does make your life pretty difficult.
Just phase 2.
I think all 3 of those players though are capable of taking a 3v4. You don't really want to have to take a 3v4 in the first place.
Nope, just go for the kill. Finish it off. We'll finish it ourselves, just so that way he's not bait and throws off the timing. I mean,
scout out.
Beautifully done.
Now they're going to be coming into the circle pretty late,
but if they come south of Ouyang, there's a couple of compounds that they could play from.
A little bit quieter.
It's going to be really hard to scout this out.
I am really liking the rotations here in Group Red.
You know, getting some kind of loot here for their fallen comrade when they get back in is going to be a little bit tricky too for T1. Not going to be much that's inside of the circle that's available to drop on and scoop stuff up, and Twisted still hanging around those corpses up on the hillside. So a lot of work to do for T1. Not going to be
just how
as easy, I think, as the previous game's revive, but
we'll see if that continues because we still do have
really
not quite 3 days, but the majority of our 3 days
having
left
a similar
to go.
Idea on
our
the
next circle
far west, going to Hosan.
Reveal more about the rotational proclivities of our circle teams, and it goes
they have players in Hosan too. You're not wrong.
This is great.
I just glanced up and saw
right. It's great for Irina potentially as well to hold this out. Twisted Minds. I mean, it would be great if they were all on the Tudo spot, right in the middle of that zone.
They're going to be in a similar predicament though. Circle closes in right on top of the Expendables, who've got crates galore on top of them too. They're just
but they are going to go for it. And rightly so.
Expendables with a ton of crates.
Hang on a minute.
This is also interesting in time. I'm curious if they did this as maybe
it's difficult to hold that. I think that Tudo makes the right decision there though on the squad, is that although that position would have been lovely, it was very greedy. It was very, very greedy. I think he realizes that the team's not going to get there in time.
I mean, I guess
I'd also much rather have a 4-man squad.
But
yeah. I mean, in case you want to go like way west or something.
Fairly central. Reverb comes in with a nasty crash onto it. The rest of the team
a lot of friends in Twisted. Xiaowu does not want that
to the rest of the team. It's just the one man actually sneaks quite quickly. They funnel back into the shelter. They'll get that res and play on a 3. Nice hold there. A little bit haphazard on the approach.
Fortunately for 17,
they're able to get Xiaowu out of there. 17 is not safe. Burmese Ghouls with a scrap against Geek, or rather just Ichi with a scrap against Geek.
Twisted from their backside.
Rough, get on the bike,
using
get out of there. Vermes Ghouls, you don't want to stick around too long. The blue zone's here to play. But yeah,
West
doesn't have
they're going to have
position
pretty
close. MK will be taken down with the side swipe. Will be immediately flushed as well. Ichi can't land the shot, but it seems to Vermes Ghouls. Over the top they go. And they are just not finding it. What has just happened there? Has GK given him a ride out?
That's right on the edge to the north. We've got Gen G.
He's going to hop back in, try and reverse back on over.
Just outside of grenade range here, RJDG from Orchid.
Now here to play. What has just happened there?
Under their gun sights, but now the Freaks, like you just mentioned, were in the vicinity and
I don't even
put a
know
little bit of damage into Orchid, so
either way,
give JDG an opportunity here to fortify their position. Yep, they're going to drop in the cover and start using this a little bit to cut off Orchid's angles as best as they can.
He's just
use some smokes,
ramming vehicles into the players.
A little bit of util down, and Corey's
one player from Vermes Ghouls basically surfboarding on top of the hovercraft.
That's a pretty decent shot.
It's not a hoverboard.
The Expendables do have that high ground with a ton of vision, and with 17 having to retreat down the hillside. It just opened up for the Expendables to start raining damage. Territory control on high point for the Expendables is very scary for the rest of this lobby.
I don't know if I think I enjoyed it.
I don't know how you come off the hillside.
Oh no,
I think it's one of those.
The absolute last thing anybody wants to see in this lobby.
Very, very.
I was kind of curious if Twisted was going to maybe try to punish that knock, if they kind of suss out what had happened over there, but it's not going to happen. T1 has to make a move against Namiga. Oh god, Clories.
North towards Virtus
This is
Pro,
after 17,
and they have been spotted.
Has to be.
So they've got the duo down low.
Pro aren't going to let
I think they're just trying to get out. That's going to be pretty close to where they were, but it's enough to now force them back to the north. T1 right up next to Amiga with the knocks between the two. Looks like Heather was trying to see if he could get a flanked angle, but Layosh on top of the building spots.
Yeah, this is a very difficult breach to make, and oh my god, that circle shift right towards FN. Amiga,
who was
get off the top of the house,
the squad,
took some grenade damage, nothing serious. T1 at least able to breach.
This is a problem. Amiga wants to try to retreat from position. Looks like they wanted to try to secure up their defenses before they had to go, but Twisted is going to cut off any escape.
I think teams
they've got multiple members lined into position. Ian continuing to rain in damage onto the Amiga, but I don't think either one is expecting all of Twisted just to be waiting to pounce.
Quite frequently,
love this from Twisted. They can just
rotate
do a little bit of oversight of this fight. They know it kind of has to happen, especially with the hard shift. Both teams are just going to be hungry for these points.
Latter half of the day today.
Here's the angle. Good read by Layosh. Gets Ian down.
Crazy play from you, but I guess you have to marshal the defensive
slow T1's roll just a bit. Grenades are looking really good. EN in trouble. T1 starting to falter.
Clenches wrapped around to the south. He hasn't gotten an angle into any of this yet.
Out to the blue zone. I don't dislike it. They're against
everywhere, funneling everybody into the spots that they want to go for. Waiting for the moment. Type tries to line it. Perfect for now. Get some good damage on one side of it. Type just can't get the damage he wants to protect his teammates. Now the last one up. Other side of this, you can see it's going to be Geeky and Furia in a firefight.
This is huge. This has a ton of implications for both of these teams. Furia still in the hunt, maybe. Type down, T1 gone. Not able to fully recover there. Amiga being pounced on by Twisted.
Some fantastic shots by
DK and Furia both need these. It's a Panzer there that hits Spyro.
17 did an emergency pickup. They're going to be landing right on the other side of this if they opted to playing it aggressive. Already getting some vision. 7-7 managed to get the knock onto the crack.
That was pretty big. I think the idea for Influence Rage was to flex out in third party.
Last couple of players here. PWD, the only one alive. He's got a shotgun.
So they were flexing
about sticking the res there.
So for Federal,
Molly's going to the house. They do connect on a Quizzy, so he'll be flushed.
Elims on board.
You can see on the north, we've got 4 Angry Men going for the Expendables high ground position on one side, Genji on the other. Expendables having to make sure that they defend over into the east. That's opening up a new path for Twisted to run in right back behind 4 Angry Men.
So
4 Angry Men taking such a good fight here against the top team in the lobby. Already got one down, one on their knees, looking for more. They're just going to keep pressing forward. They have to with Twisted on their backside.
You know,
it goes out, wasn't underhanded. They're just going for a peek around the smokes. Can we see at range Delwyn provide the support that he needs to? At least some utility. Duck Juice just peeking around the smokes. He's going to go down. Delwyn the last one up and on the hunt. Twisted back behind this long sass defend. Takes a nade. He's going to go down. 4 Angry Men managed to take down the Expendables, but now are just getting piecemeal from behind.
I love this from Twisted. Just ruin everybody's round. They are equal opportunity offenders. Shen will find Flores. least. That's big points for 4 AM. Puts them 1 ahead of Al-Qadsia. 17 losing players to shotguns. PWD looking for more.
Doesn't want to go for the peek against that. Now he's just holding this angle, waiting for reinforcement, seeing if maybe 7-7 on the other side can reinforce something to work from. Xiaobei's just kind of trapped here. The circle has left this point, and the Freaks are already rallying to
zone shift right on top of them.
This is, no matter what happens here,
to be good news for
probably
actually, and
death
potentially
for either 17 or GK.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the 3 teams I was looking at in this lobby,
looking for a res. Delwyn, hello?
He's just joining the party. He wants more points. Durance is actually going to be the one that gets knocked onto Shin. Finally, we do see Delwyn go down, but it is just everybody stacking bodies in that spot.
Giga goes down, the Expendables go down. DK maybe going down here shortly. That shotgun gonna do more. Only got about half. PWD though takes a bunch of bullets in response. 7-7 just holds it down, finishes the job.
Really finding some very needed points, reaching up after Sharper. Sharper on a roll of their own. They're sitting very close to the Freaks, actually just right up into the base. They're trying to take this position right next to Heaven. They're rolling in, but it's going to be Salute that gets the knock on to Thunder.
Yeah, getting ready with the grenades here as well. Have to throw some smokes to offer an opportunity for the rest of the Freaks to get into this fight. Grenades deep, cars going to explode. Players are falling for Sharper left and right. Earth trying to rotate into the corner to heal.
But now 17 can use this and sneak up back behind the Freaks. Salute knows this. He's trying to keep an eye out for any tail-end members of that firefight. And so this puts Freaks kind of pinched between the 2 different firefights entirely unexpectedly.
Oh, but somehow they turn on it. DL is ready. He's watching their backside. He's got a safe pair of hands here for the Freaks. They might be able to get this res on a human right before he bleeds out.
That's allowed Salute to also regroup. Sharper has a moment of reprieve to work with as well. Over into the north, it's going to be Twisted continuing their rampage over their 6 kills. Eyes on Jin G's high ground position just to their west.
Yeah, being diligent now are the Freaks to make sure that 17 is clear behind them so they can continue their assault on towards Sharper. Xiaobei stunned up. They're going to go right through the window. Heaven, oh my god!
There's more to do.
I love it. The Freaks are playing with absolutely no fear right now. They feel like they've got all the money in the world to work with, and now it is eyes onto Sharper, who is still just trying to rally, and the Freaks will not let it happen.
So the Freaks are getting a little help from Gen G towards Orchid. That's backed Orchid off of these angles they had to put damage into the Freaks while they were trying to assault this compound, but Sharper back up to 3 players.
Up to 6 now, so they're on
playing the outside, playing it slow. Jedi on the other side, peeks along the smokes, no clear vision yet. Twisted on their push after Gen G. E-Arena hears this firefight. Looks like they're trying to get closer to it. Orchid also has to use this moment to rally. Salute lines in and just demolishes Sharper.
Oh, Sharper only one player. They're trying to figure out where the hell he went. He just runs past them. They jump by. He's got the shotgun, but only 2 shells.
No vision. Walks right back out of the smokes into the waiting arms of the Freaks. New circle pops, and the Freaks got to continue, and it's going to be right next to FN Punk.
Oh, man, the Freaks here are giving themselves a really nice chance to go directly to that grand finals. They're coming alive. Gen G doing some damage to Twisted. They've lost a player. And Twisted has only one knocked. Perfectix there. And they're looking to do some damage. Oh, here comes the Arena right on the backside.
Oh, can they? Does he know? He's trying to play around it. Does he know how aggressively they're coming after him? Opan's right up next to him, playing along the blue. Oh, it is all Arena reading it perfectly. Twisted in some trouble on the outside. Twisted is eliminated. E-Arena nigh unstoppable.
What a decisive strike here from E-Arena. They are going blow for blow with the Freaks, getting kills all over the maps. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them on that timing. And now Gen G has to play defense again.
Orchid just has to sit and watch as the lead just gets bigger and bigger into 5th. 87 into 100 into 103. Gen G and the meat grinder right next to E-Arena. JDG in the center of the circle. Freaks managing to get a bit of a foothold. Now you just got to fight your way out. And Opan's leading the way.
Yeah, they're in trouble now. They lost a player to Orchid too. Boostic able to find one. And Opan's actually going to skirt through the blue to try to catch somebody off guard. Flame just hiding in the smoke, praying, throwing out prayer grenades to try to do some kind of damage, but he is in a world of trouble.
Orchid at least starts to get some vision on E-Arena, realizing where the firefight probably has been going on. See if they can rally, take down E-Arena, find some points of their own to make sure that that leaderboard doesn't get too desperate ahead of them. Flame just trying to survive. Can't even find anything. He's just still taking more and more shots to the chest and can't even find any way to get anything back.
He's got a chance to do some damage, but yeah, no hope there. Was getting lit up by Artix from Orchid as well when he was on the ground, and E-Arena needs to stabilize. They're outside of this next circle.
104 to 103. Orchid eyes on E-Arena right now. Salute actually the one that puts down Nurins. Everybody's starting to rally after E-Arena, and the troubles are continuing to mount.
This might be the end of it for E-Arena. With all those players down, that opens up the window here for Lurix to let loose with the frag. He only had 2. There's going to be a flush, and there's the finish.
Orchid back in the hunt, moving to 93. Eyes have to shift over now. Evan Pochon making the push onto the Freaks. Freaks been loud and proud going after E-Arena a moment ago, but that's not going to be enough. Freaks go down, and it's going to be FN finding more points.
Yeah, Rex gets involved big time here. Comes alive when FN needs him the most. Finds 3 kills in that fight. Breakers for another. Team Orchid still doing their damnedest to put damage down, and they have been very good at it here in this game. Only got
distance as well.
4 kills, but man, they have been just making everybody's life around them a nightmare.
JDG has a big opportunity, but Orchid wants to deny anything right now. Cold in the shack. Nade comes out. Orchid steps away from the nade. Doesn't want to run into it too desperately. Follow-up nade. It's going to be Boostic that gets knocked onto Cold. So open path for Orchid to the north. JDG's defensive line just doesn't have the way to handle with all these different variables that are approaching from too many different angles.
I like this though from FN. Get a player out there to harass Orchid. If you can get an extra player or 2 down, you're going to give yourself a really good chance to get the chicken dinner here. JDG crumbling, falling apart at the seams. Not much that they can really do here, but is Orchid going to read? There's a couple players right near them.
Spaceman.
It's surprising how difficult that place today is.
All of his players dying in front of him. He can't really get into the circle. Evan, Rex, high ground, so much vision onto Orchid. Orchid got into the circle, but they're going to have to deal with Breakers close range on one side. Spaceman now seeing if he can get into the circle, maybe get Suse back up.
Grenades are going to go just a bit too far. Artix again, so sneaky with this position, going to avoid any serious damage. Takes a headshot from God only knows where. I guess that must be JDG. Man, oh man. You're looking good here for FN. You've got 4. If you could do some more damage to Orchid,
actually
you're going to be in a very good spot. Smokes are going to dissipate here eventually for JDG, and they're going to be in trouble.
They actually moved all 3 players up onto Orchid, and now Order's streaking down the middle.
Angles.
With Twisted Minds out,
right up against the blue zone. Too many problems. Spaceman's going to get the knock on alert. Here comes Rex, playing aggressive, starting to drop nades pretty close to the wall. It's all going to be onto Arctix. He's got it defend on one side while the other members try to see if they can rally and stop JDG on their push. Arctix have to deal with Breakers right on the other side of this rock. Is he going to read the angle it's going to come from? Breakers just runs over the top, no fear. Just trying to see if he can spot out anybody on the other side. Does spot out Boostic, gets some damage. Boostic goes down. Arctix still holding the angle, but doesn't bite just yet. Finally steps around.
Man, Arctix could not be better with his timing. It doesn't matter though. Zenith was there to finish him off. JDG 1 player versus FN 3.
FN has control of the circle. JDG has to run in. Just 1 member up in Spaceman. No cover in front of him. This is going to be hard. Star-Lord to the south. Zenith in the middle and Rex on top.
I don't think there's much hope for Spaceman. I don't know, he doesn't have any smokes. He's got a bunch of stuns, but there's nobody that he can even use him against, really.
Too much damage
smoke coverage for Star-Lord. Zenith tries to make a wrap. Got to get prone there. Get behind that little hill.
Hopping out.
That's just a distraction, so Star-Lord can move forward along the smoke wall and get closer. Spaceman does get the knock onto Zenith. Is the cost going to be big enough? Spaceman takes a lot of damage now, just down to a 2v1. Throwables raining so close to Spaceman, but doesn't connect just yet. Couple of peaks, Star-Lord taking some damage. Spaceman trying to rally this together, but it's so hard. 2 different angles. Rex on top, now moving outside the safe zone just to get on top of him from a new angle. Spaceman has nowhere to go. He has to take down Rex just to get into the circle.
game.
FN can just hold. They've got the circle. They've got the advantage. Eventually, the blue is going to do the job. They want the point. He's on his last legs.
Even in these moments where
trying to juke through, but FN Ochan does take it in the end. Big game for them.
Our team that came through big on day one gets a much-needed win here, and it's been all Korea all day.
JDG made it in the later stages, found some points. That's big for them. Isn't going to give them enough, as you can see. They know so close, but so far.
The stress has to be mounting. I mean, they are a team that won the PCL in the last stage of the season, and now they are on the precipice of being eliminated here today. Only 3 more games to find a way out of that bottom spot.
Elim tallies adds to their points, and this top section of the table is
managing to out-survive the guys that are on top of them. Still has a bit of a jump just so that way they can try to be more comfortable, get into that top 5, try to get into the grand finals, get some more space. It's just so back and forth, and there's so many variables on this leaderboard. Top 5, bottom 3, everybody looking at last chance. This is just nuts.
Every fight matters. Every fight matters.
Everything just continues to come to a head over and over, and we still have 3 more to go.
I have this weapon out. I'm going to switch it. Like I said, I don't want anyone to think that I'm BMing him, because I think he used the only player in the entirety of PUBG Mobile that finds a massive amount of value from that weapon. I don't think anyone else can, but it's not always optimal.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff for the PEL representatives. Wavebolt, they have a good time closing down that game. We're going to have a good time with the desk.
We started the day, and Korea has been fighting as FN Pochan comes out with a big victory. Maybe it's because D plus Kia, the defending PGMC champions, are here watching, and their countrymen are fired up because 3 games played, 3 Korean winners.
Yeah. Huge step up here for them,
game was an esports PUBG Mobile symphony, and Weibo were the conductors. Are you kidding me? They controlled this lobby so immaculately, Maxman. That is how you do it.
Oh, the puppeteers of this game, everyone playing in the palm of their hand. The execution was beautiful from start to finish, and especially it was respectful. It's not just Niptro that were going in and just blasting everyone with their guns. No, like the strategy behind every move they made this game was just a 10 out of 10 from start to finish. And in particular, they had this big fight on the southern edge to split. I was like, oh, that's a bit much, but they're so respectful. They don't suffer any casualties in those engagements, and then they just easily control the terrain, take it home, and it's so good in fact. The Soot takes 0 damage this entire match.
JDG survives as long as they possibly can.
He is him. He is so him. I love how they played this, and you were talking about them being really respectful, right? It's like they know exactly how much they need to do to pressure other teams with minimal fallback on themselves, right? They don't go all in. They know that just letting people know that they're there right over that ridge, like we could come over at any time, but we're not going to, but just in case we could, right? It brings that unsettling feeling to the rest of the players. I will say, Influence Rage played that beautifully. Like they were trying to cut off Weibo, they were trying to cut them off, they were trying to do different things, they were very, very careful. It was just a battle of the biggest brains, to be honest, in my view, right? You just had these 2 teams trying different things all the time. It was really great.
On the opposite side of that,
look at that. 3 eliminations from every single player. I'll tell you what, if you guys are basketball fans, they played this one like the 2014 San Antonio Spurs. The fundamentals were just so good. It's like they were in every single team's heads. They're like, all right, you're going to go here. We're just going to roll up on this hill, throw a couple of nades here and there. And they just forced everybody to just play their game. And they clutched up a beautiful chicken dinner here. I mean, that is how esports PUBG Mobile is played to perfection.
I'm sure you're going to have some people in the comments after this game saying, oh, like, it wasn't that impactful of a game. It wasn't that wow. But it doesn't have to be. Sometimes being calm, cool, and collected is all you need to get a win. And in this case, Weibo showed exactly how it was done in this specific area next to Alamo on this random match in particular. Though we've seen some of the replays, Museum fight, Arcred, in my opinion, a little rough send over there, kind of sending it one by one every once in a while. Not the best play, and Flash easily able to abuse that in their favor.
All right, let's talk overall leaderboard. As a reminder for you at home, if you are in gold, you advance straight to the grand finals of
It's really tough. That whole dip is actually really interesting, right? Because it was really busy this entire game. That one dip, everybody wanted it. And you had Zeebo fending off like 3 different teams. You had Nurzit at the end trying to do something there, but it just wasn't happening. So yeah, that dip was a really surprising little piece of land that everybody wanted as we look over to the top 4 team rotations. And we do see Influence Rage again in this top 2 spot. They keep on doing it, and they had the longest rotation, to be honest. So big old northern rotation coming in from them. Love to see that wraparound, but they were one of the teams, both them and E-Arena, had big old splits on the north side. I think as we get into the next phase here, yeah, you can see that, right? Big old rotation coming around, lots of splits come in, and that regroup comes on through, but very different story for Flash and Weibo, right? Just very holding on to those compounds, just chilling until they need to.
I mean, I want you to look at Weibo right now in particular. Flash, next circle, forcing them away. E-Arena currently fighting to the western side. Flash, big southern-western rotation. And look, the 2-2 split, third party, and they don't overpeak it. This is really what I want to highlight about this push.
We're halfway through the final day of play.
But they just don't show their character models. They just stay in a really safe spot. They start nading over the ridge. Easily get third party, get a few eliminations while taking very minimal risk options.
We get ready to go to our fourth map of the day. There's no more chances for mistakes.
I know I said perfect luck, but that was literally a perfect way to execute that game.
What it takes
yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, these guys knew exactly what to do with this game.
It is very exciting, and it is time for us to send it over to our casters.
Also, I mean, you gotta give a big shout out to Influence Rage, right? I mean, top 2 finishes for the first 3 matches today, guys.
Let's
I mean,
get ready to
what
run,
more can you ask for? And you get EA still extending themselves into like a we're getting everything matches. We got 3 more left to go.
This
but
is
I
one
mean,
of those
we got some
situations.
standout teams here, Max.
We have so many things that are variables moving around.
Sure. I mean, Influence Rage playing Heaven, and we know
that
when you have a circle finish around here, guess what? Heaven is the best location to play, unless you're Sook. And in that case, any location is really good to play because he has the explosive bow.
There is so much on the line.
And I'm going to blame Blank for that.
It's just
he made himself
so exciting here. We're only in the group stage, man, and these games are crazy intense.
That's what I'm going to say.
I love as well Sook's positioning, right? Because he played anchor for his team. It's one of my favorite splits to play or to see other teams play.
And that's how you have to play this game. I think that's what I hope a lot of these teams are learning from watching this or from playing this is that it doesn't matter if it's Twisted Minds, doesn't matter if it's the Expendables. When you need to make the right play, when you need to make that aggressive play, you got to take your opportunities and you got to capitalize.
Not by much, sure, but they put themselves into that conversation.
It's that time.
Heather in 5th position before this one now, jumping up into the top 3 position. 35 points for them. Really happy to see it. E-Arena, Influence Rage still going to be holding on to that first and second place respectively, so they're going to be happy about that one. The bottom of the leaderboard.
Here, let's also always talk about when we see the circle,
arrows here, unfortunately for them, it seems like they are looking not building any kind of momentum so far. So there's still a lot of time, of course. It's only 3 games in, but when you have 3 days worth of action, you don't want to stay down there for too long.
That's for sure. Well, let's take it on over to a quick break, guys. We'll be right back in just a minute.
Yeah, for sure. It just
which is an open circle.
It is. It is very. It all just kind of depends, but yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a bit inside of this circle that is where circles can end up. So we're not too sure how it's going to look just yet. I wouldn't be too surprised if you see a lot of teams lean pretty central, pretty near where Al-Qadsia is, because like you said, if it ends in that vicinity, there's not much to work with. So the sooner you can get there, like, the better. Just lock something down and cross your fingers.
Look, that center area moving up to the northeast is just a bloodbath if we get the circle that goes up there. There's a couple of contained areas that teams can play from, most notably T1's compound position that they're playing with Glen. There's some strength to be had over there. Over into the west, specifically the northwest of the circle, there's a hillside that's pretty strong, leading into a couple of shacks, compounds, kind of footpaths for people to work with. It just is very wide out and contained of arenas. So big visual firefights, lots of cars, but we could still see it go hard west, maybe go Hongtoon. We could see this just go south and just force an option. Who cares where that river's going?
There are times where the circle does end by Long Ho. I don't think it's going to be in this one. Usually it has to be a little more shifted down earlier.
You've always talked about how much you like Long Ho.
I do, but We have Xiaobei. We want to hear what the 17 Gaming veteran has to say.
最近我们状态也不是很好，然后圈型也不是很好。我觉得我们会有机会的，只在等一个机会。然后这次肯定也奔着前5打了。然后后3，我觉得我们不会掉下去的，因为我们每次 PGC 都进了，所以说我们对我们很有信心。小组赛的第3天，我并不会觉得我们会被淘汰。 我们会奔着前5去打，就算没进前5，后3也是不可能的。大伙相信我们吧，好在组里面能打进的。
Totally manifesting, not bottom 3 different times inside that interview. Hey, maybe top 5 for us, but definitely not bottom 3.
Hey,
definitely not bottom 3. Yeah. Definitely not bottom 3.
It certainly won't happen. We won't get bottom 3, but yeah, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I think the team is just too solid. Like he said, they've made every PGC, so like they're 2-time PGS winners. You have to have the confidence that a team of their pedigree can make a run if they need to, and now they kind of do. I mean, again, one good game from them, just a 10-point, 12-point game. Doesn't even need to be a chicken dinner. Totally fine. They will be situated nicely.
I have to admit, Al-Qadsia, your commitment to strategy is strong. You are in 13th right now with Jim-G 3 points behind you. You get center control of a circle early, go wherever you want. What do? 2-2 split, man. They love this information gathering style, and they aren't going to rest on surrendering control. The Expendables Delwyn, though, trying to ruin the chances for JDG.
Well, they respond in kind. They're going to crash this. Suze's driving right at him.
I mean, you got to get whatever you can get right now. Somebody shot at you, so what can you do in this firefight? Delwyn's got the nade prepped. Lots of damage he takes. Just juking around. Are the rest of the Expendables coming? Oh yeah, Duck Juice. He wants a piece of this one. Can he get to the angles fast enough to deny? Glory's on the other side. Spaceman's gonna take the shot. Does get the knock on a Duck Juice.
Oh, they just weren't ready for that position. They need a little bit of help, but at least you got the first aid off for Delwyn. He springs to life. The grenade from Glory's gonna be right there on top of Spaceman.
JDG's playing for their lives right now. Can they rally when they need to? Tanfu runs in, ruining the dreams of JDG where they stand. Last one up. This is a 1v1, December 12th on one side, and it's going to be Tanfu on the other. Reads it incorrectly. Does he even know where the reposition comes from? Doesn't matter. Tanfu finishes it.
Good God, he is so clean. That was an immediate pivot to December the 12th's head. He was throwing the stun on the other side, didn't think he would re-peek over to that angle, and he just flicks right over. That was ridiculous, but they're in trouble. It's a glider from Thunders.
Tanfu, the killer, in trouble right now. See if he rallies at all. Got to be careful. Thunders can't really lean on this too long, but it's going to be the rest of Sharper coming in back behind. Actually, the Freaks are getting pretty close to this as well.
But he got the flush on the Duck Juice, so that's a hell of an effort from that glider. And now he's taking some fire, so has to turn belly up, try to protect himself a little bit. Should be okay there to fly. No big issue for him. And it's the rest of Sharper making their moves in the general vicinity.
Quick shout out
back to the halfway mark.
I appreciate the fact that they tried to make a hero play for themselves.
It almost worked.
When you make the hero play and it's up against the Expendables, it's just going to be that much harder. It took him down into a 1v1.
Pressure of playing at the biggest event of the year.
And unfortunately for them, Tanfu is... Keep saying it, I think the best player in the world right now.
Even thi đấu tại giải PUBG, tức là sự kiện lớn nhất trong năm đúng không nào? Vậy thì không biết là các bạn xử lý cái áp lực thi đấu như thế nào?
Oh, the dude's just...
Đây cũng là lần đầu tiên mà team của mình tham gia BMC, cho nên là tụi mình giải tỏa những cái áp lực đó bằng cách là không đặt thành tích nó quá cao, mình sẽ chinh chiến hết mình.
Yes, this is our first time playing at PMGC, and we try to release our stress by not putting so much pressure on the achievement we need to get. We just have to play at our best.
Plus,
well,
they have a flare gun,
they
so I think they're
started
going
off
to get a
quite
BRDM.
well in regards to eliminations. You guys are after 3 matches, you're averaging about 7 eliminations, but you haven't been able to place in the top 3.
There's a res station there.
What is
they can wait
stopping
for
the team
Circle
from
2.
just getting a top 3 finish after 3
Oh,
games?
there is that one, yeah.
Thì sau 3 trận đấu đầu tiên của ngày thi đấu hôm nay thì các bạn có những cái điểm hạ gục khá là tốt, trung bình là 5 điểm mỗi trận. Tuy nhiên là mình chưa vào được cái top 3. Vậy thì không biết là điều gì đã khiến các bạn dừng chân trước khi vào top 3 mỗi trận như vậy?
Mình nghĩ đó chính là điều của mình thiếu kinh nghiệm, cho nên là sẽ không làm lại những người mà họ có kinh nghiệm hơn, cho nên là mình chỉ dừng chân ở top ngoài thôi.
I think the reason is because we lack experience. That's why we couldn't compete against more experienced or more veteran players, and that's why we stopped before getting into the top 3.
No matter how you slice it, but
okay,
if you
well, I
get that
appreciate
BRDM,
the honesty out of that one. And talking about experience,
creative
you
team on the planet,
don't
so
really have to have any rivalries at this stage. But is there any of these teams that maybe is making your day a little bit more difficult after 3 games?
Vậy thì trong cái khuôn khổ thi đấu ngày hôm nay, không biết là có đội nào khiến cho các bạn cảm thấy là mình gặp nhiều khó khăn hơn trong quá trình thi đấu hay không?
Chắc là chỉ có 3 trận thi đấu vừa qua nó cũng là ngắn, cho nên là đội mình chưa tìm ra được những đối thủ nào mà làm khó khăn cho đội mình cả.
Probably the first 3 matches are not long enough for us to notice any rivals that cause difficulties for us.
It'll be
okay, well, hey, that's fair.
So that's where they
it is just 3
find
games,
themselves
and you are
mostly.
currently building up that
again, there are some options here for some hardships.
I can't wait to see if you guys are going to continue with this kind of performance, because the next 3 matches are coming your way.
Right by T1.
You can see the tail end of the 3 marker that they've got with this is like a shack. That's pretty much the center of the circle. If they can get past all of this, it'll be pretty good.
Oh my God.
But another very hard southern shift.
Oh my God. It's happening.
We are going there, and I'm going to have to just mind my P's and Q's.
Well, that's how you get it done against the top teams in the lobby.
Because this is going to be one of these weird circles, potentially. So likely this is going to end northeast along home, in case anybody's curious.
Device as well with the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage. You know, Nectar, I love to hear that, right? Because, you know, this is Flash's first PMGC performance, and in my opinion, they're doing great so far.
Yeah, I love what they're doing so far.
Yeah, you need
it was
to.
really
so
shocking
this is
for me to hear
very
that this
likely
is their
to end
first
somewhere near the river,
I mean, yes,
actually,
because
there's a space in
more
between
experienced teams do
that
far
mountain over
worse
there
so
to where the
far
river
in
goes.
these
That a lot of these circles are going to want to go to. Could end pretty far north to it. Could hard shift up there. That's still a possibility.
Make sure that we
just have to
play
wait
our
and
best
see.
game,
But
and I love that
we're going to be
because
really
that
close
is
to
the
a
temptation.
very,
If you're a new
very
team,
fun
you go
circle.
straight into we have to win it all, and it's like you really don't. Just chill, just relax. It'll go far better for you. So I love that mentality coming in from them.
I was a big fan of how Team Flash played Museum this previous game, right? Because there was a very clear mistake being made by Arcred where they sent in solos in really weird positions, but no, they just stopped regrouping, fully prepared for the fight, and it was a really good setup and defense for them in Museum, so GG's to them, and hopefully Team Flash can keep that going moving forward.
Yeah, hopefully they can. They got 3 more matches left to go. 1 more Air Gale, 2 more Miramars coming up. And Miramar's going to definitely mix things up for sure. So I'm interested to see how some of these teams... Honestly, I'm going to go 8th place on down here.
Got a lot of options, just going after whatever they can, and that's going to be Orchid's position.
Teams have quite consistent
good as long as they can hold it long
enough. A whole lot of tournament left to go here, but I mean,
Human on two members
match, there's so many
but that Panzer hit in front of Earth, and he's able to back off just enough.
I think they really need to pull
They're getting tagged up. Thunders, as a player out there, had an opportunity, couldn't get the headshot.
Just as a point of reference, by the way, if we're looking back at Group
17 landing right on top of Orchid, 4 Angry Men both. This has just gone completely wild. Orchid in so much trouble. They're in 6th place right now, 99 points. They need to mop this up quick. Just 2 members up, 17. Makes their crash landing on the hunt to avoid going down in that bottom 3. Sing a baby. They can keep eyes on the top 5 that they want so bad, but boosting wants to ruin it all.
He's the last player alive, and he's got an AK, a phenomenal gun to have in this spot. 17 doing some damage, but they're taking some in return. Longs is going to flush Xiaowu real quick. Longs trying to get the hell out of there. Smokes are here to protect him, but the grenade from Boostic gets him.
Boostic just won't go down. Everybody getting involved in this firefight. Back over to the other side, we can still see the Sharper and where we can see the Freaks on the other side trying to go for a res, while we also have Furia still eyeing this position, seeing if maybe they can keep anything that's going to go on in the firefight.
Slightly better on, you're going to get a whole bunch of points, and that's going to jump you far up the leaderboard. So it's almost a blessing that the same three teams keep doing
a shotgun here for Human. Doesn't connect at all. Able to do the follow-up though. 9 HP left on that.
Curse, right? Because it'll take the stress off of you from not going to the finals, right? At least, you know, you could try to go for that last chance, but
new circle pops, and it goes exactly where you were talking about just one moment ago. Pick between two. Sharper now down, but the Freaks still have to be cautious because guess what? Here comes Furia from up above.
Oh man, Kraken laying it down there. Even Kalazine and Posa all combining
in a 3-day
tournament versus 5, 5, 6 DMRs. To sit some Freaks players down. 7-7, 1v1 here against Boostic. Man, that AK so scary.
Yes.
Boostic, very little fear, just continuing to go for the shots boldly into the face of 7-7. 7-7 just having to surrender point after point after the aggressive play coming from Boostic.
Still in the tournament, right? It's only the bottom 5 going.
He knows he's got
so
the
not only are we losing one place to the finals in the last chance, we're also losing that 4th to 11 buffer zone
where 7-7 went to hide to try to
pressure these teams are feeling to just get to top 11
they have eyes on this
infinitely worse.
We also have DL
to get to last chance because there's just not that buffer there. It's do or die. It's top 2 or nothing.
Kind of in a
just to add something on top of that, the more games you have, the more consistent, the harder it is to be consistent, especially on the global scale, right? So those
just runs in with Shoddy, but 7-7 Shoddy comes up faster.
They can fumble. They can have one bad day,
Orchid is eliminated at 102 to E-Arena's 103.
Jump back up there and compete.
It is just neck and neck there around that 5th position.
Yeah,
man, if Boostic had won
that. It's still really tough. We said it many times. One bad day is what we can really have. More than that.
Very different scenario here. Twisted back in the water. Didn't learn their lesson the first time.
Because otherwise, you know how close it is towards the middle of the pack here.
It's going to work this time.
You might have a really hard time making sure you at least can remain in this year's PMGC.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I'm one of these squads, I'm trying to avoid last chance.
I mean, with
light
at the end of the tunnel
at this point.
Yes.
Let's just pretend. let's pretend we're right here.
Where are you gonna land?
Right, let's pretend this is last chance. Okay.
Anywhere.
You got EA, who have the craziest rondo of all tournament.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Someone you're
like that point lead in that one game.
That's about actually one of your hopes there.
That could be one spot just like that, and then you got influence rage. You know, finishing at the top for the first 3 matches, they already have 43 points.
Still trying to get underneath that.
You know, so if this was just today and tomorrow. It could be done and dusted just like that, especially if these two teams keep to performing.
So vehicle's going to take some damage here.
It's an insane storyline to think that the tournament could be over in one game, right? If EA or a similar team do the exact same performance on Rondo, first day of last chance, get all those points, it's like, oh, there's just one position now. And then Influence Rage, they come in very, very consistent. Oh, that's done. We're done now, guys. Everybody go home. Because it's been done in the first 3 games. I mean, any sort of repeat of today going into last chance is going to be so destructive for the rest of the teams because that confidence just gets shot completely.
I mean, I have to assume Twisted knows somewhat that FN is here because they were looking at him from across the way.
Yeah, 2 days sounds like a lot, but when you look at 12 games, it's really not.
Anybody from coming up from behind them.
Oh, yeah,
2 squads that
I was saying, imagine being Virtus Pro in last chance right now.
Already inside.
You know what I'm saying?
DK is going to be the one.
These past 3 games, oh my gosh, they just cannot catch a break. And even with such a storied squad by VP, right? You get unlucky 3 games,
Rex in time.
And
Rex
that could
might
be
see him first. Rex did.
It could be. It's really weird too, and we said it a little bit earlier today.
Doesn't want to give it away that he knows the Petulans has got close.
This doesn't feel like a lobby that they just naturally will perform well into because it's a way more passive lobby.
Yep, he's gonna
I think if they were in group green Niptra, it would be a lot more
literally
like, okay, everyone's talking about
it's a way more
aggro-focused lobby.
The other 2 members, I guess, maybe go to the compound just to the north. Petulans finally goes down.
To how
that was only matter of
is
time.
responding to
Zenith
circles
on the
and
other side
situations
of
in
it.
these maps.
Perfectic's down.
So Virtus Pro, they've got to adapt quickly, because if they don't, I
Blue
think that they might be unfortunate in the bottom
provide
5, which
some
I
kind of
never thought
cover,
I would ever say, but right now it's
really
just
much
not
you
looking
can do
great.
here. Oh my God!
I think you bring up a
Clean
really,
from
really good
FN.
point. Is
That
that
just
if they had
made
been
it
in
look
Group Green,
easy.
they would have done far better
Information
than
was just
at
so
least for
strong
now
coming
they're
in from
doing,
FN.
right? And I think it's because
this does put them a little bit
Group
behind getting into the circle, though.
is
Blue's still alive, but
hyper
twisted.
focused
But
on
FN,
every angle, right?
Not
They
as big as the
are
issues that
looking
7-7
because they're not focused on that
got a shotgun
aggressive
and a dream,
play of
the dream
on
ends.
those fights.
That's Furia.
That really what we're seeing here
Making
is
it work,
every team
getting some
just
big
making
points
sure their
there on
position
the
is
edge.
locked
Yep,
down, whereas
you're
Group Green are
chilling,
so
and
aggressive, so
that is not a
ready to
great
push
place
and
to
ready
be,
to
that's
fight
for
that
sure.
I think
Just
Virtus Pro
looking
were
up
able
that
to just
hillside.
sneak
Please
in
don't
between
be-
enemy lines and get a really, really good
The other
position,
two
and
players
that's
dropped
what
on the other side of
fueled
the
their
river.
unpredictability.
they're
Where
actually getting
here, they're just not
that's
being
true.
given that
I
opening
don't know
to actually
how
make
much
some
they're going to be able to
surprising
get,
plays.
but
DK,
And you know what that gets me hyped for, Neptune Hodges, is the last chance stage. Like, it's two lobbies which clearly play drastically different in their approach to the game senses. And you get to go into last chance where every team is so desperate, and one lobby that was clearly more frag-oriented and one that's more macro-oriented and getting in positions a little bit
some pretty
ahead
decent
of
cover
the squads.
for
The last
Gen G
chance,
to
generally,
utilize.
it's getting
Tosi,
me
a
so excited
2x
with how
bolt.
different some of these
Give
teams
the man
and
at
groups
least
are
a
currently
3.
playing. So last chance, man, it's going to be
Little
intense.
tricky to
And also
utilize
teams will
there.
have to adapt on a
He's
dime,
trying to
because
keep
otherwise,
DK pinned,
again,
but
you're not in top
yeah,
2 in
they're
that
just like,
stage.
okay,
You're
you've
going to
got
have
a
a bad
bolt, we've
time.
got
So
the
you want to be in
DMR,
top
so
3 right now,
we've
because
got
Objects
numbers on
otherwise,
you there, buddy.
I think that adaptation in the last chance is going to be so rough to execute that all the teams are just going to struggle to get even remotely close to the top of the rankings.
I think that's a great shout, man, because honestly, I guess to do a comparison, to me,
but
Group Green was like an arm wrestling match, right? The stronger guy just made it happen, you know? And then we're in Group Red, and it's like a chess match, like totally different, right? The way you see Weibo just calculated, making the perfect moves, teams being much more careful on their rotations, not moving until the perfect second.
You have no armor, you have no helmet.
So yeah, when you have both those two, different lobbies crash,
you're not wrong.
with 2 days
shoot them first before they shoot you.
It's going to be such a tough position, you know?
5 bandages.
So, I mean, we still have quite a few games left today. We got 3 left, and then 2 more days. And the great part of those 3 days, like I mentioned, what we're trying to really kind of emphasize on, is that it gives you a little bit more time, right? A little bit more time to afford those mistakes.
Trying to get close
My
to
question
Gen G, and they're not having any of it. I think
have Virtus Pro burn through all those mistakes in these first 3 games?
But he's still holding on.
We've already seen 2 games today where almost the entire squad got deleted in just like a second.
T1 get ahead of them. Furia still needs to get
I
in the
don't think
circle.
so. We already had this. I think you asked us this question a little bit earlier on
from the
Group
west,
Green, and
just
I'll
kind of
stay true to my word, which is you can afford one bad day.
This works.
One bad day, there's still enough
he hit the car.
potential for you to make that comeback with a total of 12 matches.
Shot. That was really well judged.
They're not that far off. They're like 40.
I mean,
2 points away from first place.
They had to move.
Yeah,
no,
good
they had to move to dodge it.
Close that gap quite significantly.
You're in some
so,
trouble.
no, I think there's still an opportunity for them to make that comeback. But the thing is, if you do want to be in top 3, one entire bad day, then maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe for top 3, it's almost out of the question. Unless we see again a big change
Again, they have a lot to work with in terms of cover, high ground.
Doesn't feel like they're
about
just
everything
well
they
suited
could
to deal
want.
with it.
Just don't want to give up any free knocks.
Yeah, they're really struggling to figure out
has an open
how
sight line
exactly
on one of
they
them,
need to play the
just
lobby, because
murders them
every
as they
other
roll down the
team-
hill.
Honestly, I think
GK
every
needs these
single other
points
team
bad.
knows how to play
FN
this
is
lobby. Every
eliminated,
other
and
team
GK
feels pretty well
finding
suited
big
to
points
this
when
kind of
it is
gameplay.
needed. Up
It's
to
just
60,
not
right back
really
behind Gen
happening
G
for
now.
them. So
that's
I agree.
massive
I
for
think
them, and if they can take a good fight against Gen G here and knock them down, all of a sudden they're caught up.
Let's go ahead and take it to a quick break, guys, and we'll be right back in
14th
just a
place
minute.
position that is oh so pivotal. Then you're only a couple away from Al-Qadsia, who has some work to do in this circle.
They've got to get in the circle. They know it, and it is scary. Furia on the hunt to get to the circle themselves. They're just going to have to run right next to E-Arena, who's not inside the zone yet. They roll right in, but the timing on it's going to be pretty bad. The Expendables are already inside of vehicles right in front of them. Jacob, though, cannot be stopped.
Al-Qadsia taking a bunch of damage, trying to scoot into this circle. They're getting lit up by a couple different teams. It's actually going to be Levante who finds the knock on a Cowboy there. That should be claimed. Actually, Heather steals it with the bolt, but they're getting lit up every angle. They have no safety in that rock.
People are just rolling right next to Cumin. And oh, it's going to be Dylan after After Posa, he has goals. He doesn't even care about the BRDM being down. It's just full turtle mode right now.
That is hilarious. I love the Expendables so much. Just drive at him with the BRDM, and then it flips. Oh well, we got the knock anyway.
We got where we wanted to go. We're center circle, guys. Everything's fine. I just need the rest of you guys to take care of E-Arena behind us.
All right, Namiga sitting in a nice compound, but yeah, Miria's like, we can at least be safe in it.
It's something, man. Okay, new circle goes a bit Gen G favor. That means the Expendables, E-Arena, Pearl, Human, Alcazia, and T1 all got to move.
Oh, good grenade there from Levante. Scoops up a point for Namiga. Gizera trying to repair the vehicle, I assume, there. And Alcazia, man, they are, I don't know what they can do. They have to try to crash Namiga or something, but then you got T1 right out there. No good options.
And with Gen G still having down those like couple of hills to work with, they're gonna out-survive them unless some miracle happens.
Yep.
DK just to the south of that, 60 points. They just have to fight up against the Expendables, get in the zone, and then have to maybe take a fight against Gen G. One of the two of those options. They are inside the circle, but it doesn't feel good. And oh, Quizzy gets the knock on the bean. Is that the go signal? They now know they are right next to Gen G.
Gen G's got to turn the hell around and get everybody on point to shut down this DK push. It's the most important thing, not only in this game, but in the entirety of this event for them right now. They can't get the res. Quizzy actually gets beat. He bleeds out.
Flame has eyes on T1, but has to turn back around. He can't stay focused in. T1 keeps getting closer and closer. Roth for Alcazia also very close to the zone, other side of Namiga, but that puts him pretty close to Human as well as the Arena.
DK making some moves. Arena wants the end. Human just chilling.
Oh, GK, they did go Gen G sided. This is the play. If they can take down Gen G, they will usurp them on the leaderboard. Issue is, Gen G, do you even know how big of a catastrophe is waiting for you on the other side of that rock?
They know at least that they're close-ish because of those gunshots that just came through. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to do anything about it? That grenade really heavily cooked.
Walker with the M249 opens up. He's got the gun that can ruin them right now. Gen G looking around. They can't really get too much vision though because the Expendables at range just keep funneling them back down the hill.
T1 shows up right next to Flame. They're trying to figure out where he went. He had to hide to heal. Type kind of suspects that he might have dropped down behind this rock, but he's got a tucked in position. Going to be tough to find him.
Just Tosi lined up against the other guys from PK right now. He's in a ton of trouble. Just these two members taking on squads all by themselves. Heather takes down Flame. Big problems for Gen G as now GK has the capabilities to stab them. Alcazia goes out. That is big. 66 points, 65, 63. Tosi peaks. He needs to finish them off, but there's just so many people over there.
He just can't quite get the head to reveal itself enough to find the shots. He is so weak, he needs to find somewhere to go. Wow, he dodges a barrage as the Expendables are going to handily deal with E-Arena. Over on the other side, keeps the freaks at 4.
Expendables eyes on Namiga, but it's all on to GK. They look over into the Expendables right now. They want more points. Tosi's in trouble, taking more damage. He has nowhere to go. Luckily, the Expendables are caught up. Look at what's going on with Namiga, but T1 runs right up on top of him. Heather hits the shot onto Tosi, and Gen G is down.
That is heartbreaking for Gen G. They do take over that 13th spot. They're ahead of Alcazia on the cut. He removed from PGC. Now DK wants to continue their climb. They've still got 4 players up. It's going to be T1. That's the closest. Everybody else fighting on that other side.
All right, let's keep things rolling.
Look, Furia knows.
Be heading
Furia knows.
To the next match.
I mean, he's got the M249 to pop out with.
Nice and quickly. Apologies for the slight
that's
delay,
the only cover that he has to work with. He's got Namiga and the Expendables next to him. What do you want from him?
He's just hoping that people forget that you can do that. He's just like, you guys fight around me and I'll pull an Arctic here.
I mean, the desk was talking
65,
about
7 kills. T1 pretty vulnerable right next to you, but they have to pull away from the angle. They see the Expendables make the cross, see if maybe they can take down the Expendables before they roam over, but that's That's going to give T1 time for a res.
I think that
T1 there.
There is like
finds a decent grenade to do enough damage to open up that res. Heather needs to hit a banger here. Those are a little bit low.
I think that at this stage of the game,
bolt to
and this stage of the year as
now
well,
he's
it's
getting
like you'd
pressured
expect
by the
every single
DMRs
team
of
to
GK.
know exactly
Tough
what
spot
they're
to be
doing
in.
here.
They got to win this fight. They got to win it fast.
At the same time,
Heather
I am just
range,
so
provide defense.
curious.
Raining spots out. Beautiful angle on PWD. That's bad for GK
like
off the start. Lots of damage coming out. Diffex at least managed to get a knock in return, but he is the last one up.
What a reposition there from Heather. Type trying to stick the first aid. They're coming right around the corner. He's done. He's dusted.
Finds another point. Every single one matters. Jumps up into 13th. Big plays coming up. Namiga on the other side, though. They're trying to get control of the circle.
There's only one player up for each team right now. There's 3 down for GK. If they could somehow get these reses. Here comes Gizera.
This is the moment. Big spray goes down. Hello, my bad. Holds it in the end. It's all on Heather. He has to run after GK. He gets spotted. Diffex, he's going to go down, but at least managed to get the res on Spyro, who's trying to get his meds back up. Gets on top of the rock. Diffex feeding information. Spyro peeks down, takes him down.
That's huge. GK now up to 70 points, up to 13th place. They've climbed out of the basement, and they're looking to get the chicken dinner.
They ain't done yet. Namiga on the other side gets the res. It is tons of GK members all just crawling in, trying to get their reses up. They want the numbers advantage in this firefight, but they are walking in blind to a circle.
There's literally no utility that I can see. Okay, a couple frags here for Hello My Bad. Our graphic up at the top does not. It's just too flustered from the chaos. So a few frags there. Oh, the level 3. Yes, an AWM too.
The majority of that split is on that western side from Primos all the way up to even like a Zaki split.
But they are inside of shooting range. They did hear the car.
So I think that this is harder in general because the area of the map where you usually have the most amount of players being able to move across is on that western side
right now, and at the time that they needed it at all times, GK just surging up the leaderboard.
Just hanging on by a thread. Some big plays from everybody on that team to keep themselves in this. They're in a tricky spot though. Do have a little bit of the circle for themselves still, so they can be slow, they can be methodical, and that's what they're doing. They're throwing out all the util that they have in terms of those emergency covers to make sure that they're going to be as safe as possible.
To shove out your way and take a central position.
With Gedrox behind them, Hello My Bad just has to stay alive.
It's a lot tougher of an opponent
around,
than maybe they're
being
used
a distraction, forcing GK to look. GK, remember, they heard the car a moment ago. They know that somebody is very, very close to them.
We'll see where they're going to be able to earn their
he's
points
got to move
this time around.
I was looking going to be closing on him relatively soon, so that angled position that he was going to have
Rage were dropping down in that
going to
area.
not be there anymore. He did at least get the crate, get that level 3
split. Again,
helmet and
that one going.
vest.
Other than the Elam we just saw
Hello My Bad is out there. If I'd have just seen him, Hello My Bad
seems like
just
everybody
moving around
else
looking for some opportunities.
Out of danger for the time
no damage, but some shots.
Nice and split from one another. Arena finally dropping down. Doesn't look like they've got too many vehicles.
That's it up the hill. Gedrox trying to ruin this instant flush. Tries to see if he can open up some angles. Hello My Bad on the other side. Gets a knock. Back down into a 2v2 PWD. Throws something after Gedrox. But can we see GK fight their way out? They have at least got out of the funnel.
This is such a tough position to be in. There's a tremendous crossfire here. Just a great push and pull from Hello My Bad and Gedrox. The grenade is there. It's close to Quizzy. The blue zone's right on top of him.
What needs to be done
just being thrown down on Quizzy.
Central.
Good read. Steps away from that PWD. They know that they need to take down Gedrox. That is the danger close threat. Other side of the rock. See if they can get a flash to connect, but you can see no smokes available really to work with on that angle. Hello My Bad has vision for days to defend Gedrox. Gedrox just has to wait, be able to backstab, but GK wants to make this climb so badly. Hello My Bad just throwing anything he's got into the smoke.
Confidence inside this lobby at the moment.
We need that smoke to go. He's going in.
He runs in.
Maybe.
I love this. Take control over the firefight. Deny them out. Gatekeep them as hard as you can.
We need Hello My Bad to hit some good shots on the cover. Smoke's not going to last too much longer. Out in the open though, that's a 1.
Some familiar faces, some not so.
He's got to make it. Gets it back to a 1v1, using the shield for cover. But as for the peaks, in the end, it is going to be Namiga that takes it.
A fantastic 2v4 to take the chicken dinner on Rondo. EMEA versus EMEA. And there you go. Flex those muscles. What a play.
Namiga, massive plays. I love the sit across, the cutoff, set up a crossfire, but GK, big game for them when they needed it.
Huge. Huge that they win that 4v3 against T1. T1 almost stole that round away from them.
And I think that we saw Alkid moved into our bottom 3.
We did.
For the circle.
You're right.
This is just not stopping today.
Nail biter.
This is wild. I am loving every single second of it, but the stress continues to mount for all of our players.
They're playing towards Severny.
I mean, I'm loving this format. Just absolutely loving it. The games that we're getting here today are just so spectacular.
Especially the one-off towards the western side of Stourborough as well, John. The circle does move towards the northeast. You are going to see teams
go on to grand finals. Bottom 3 go home. Everybody else, last chance. Arengel to decide it all.
But Order's pretty okay in that spot as well, because he can play the ridge line. Then you also have the 33Z trying to pick up a positioning shooting range. Wow, okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's very, very big right now on the split. And maybe they'll look to regroup. I could see some vehicles being hopped into from the east flank, but I'm not holding my breath. Alliance, they blasted out on the swamp side. They're on 29 points now, Blank, in 4th place. Moving 2 and 2 right now. So they have got their... This is their
gigantic win for Namiga, a team that had no expectations but is now battling for the top 5 and possibly an automatic bid through to the grand finals of PGC 2025. Prior to this event, the only true international experience on this team is a 24th place finish at EWC for Levante. Everyone else here for the first time at this level, and here they are putting it in when it matters the most.
And potentially putting themselves
a little bit split off the mark, just searching for position in the circle.
Big time. A little bit more central, but again, especially now the wildcard games are alright. You can focus on your true and tested angle. And for this one here, they're not supposed to.
No, they were not.
They were in a 2 versus 1, and unfortunate timing. Well, kind of worse timing couldn't have been for both Diffix and Spyro. They pushed 1-5-1. Gedrox had the upper angle advantage with the terrain as well, and they took that 2 versus 4 home. What a fantastic game. I'll say this though, GK also with the amount of kills they were able to take both T1 down. They got 16 points in this one here, that's huge. But look at this, this is what I'm talking about. Spyro getting the push first, then Hello My Bad is able to help on Diffix too. So, and then that headshot right there with Hello My Bad getting a 1K clopper here at PGC 2025. For them to put themselves even closer to the top 5 and a direct bid into the grand finals.
Big moves for Namiga, huge game, but again, this also felt like when GK got back up to 4 there, this should have been their game, and if nothing, it shows a symptom of what we've been seeing coming from them this entire event. When they get to that moment where the communication and the perfection is necessary, they're executing as a single-person team, or they're making these sort of rush mistakes, and it's just not working out for them. So they get knocked down the 2v2, and it ends up being a very fun endgame. But another difficult, challenging match for a lot of our teams out there. Heartbreaking for me to see QAD go out in a rough spot again, and because of this climb by GK, possibly out of the bottom 3, this puts QAD in a really dangerous situation.
It does. I mean, they're going to be out of the bottom 3 right now, GK with that. And it's going to be even closer. It's going to be close to 4AM as well. 4AM needs to step up. Alkid is going to need to step up here, and Namiga now celebrating. And that's what I love about this format here. When we're talking with the players, walking next to them, you can see smiles, laughs, and the potential hope of a top 5 placement. And then the nerves. The excitement of potentially getting out of that bottom 3 here. 2 tournaments running side by side with potentially here. And with the 22 points for Namiga, that puts them ever closer and ever deeper into the triple digits total points.
They'd be very, very excited about that. Again, it's one of those things when you come in as a team that's sort of, I think, written off by a lot of people and unexpected to do so well, to have this appearance in the very first group stage is huge.
Did he just fly and save him with the vehicle?
This was 2 more points for kills and 4 more points for places. 6 points that DK lost out on. So let's remember that at the end of the day, if those 6 points difference for clutch in a 4 versus 2 situation where they should have won it, sure, they didn't have the train advance, but we got to remember those 6 points when we're done with the day.
Also, Expendables walking away with 14 points. Calm down, guys. You've qualified. You don't have to keep doing this to the lobby as they extend their lead to a good 155. Now let's take a look at the bubbles, though, because that's what matters most. E-Arena, DN Freaks at 105, 110. Orchid and now Namiga at 1-0-2. So 2 teams, both bargain at E-Arena, looking to get that takeover.
All right, question here for you, Steve.
There's been a fair few games
110, E-Arena 1-5, Orchid and Namiga 1-2-1.
Teams, and I
are we talking, is it 4 teams, or are we still counting FN Pocheon and Furia in as well? They're in it's 4
Okay, so I'll answer your question. Furia, no. FN Pocheon, yes. Here's why. Furia is a consistent team that gets average numbers per game. I don't think they hit that big one. If FN Pocheon catches a good circle grouping and Rex is feeling good, they could have a massive pop-off here on a Wrangle and make that push-up. The bottom is my big worry right now. Gen G at 66, Alcacy at 66. JDG, I'm sorry, you're pretty much done unless something crazy happens. 4 Angry Men at 71 and Geek now at 72. Those points you brought up, that 6-point swing for Geek is still a very scary moment as we get ready to head to a Wrangle. And what worries me more is of those 4 teams, it's hunting season. If anybody else does not want them in the Grand Finals lobby, i.e. possibly 4 a.m., look for TAM to T1 to cause some trouble for them in that Yasnaya drop, and others could be at risk as well.
With 2 bad games for anyone on this 76 points or below, you could be caught. You just saw GK have a massive game. You just saw Gen G have a pretty good day. You just saw T1 have a fantastic day here. So yes, I mean, if you're 76 and below, you gotta step up. You gotta have your averages, or you gotta salvage your bad games, or you gotta go out and win one.
You gotta go out and make it happen. When we come back in a few minutes, it's time for the grassy pastures of the last 2 games of the day. 5 go to the Grand Finals, 3 go home. So don't go anywhere. This is PUBG.
And the rest of them too. This is a pretty important compound as well, given the state of the circle.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Diact 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Alliance are going to wade into this fight as well. Could be another third party coming through. Virtus Pro stepping out, flexing out from their building, and actually doing a lot of work in the chaos of that third party engagement.
Troop has made their way onto this. They have taken a knock, but so far are controlling quite well. Malway has been pretty crazy with the front of action so far. For Weibo though, overall, just insane game from them so far on the rotational aspect. They get a real classy compound to themselves in the center of the circle, and they play this one out fantastically. Good name from Hydro over towards Milky Way. Troopers should be able to clean out this fight now.
They didn't commit to it. They committed to this third party. For Alliance, at least they're all the way past. They want to get into the zone, and maybe that would be the better choice in the long run. But for now, True Rippers riding high and able to take down 3 points off of that engagement. They'll be happy to be able to earn those. They're up into 8 points now. But as I said before,
and at long last, I got the one I'd been waiting for.
Have the inside track, diverting, completely avoiding that third party situation.
With steady hands,
get ahead of it. That's the main thing.
Crafted amazing furniture in no time.
Passing through that area is not easy. Finally, we're shooting hovercrafts.
Down the wide, open road.
It's taken a while to get there.
I raced faster than everyone else.
Over in CSA, as well as EU, and everyone really knows like the solution to it, which is you just blast the hovercraft as much as possible, and then they're sitting ducks afterwards because everyone's so overconfident when rotating in the hovercraft. But during PMGC, I think that the overall counterattack to hovercraft has been pretty poor so far.
Hopefully they'll be able to figure it out. It seems like, whenever the hovercraft is moving, everybody was shooting it. Taking some of the sub-regions. Change the tune here. Rather into the plane. Team Flash looking to move in position.
Find adventure in every direction.
So sure, you've got the high ground for now. There's no one really nearby. They're going to have to move to that north. Probably regroup towards Ichi. Transition from there, use him
PUBG
as a foothold, the slingshot, push themselves forward. But
unwavering support,
you've got
we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale. We are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage. PUBG United, launching in 2025.
For E-Arena, they get a very fortunate game. The fact they heads up this way, they send all the way towards North George. They've been able to just loot this position for a long, long
and across the city. You'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes
on the
off.
north side actually
You can also experience the PUBG United fan zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready.
Very unlucky
for online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC, so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere.
Quick move
for the first time in esports history. PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage, starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale. Each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage.
Again, I do think E-Arena got lucky on this game. I think they got very lucky on this game in terms of where they started to go loot. This could have been a horrible game for them if the circle shifted far towards the eastern side and they spent so much time in North and Georgia Pole. But here they've just been able to loot all day long, and then just because there's no one on this western edge of the circle because of the way the playing path fell,
to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans.
There's still teams in front of them that they'll have to deal with, and that will require skill, but the setup for this game has not been that hard.
It has been a pretty long road, but I think it's safe to say a south lane part into a north coast near to Zaki finish, right? It's definitely been a bit of a trial, and I wouldn't be too surprised if that impacts the sort of total utility count when we get towards the later stages of the game. Teams might not have had as long to get that loot on board. Fewer smokes maybe, and maybe more expended to get to the approach. I might see though if anyone's been boarding them. Little cache of goodies to play around with. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, some fighting is starting now. The arena on that west side, Twisted Mind Force coming into conflict, as well as DRX actually, a lot closer to the center, picking up the stragglers of Twisted Mind.
For E-Arena, this is a good time to go. Sadly, Twisted Minds fall over really quickly.
We're here.
Ready, my friend.
Man, oh man, this is gonna be crazy. Everything's still on the table.
This is Battle Royale at its peak.
For some reason,
playing for survival and also playing for that beautiful chicken.
It's crazy. I mean, there are so many different roles that are going to be unfolding in front of us on these next two maps on Erangel to close out Group A. It's still wild. Like the desk was talking about, 76 points. There are teams at 76. Right now, the cutoff is 66. That's 10 points. There's a crazy amount of different ways that can shake out down on the bottom. And at the top, it's just as wild. There's a couple teams at 102 compared to E-Arena's 105. I mean,
players alive.
It's just neck and neck everywhere.
Up as fast as he can.
It's unrelenting. While we have these two behemoths and Expendables and Twisted Rage on top,
continuing to break ground here. But Jelly on the low ground needs to worry about Federal.
He hasn't taken him down already. So many big plays coming from both of those teams. Anything that they manage to steal away from everybody that's in the hunt just makes it that much tighter.
Federal did go down, and there's only one player for the True Rivers.
All right, let's get into it.
But he will
Erangel.
Hot drop time?
I have no idea. Maybe. Can 4AM afford to?
I don't know.
T1's in. They're good to go. I'm pretty sure.
Take down Influence Rage. Okay, they survived through it all.
This is
but now
just
here.
so many different moving factors right now to stay on top of. We'll try our best to keep consistently letting you know what's going on. Who's popping off? Who has the moment? Who has the moment?
The final player. We had Win.
I have no idea.
Right now, the Expendables on Aaron Gill feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good on this map. Well, they're pretty good on every map, as it turns out. And yeah, Perfectic's doing a good job. Heather, he's been devastating in those hot drop fights at Yaz. So that's kind of where I'm looking for him, still in the plane. So T1 is going to have Yaz to themselves. I think that is 100% the right play here for 4AM.
Signal for E-Arena, actually.
I don't blame them. They're playing for their livelihood right now. Surrender Yaz, that's a fight to be had another day. T1 has just been...
with the Beyblade attack.
They're so dumb.
That metal core. How they lose a player, Sakura down.
I mean, they're one of the best hot dropping teams we've ever seen. You know, 17 used to be the kings of hot dropping.
I mean, Arena
picking up points there, losing one, but with 5,
he's having a tremendous event. Him and all of Furia are
temporarily held.
I mean, Furia is, I feel bad because they're really having some big moments, but they're just getting lost in the sauce of all of this craziness that's happening inside of this lobby.
Wild spray there from Suk.
Well, they're finding their moments to get their points. Like, they're always out there on the edge, having good opportunities, and we're going north.
It's quite long. I don't think it does too much damage. Saf G takes
this is kind of a 50-50 circle,
from the high ground.
Yep. It is.
So now you've got to make a gamble in the second to last game on what you think.
Well, with the way the circles have been today, I don't know if anything's safe. I mean, it could be 50-50 all the way to phase 3.
And the way the two circles are going, it's just going to emit Yaz late.
There we go.
I mean, sure.
Sure, why not?
Hold on this western side.
It's made for unbelievably entertaining games.
I don't think he's going to be able to do enough.
Obviously, the points are just so precious. And when you have those hard shifts and you have to take those fights, it's all coming down to that individual skill, that individual decision making that these teams are going to show us. How am I bad? What a performance. Namiga is
he's still alive.
Looking so good. Dude, they could go directly to the grand finals.
They could. Like, this is one of those moments where, except for the Expendables, nobody can risk dying. Twisted still having to fight up against, because you know Twisted and their pride does not want to let T1 ahead of them. Then you still have the Freaks, yeah, they're at 110, but there's still 2 squads at 102 that aren't in the top 5 yet.
Very good, actually.
It's bonkers.
Bytes versus Wizard Tower because it's pretty particular angles you can take.
I mean, this is why we were so stoked about this group. There were so many heavy hitters in here, and a couple of teams are surprising with how good they've been. You know, Namiga and Orchid in particular, you know, we had hopes for them, but not this high.
I mean, 4 Angry Men at 71 points right now. DK, after that last big rally coming from them, just 1 point ahead.
All the way up on that northern side.
They have this idea. And this idea is, for Angry Men, we don't want to deal with you. We want to send you out of here. We want you on an airplane at the end of the day.
It's brutal.
I don't even want to say
they go for something a little bit different. They go for a spread drop. And FN is like, yeah, cool, we need these points too, because who knows, FN gets another chicken dinner, and they could find themselves in that conversation for that top 5, so
and because they understand the terrain here, they know the Weibo's options are very limited going forward. They could send out over towards that northern side,
2 squad wipes, and they're suddenly just right back in with Namiga and Orchid. This is just over towards 10K. So nuts to look at, and the looming threat of the Expendables already in a good position inside the circle. They've got eyes pretty close to JDG. I think it's going to be pretty close to JDG as well. Alcazia, who opted into going to Zarky, they're going to be ramping into the north. A lot of our teams are positioning to play in the north, but the Freaks actually doing a 2-2 split, a 2-1-1, north and south of the river.
Yeah, the Freaks here in a decent position to kind of weather the craziness of a potential hardship or something, but let's hear from Rex from FN on their win.
He's taken a lot of damage, steps out too wide against Kevin, but the reverse spray down is going to come on through. And that is the pickup for Purby Schools, but Ark just love these oversight third parties. You can't stop them, and they will continue to keep Purby Schools on the lock in. I don't think they're going to go away from it. There's the spray down. Hardpoint with a wide flex out. Arena may be ready to pounce.
I mean, Arena played that very well. I think they realized again, that's just good terrain knowledge from the Arena, understanding that one of the only options for teams that are stuck underneath this Wizard Tower is to send towards the north, and 10K does a great job to hold that angle. I think for Weibo, if they waited slightly there, maybe they can wrap into that fight versus between Burmese Ghouls as well as he gets some more points. But overall, wrapping towards that north side, trying to take down the players from E-Arena was the high-value play.
Refresh our mindset again, like after they won. So I think that's the point. So we're
this high-value players coming thick and fast. Starfred moving on towards Joker.
Let's cheer for Evan
necessary to hold out against this. Only the one player now left standing.
Rex taking out his frustration,
but with 8
on his
elims,
US,
they're going to take out the blue
previously. So I'm not too displeased. Out of top 5 again, getting very deep into these games.
That's a message.
That is a message.
They're
not playing around.
No,
how this edge game goes.
No opportunity for you.
And it's looking pretty good. But for now,
4 Angry Men,
I mean,
so
maybe
close.
this is Regnum Kaya's game.
Yet so
they have
far,
got a pretty solid spot on that northern edge.
To rally for them.
Not easy to play.
But
they are safe and they are very central.
All the way away from the
We haven't talked about too much, but to recap really quickly, I think overall for Regnum Kaya, they have been very good when it comes to taking shots across the entirety of this circle. They've constantly maintained pressure over multiple teams, and that's been fantastic. DRX, though, in another situation as a 4-man with very little eliminations, looking to take a chicken dinner here. We saw that wasn't enough, though, in the gauntlet.
Late
the
maneuvers
higher elim gains from DRX.
T1 has an extra, but they are going to grab a P90 here for EN.
If they do get the chicken dinner, it's still
just unbelievable
good, though.
for T1.
It sets them
throughout this group stage.
He's
the biggest part
of the leaderboard finish
in terms of
at
their
the end
kills
of the day.
Why they're here.
Again, we
He's
need
got a
more
P90 to back it up.
from
But oh, by the way,
I think that's just a fact.
Oh yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
Just
I think
calling all the shots.
We'll wait
well, hey, look, it's easy to get kills when you make everybody else set you up for kills, right?
That's what it is. Yeah.
Bring it to bear here.
Gen G and a glider. Do not see that every day. Orca likes to be the scout
to move
for
further
Gen
east,
G.
but Regnum Kaya holding on that spot, long terrain,
whatever.
Might actually be under threat here.
I don't necessarily fault anybody for doing some change-ups to try to find
tricky for
something to
Regnum Kaya to
work
fully
at
deal
this
with
stage
it.
because
They have to stay down on the belt buckle because of Red's position right now.
Tied with Alcadzia right now. Alcadzia more comfortable in the circle for now. But again, this could go so many different ways.
Yeah, I like this for Gen G because they know that they're going to be in a position where there's going to be a lot of teams clustered around the river, and if they need to make a move to get north, if there is that shift up in that direction, they need to know where their opportunities are going to be. They're going to need to keep track of when the other teams are moving in front of them so they can make their move. So I really like the glider in this scenario plays.
You're in a wide wrap around
Yasnaya. Trying to move in now. They're really not having a good time of it. Alliance
no lanes
taking shots.
open.
Regnum Kaya, DRX, everybody lining up.
Orchid
getting in a queue to take them down, and it will be Alliance
play
falling.
with is
in the end of it.
Fifth might not be so far away with the
RDM position. Well, successfully.
Yeah.
They only have Glory 22 left standing.
That's a huge early pickup. I mean, this is
one.
absolutely one of those things that could make a difference. You have to be very careful with how you use the BRDM, as we've seen. Like, teams are starting to figure things out. One of the other adjustments you have, obviously, at the Panthers,
result for them.
M249s are actually pretty good about dealing with BRDM. And, you know, normally you think you can drive around a bit, and you know you can expose yourself briefly, and they dump a clip into you. But an M249 is like 3 clips of a gun.
Competitive, most of our teams are using them as well. Mid circles to kind of scout, right?
Arena.
That means that they're
DRX can get over 10Ks
by the time we get into later stages of the game. If you can keep a BRDM healthy and manage to make it in those last couple of circles, oh boy,
DRX,
yeah,
know
it's
exactly
super impressive there
the guys from
because
Regnum Kaya playing. Regnum Kaya also have to deal with players behind
don't have really the ammo even with the M249. The issue is
nades now, which
getting
is
into
the big
that
issue
stage
for DRX. They need to
I've never seen a lot
those are very close to
BRDM shows up because everybody is suddenly friends to take it out.
Yeah, it's become kind of a mutually assured destruction agreement that if there's a BRDM there, you shoot it. Because most likely they're going to have a repair kit as well, but there's only 3 charges in that, so there's only so many times they can keep that BRDM alive. You just keep lighting it up. Eventually, it's going to nullify the difficulties and the problems that that
now. It's 2 versus 1, but he's behind a tree. I don't imagine he could do this, Black. I just don't believe in it. It's fine.
It's low.
Maybe.
It looks
Maybe
dangerous.
There's a miracle on the cards.
As it always does when you're dropping from the air.
Right now,
but,
he's challenging. He's boldly
all
peeking.
Here for Gen G, but it sucks a bit that they're going to lose that glider. I think right now, phase 1 has been collapsed, so you're not going to have that ability like I was talking about earlier to figure out what's going on if there is
DRX take the chicken
I don't necessarily fault it, right? They're not necessarily glider squad. Use it early to get an idea of what's going on around them. Now they're going to go ahead and go back to their tried and true style.
Good clean sweep from that western side. Again, it came down to a lot of other teams fighting amongst one another, and then DRX coming in to pick up the scraps. But the rotator they made was still fairly good.
Looking at it. These little mini bridges
just want to see
could be
a little bit more of a stronger performance from DRX in terms of that firepower.
Expendables thinks it's going north, so they're going to wrap closer to Everest.
They were a little bit slow to the mark. They were getting good placement points and some elims, but then they really turned things up.
This is going to be outside in the blue zone, so FN should be fine. They'll probably go for a northern wrap as well. T1's holding the bridge coming out of the S9. Sharper has gotten closer to Twisted. Twisted's going to go for a regroup closer to Roger.
I really like what Alcadzia did there. Just put one up in their emergency pickup to see what was going on, find something a little bit closer to the edge, or away from the edge, I should say, that they can move towards. This circle's still very likely to end up going north, doesn't have to, but that seems to be the direction it wants to go. 400 is taking a ferry of their own as FN had opted for vehicles, but as Alcadzia, the one team you don't want to see roaming around your flanks.
This is hard to push into, though, even for the Expendables, right? Whenever we look at the wreckage,
it's Regnum Karya that gets the zone, but it's DRX that gets the win. Beautiful nade played here, and I mean, what a way to finish this match here, Neptura, for DRX.
Really, really great stuff. I love seeing this from DRX. My favorite kind of team is a team that'll do these big old splits, and the timing that they get in this game in particular was really nice because they were holding the same position for so long, right? They had this for like a couple of zones, and EA were just keeping them cornered with their own big split, but the minute that EA started getting into a fight, the minute they started falling down, DRX caught that. They went, hey, we're going to spread out now. Now is our time. They move in around Regnum as well and just have clean sight across the arc red. Really, really good stuff from DRX. I love this for them.
If you find the
opportunity. It got a bit dumb. Icy against Glory though at the end. Like, oh no, let's not get 1v4 please. Would be really bad. But no, it was very good, and I want to highlight one play in particular. It's QXZ. I think his scouting was very important for the squad to get control of that dip very early on in this match, because I think without his scouting, they may be just going completely blind in this match. So maybe in terms of, par with Hyunbin, but QXZ definitely
because
very
now
the
they're going to want something back
making hot for this team, and for them to make sure they can claim this chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Hey, speaking of macro, right? I love the way Arc did this game, right? I think they were really solid when it came to the third parties. You just see them kind of waiting in the shadows, picking their fights, trying to steal some eliminations here and there. I think they were definitely trying to hunt down more Neptura, but at the end of the day, getting a top 2 finish and putting some points on the board is big.
Top of the hill is okay.
Yeah, they've really got their heads on a swivel. I've been really enjoying watching them take opportunities against other teams in all 4 games we've had so far. It's been a big thing for them that they've just been trying to get those third parties as much as possible. I love an opportunistic team like that. So really nice to see them continue to do that, and then in the final zones go in against Alliance as well. It looked really, really good. It was the play that I hoped that they would make. Yeah, it's not going to get them the win, but it definitely gets them that top 3. It gives them that position. And what I love in particular is the confidence that they're doing those plays in.
You see that's also going to be
it's got away so funny.
Flying away. It did work. Galby did get punished at the end, but his teammates were able to at least win that fight somewhat for the rest of the squad. As go for all of these circles, shifting up northwest towards Zaki, which is
he going to go
on the hunt to see circles around this area in general.
Actually, just surging in back behind this, they know that the rest of FN's probably going to rally, and they want to make sure that their support. EK is a bit behind this. Expendables are hopping in vehicles at roughly the same time. They might opt into third party. That could be bad for EK because that will put the Expendables right on their flank behind them.
So strong.
All right, let's see what FN can do. It's been slowed up enough here that you get Spyro, you get Diffix in. Gonna let loose with the grenade barrage. They need to get as many as they can. Rex is going to be flushed.
Chances are the shotgun is
on their way.
In this case,
Breakers looks like he's moving to the outside. Oh no, that is red.
Yeah,
so many nades laying next to him, but he managed to survive for now. 2 nades follows up. Spyro gets the knock.
That one, I love that from them. But yeah, I think WBG had some fantastic rotations, particularly in the early game. The 2-2 split to rotate right around to the north side. I loved that from them. But as we go over
the aim was not there. GK finding more and more points. They want separation away from that bottom 3. Bad, and they are taking it.
They left it for free. Influence rate.
Should be into that last stage. That is going to be FN out
and very quick rotation from the arena then into Southern George Pole and Residential, then going into Northern George Pole. Very step-by-step approach, especially because of the circles continuously shifting towards them. That means all the fights are going to happen to the east, and they can safely make it in. One major issue here, Neptura, is this split to the west. I think the split was good early stage, but when you get into the late stage of the game, it keeps you in a very weak state, and I feel like that is the main core reason as to why they kept losing players left, right, and center, is because that split did not make them ready for any straight-up fight that was coming their way.
Yeah, I think especially with the ground being so open there, right, it's quite flat, so you're bound to lose players pretty quickly if you keep a large split like that, if you don't cover yourselves in some way. DRX able to just really spread out, as you saw over EA's position there once they were cleared, so really nice from them, and it gives them 18 points, you know, it's not the biggest elimination count we've seen so far, but 18 points in a lobby that, as we've been talking about before, Jukes, is really close because those top 3 teams just keep running away with all the points.
Xiaobei's got an angle on the other side of the street. People are falling here for the
I think it was a massive game for a lot of teams, especially in that mid-pack area. It's the first game that we see Influence Rage not end up with a top 2 finish, right? They still end up sneaking 5 eliminations, so they'll definitely take that. E-Arena putting up some serious points, though, one again. So we definitely got one big point spread, but I think this was the match,
so now
Max,
everything's on the table.
Where a lot of those mid-pack teams could finally start catching those top 3.
Wild card team in this lobby that can just do whatever they
especially
please.
at the halfway point of the day, you're going to try and initiate that comeback. If you are
Alcazia
falling slightly behind,
so
it's good to see, you know what, a man that is stepping up to the plate. It is Hyunbin again. I keep calling this guy, he is the rising star, not just of South Korea, but I would say on the global scale. This guy, if you guys
dropping
don't know,
right
started his
into
career
17.
in
2 members down already for Geeky. That's terrible.
played
One still up in the air. Takes a ton of damage. Is this how Geeky loses it out of all the ways? PWD just trying to make landfall.
It's going to happen.
Not going to happen.
I just
Shut
know
down
one
there
day
by Boostic.
he is going to be a global MVP. I'm telling you. I don't know when, but it will happen. It will go down.
I mean, to think that he's doing this well and is this successful only a year and a half into his career is a crazy idea to think in 2 years, where is he going to be as we look over in the leaderboards. And yeah, DRX's win pushes them all the way up into 5th place, right behind top 3. To be honest, they're only 6 points away now, so a big game. But yeah, as we were saying earlier, right, a big game for everybody here. I mean, Regnum still stay at 6th place, but you know, you've got Arcred moving into 8th now as well. BG and TR, both of those teams now moving into the top 11. So some really good stuff here. A great game before we head over into the mirror bar.
Peeks around the other side. The timing for it was amazing. Diffix gets 1, should get 2. Every point matters right now.
Now they're at a sharper.
It's weird.
I mean, they're looking like they're just fine to go to last. Unbelievable. Genji loses Orca, though. Look at this position. Of course, it's
moving at the bottom, which makes sense. The point gap is very minimal. But the top
Genji all of a sudden not looking great. Now it is Geeky out, but not before.
Like, coming to fruition every stage it feels like.
It's kind of wild, you know, and I'm gonna do a theory in the future as well, right? Again, imagine if this is last chance, guys, right? Where top 2 move forward, everybody else is gone. If this is a scenario that happens here, all these teams, like, let's be real, right? We would be counting out half the lobby already.
On one side, Orchid on the other. Sharper just says send it. We've got nothing else that we can go for, but it's gonna be twisted on the other side of it. How prepared is twisted for it. Peeks around on one side. Big firefight between the two. Jadeite already down.
Earth wants to try to get somewhere where he can heal.
They were in 6th place with 17 points.
Jadeite gone. Thunder's down.
31. So you're like, oh, they're moving up for sure.
It's perfect. Right on to Perfectix.
Sneaks away.
That is
narrowly getting away from that.
Oh my goodness.
Other side of it. Batoon steps around, gets it down, and flush real quick. It's just going to be the two of them.
What's also really funny though is Wild still in number 1,
all by his lonesome in
and then all of a
between
sudden
2
with the
members
win,
of
DRX
Twisted on the high ground. Arena can't get too involved. They're in too much trouble.
Right? So even though, you know, we have a new team winning, new team doing all the things, those 2 players still on top here. So you still see that consistency
to JDG off screen.
Man, I don't think we've had a team, Max, be more consistent over a stage, at least so far, than we've had the top 3 teams be.
To climb. Sharper in a ton of trouble. Got the Panzer Faust. Is the angle going to be good? It's so brave to go for it at this point. Actually goes for the flash. Goes to open the door, doesn't go for it just quite yet. Still just trying to use the windows. Example, got a Panzer Faust on the other side. Does he know where to send it? He hears the footsteps. It's a Panzer Faust duel between the 2. One goes wide, and Example survives.
Oh, that's brutal for Earth. He's in trouble. He's trying to hunt down Batu. Batu's got the door for cover, and he's got Earth gone. Sharper out.
E-Arena, the running White Rabbits here, popping off.
79 points. Where are they in? That's still one more game, but Alcazia, Gen.G, JDG, what do you got in the tank? Gen.G looking at Orchid. They want some points. They need them so badly. The circle has even abandoned them.
And that's what it takes to be a champion, right? I think you have to get, you get a little bit of circle love, or a very fortunate position in one particular game, and you got to capitalize it. And things that EA, I mean, they did it right off the rip here. That was like probably a rondo that we won't see for the rest of PUBG. That's how good it was.
It's really well thrown.
And the fact that they did it in
big knock
one,
at a big moment.
That, hey,
Gen.G, how fast? Do you go for these kills? Do you go for the circle? What option is ahead of you? Roll out, don't quite connect the same way.
And let's shut down
that follow-up. They needed to get the flush at the very least, prevent these reses. Now they're expecting them to be in those smokes already, but
shift, by the way, from earlier this year in Globals, where we had
waiting for that res to come through.
It was a bad game, but it's Sanok. We were all saying that, oh, it's just
4 points away from it. They're under duress. They're just going to send it in, realizing that it's Gen.G. Posing side. Arctics gets enough shots to open it up for Lurix. He looks down, gets the knock on Tosi. Gen.G running to the hillside. No options. Tries to go for a vehicle. No escape. Orchid gets it.
Massive
devastating for Gen.G. That's going to keep them down into the bottom 3. Still 1 point behind. Alcazia is hanging on right now, but they're taking some damage in the middle of the circle. Opan
set the tone for the rest of the day.
And, it's like, okay, we're looking at the winner list. No back-to-back win, no second win coming in from EA just yet. But they don't need it. They don't need it. They're top of the leaderboard. They are looking very, very good indeed. But I want to shift over just very quickly over to Miramar, right? Because that's the next game coming up. I'm looking over at the drop locations, Jukes,
so that is going to shift
Arena out of the top 5.
Unbelievable. Orchid there taking such a nice fight against Gen.G has put themselves in position to go straight to the grand finals.
This is big.
All of them have lasted at least 15
in that dip
minutes
that they've been holding down.
running into the blue
wants a piece of it. These two guys
really
in the bottom 3 right now. Whoever can survive it will be in so much better of a position, but it's just going to be on JDG to roll the nades down right on top of Alcazia.
Alcazia needs some kind of response.
You don't want to.
They lost a player to a blown-up car. That's going to be the flush onto Cowboy.
That was
out of the equation, and here comes the barrage. They are getting beat up for Alcazia down to low health. Right to Volley, it's perfect!
Lands in the exact spot to cut off any angle. Alcazia in so much trouble. Just one member up, and everybody from JDG keeps speaking at the top, but it's going to be Namiga taking shots, seeing if they can contain anything at range, and JDG keeps having to step away from the angle.
And how smart they are, I'm pretty certain, like 99% sure, Hodrick is not going to happen. If it does,
Orchid drop them down to just one player alive, but only 2 for Furia. Up on top, done is Raw, done are Alcazia, and they remain on the
avoid this at all costs, right? I'm just saying from a viewer, right?
The big game
perspective, it'd be cool to watch. But
just drives over and says hello. I know you're over there. Everything's fine.
If you guys are watching these interviews between these players and between segments,
this, Orchid.
We got to hear Silas
now the Kraken has a new idea. He's like, oh, there's just one of you left?
And he was straight up.
But jumps out. Lurix steals it.
Like them. He's like, I like the players, but I am
just
so
ruined
sick of this
Furia's day is what he's done.
He got out too soon.
And guess what?
Lurix. Okay, can you even get in the zone? JDG is now taking shots down into Furia. Lurix finally goes down.
Oh, example right there to collect Furia bodies. And he's going to do just that. Kawazine gone. Furia went for the big play. They knew that they could knock out Orchid. They give themselves an even better chance of maybe getting into that top 5. I respect the heck out of it. Just a little bit of a mistake there. Get out of that vehicle cost them.
Big opportunity for Namiga. Sitting in 7th,
fed up at this
but
point.
It is not far. Orchid
I
down,
have to play with them again.
Down.
Give me somebody new.
They only need one.
Yeah, for sure.
One squad
yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch them because, look, Regnum Karya, if they don't qualify to finals, if we don't get the dreaded Regnum versus Dick Savior, then what are we doing with our lives? It's not PMGC without both of those teams. So I really want to see them do something here. Come on, Regnum. Get some good games in this Miramar. Let's get you qualified.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Top 3 teams are being mighty consistent, but we're taking on over to Miramar. Let's go ahead and send it over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
A few, but Phase 6 blue is very painful.
And I mean, even then, he's got so far to go.
My, the time does fly. It's Miramar o'clock.
So
we are in
Posa,
the
once
sky.
he reveals himself, could be in some trouble. JDG taking down Alcazia now has his hillside to play with.
That
it's so strong as a
hot drop
position
in
for
Picardo
right now.
is going to be a reality.
T1 Freaks, Nemiga all on top of each other, but Nemiga kind of likes that because that means that there's more points viable in position.
Yeah, easy playing path. Really involved. Really nice stuff to start things off with. Yeah, the crew ripped them.
He's out of it.
Great to see some more strong games.
Twisted once again.
Regnum Kaya, but right now it has been a little bit all over the place, losing plays early. I think that last game was a testament to their capability. I mean, getting
circle moves to the no man's land
example. Between two squads
the hillside Posa finally goes down.
The nade range.
The duo over Twisted trying to keep back the trio. JDG, Spaceman still across the road.
Causing
so this is an open circle with a road running right in the middle of it. Not a lot of cover. So the squads that have been in Rozhok itself probably feeling much better because they have some smokes, things that can maybe get them into the next stage.
Looks like we are going to get a hot drop.
It's going to come down to maybe if JDG can get out of this fight with Twisted unscathed, and who comes out of Rozhok with the best situation in terms of number of players left.
Everyone's scrabbling for weaponry.
Still
like
continuing
maybe a minor advantage on the downstairs.
Not aggressive, but
rifles found there.
JDG at arm's length, they're
seemingly
scared of this. Our JDG, they don't want to overcommit. They know that they need this chicken dinner badly.
Which, by the way, only has Regnum Kaya in it.
You've got to make cross. They take the shots.
Not going to be dropping into Picado. Irina descending the stairs.
Open up more for JDG. JDG, if you could take down Twisted, there are hopes, there are dreams, there is potential of getting out of this and getting out of the bottom three. It is a big task. 18 points, but there is still a lot of points left on this game, and really it's just Twisted next to them. That's all they have to worry about.
Yeah, and they're, I think, making the wise decision here to let Twisted fight the other squads that are still in Rozhok, and they're just going to take full control over the western side as best they can. Players going down here, Heather gone.
It is
easy cleanup there.
So
now Example starting to shoot into Nemiga, but he's going to get knocked in return.
First time actually seeing this hot drop.
Just kind of jockeying for control over a very open circle right now. JDG has a smidgen of a hill that they can play, and they're trying to use that, peppering in shots onto the Freaks. The Freaks eyes up into T1. With the shots that JDG is taking at the Freaks, Type runs across the road. He's thinking if maybe he can get into a flanked angle to destroy the Freaks.
Nemiga just needs to get a little bit further in this game, and they're going to be up into that 5th place spot. They're going to take over Orchid's position. T1, only 2, trying to use this hillside edge, has a folding shield as well, but that's looking pretty troublesome, especially with this grenade. Oh my god, Type, that could be really good. Oh, so close.
At the moment,
what made, does he read it right? Does he assume that they're playing this at Spaceman, though? Spaceman hits the shot on the Type at the biggest moment possible. That's going to force Raining to figure out if he wants to cross or not. Nemiga, playing in the north, now has open sight lines onto JDG.
That was a gift for the Freaks because Type was about to really do some serious damage to them. Mike got a couple of different knocks. Human wants him dead, but can't. It's Leosh with a mutant from afar. Actually going to get him, and that's going to be a cleanup there for Spaceman. It looks like, he ran out of bullets.
And the Freaks keep trying to go for this peak, but they can't. Every single time they go for it, it gets punished on the other side by JDG, and then it's got Bo. Somehow the Freaks are clinging to life, but JDG wants all of these points. The climb continues at 55 now.
But it was Leosh who got 2 of them with a mutant again. Well, they were trying to get back to safety, and Spaceman's looking to see if he can steal some. Not going to happen. JDG just trying to flex their muscles. Nemiga back up to 4. Looked a little precarious for them. Batu hit some good Dragunov shots, but they're continuing on in this.
Out from Impala up towards El Azhar, wrapping around maybe even
where they wanted to. Spaceman loses his cover. That's bad. He's just got to drop down to his belly. Nemiga has to firefight their way into the circle against JDG, who has a couple of cover pieces to play from. Spaceman just says, nothing left. I'm just going to run in. Nade's running it back behind him, right on top of the smoke. It's the only thing that's keeping him alive right now.
This has gotten crazy now. The Freaks could get surpassed here by Nemiga. Spaceman, he should just be dead, you would think. He's prone down. There's a grenade right by him. Doesn't matter. Gedrock's good with the M249. The flush quick to follow. Colt gets a knock on to Salute. The Freaks are down to their last player.
They are still kind of locked in.
Control of the north.
And they're not going to get any
still
loot.
alive
no
for the Freaks.
for this
JDG right along this hill. It's been providing them cover for so long, but you have to assume it's now starting to become its own problem. They're having to walk down into just completely open territory. The Freaks player just trying to get into the circle and does manage to do it just barely.
Yeah, DL there. Nice positioning of that car. Got it to stop on the hillside. Nemiga going for the pressure. They want the win.
I like it. Respect, aggression, runs across, realizing opportunity, hold down bit. If they can get more, if they can get the Freaks out, they get more space to play from. They just have to be cautious. December 12th, spot that hell of my bad, gets the knock on to
talk about Poppy,
DL, if he has any hope in this, needs this fight to kick off hot and heavy so he can find a way in.
So he's
stuck on the very edge of the circle, has to make a move and is shut right down. The Panther right there to trade out the P90.
He's being chased down.
NVIDIA down to just 2.
He's got a shotgun.
JDG wants to go for the res. Gedrock not going to find the angle close enough to work with. It's all JDG coming up the moment that they need it.
Unbelievable stuff here from JDG. What tenacity they're showing in what looked like a certainty that they were not going to be getting out of this. They were going to be done here at PGC. They get a chicken dinner at the 11th hour.
Nobody is going quietly into the night. Every single firefight is bigger than the last one. Is the top 5 now changing up back and forth. The bottom 3 now changing up. And a big game from JDG just makes all of this insane.
Absolutely. This last game is shaping up to be so intense. Every fight so important. And I just cannot wait. It is so awesome the way that today has been shaping up, the way the games have been going. Top notch.
This is one of those days when players are going to think back and think about how they could have played anything different.
Not much ammo on Silas. It was just what was left over. The UI was so surprised that he had that much ammo. It was like, got to keep looking at that for a little bit longer. But it wasn't on Silas.
Ah, I see. Weibo's going to rotate past creative fields here. It's a little bit of a longer rotate for them. Frustrating that last game. I think that for Weibo in that previous match, and I mean, I'd still stand by the fact that their initial rotates there towards the end game were really good split. Then you set yourself up to what should be a really strong compound.
Every year is defined by unexpected results and big consequences, and it's no different in the group stages. It's a JDG. A team that we essentially had written off with so many as headed home to China at the end of today may no longer be so. That is probably one of the most important victories in terms of survival that we may have ever seen.
I said they need 2 miraculous wins. Here's one of them,
yes.
and we got one more game to go. Can they do it?
Right? And that's what you're worried about.
I'll say this though, GK is trying their damn hardest to get out of that bottom 3. I can see it. They had the winning spot, but they let it go. That southern side opened the door for JDG to take control of that western hill. That is very unfortunate for them. Gen G did not resist this push from Orchid. That was way too hard for them as well. And those bottom 3 teams trying to chase, man, that was insane. And yeah, now with JD, it's making it ever harder for the other teams to try to escape that bottom 3, try to escape the tickets of doom to the airport tomorrow.
Well, I think there was that big moment. Was it JDG that pushed up on QAD?
Yes.
And that was that moment, right, where QAD held in their hands their potential fate, pushing JDG down and holding that spot, and they just got taken apart. JDG, gotta take nothing away from them at this point. They've proven that they just needed time to awaken. The question is, and it is a very big question, was it too little, too late? Because there is only one game left to play, and when we finish, 3 teams will head to the airport, 5 teams will head to the grand final, and it is a lot closer on that bubble for some of these teams than I expected it to be, Martin. It is very, very close.
Oh wait, I gotta no, they're dropping off the side. They do want to conclude this fight. They're more
most exciting to me is that we have these
drops down and drops down.
Yes.
The top 5 and the bottom 3 at the same time, and you can see again the players' excitement of already being there. Potential excitement of getting into that top 5, and the worry and the heartbreak on the faces of teams. And Alcatia here, they're realizing, you know what, this could have been our game. This could have been our double-digit game win.
You know, it's one of those things where you dream of having family come out and watch you play in the grand finals. You dream of getting to that position, and to see it slipping away 1 point at a time is absolutely soul-crushing. But all you can say is everyone has a chance. JDG came in here with almost no chance of pushing forward, and here they are. 25 points, one of the biggest wins of the entire group stages at a moment when it had to be massive. But it's not just them. Namigo Namiga, another team with almost no expectations coming into this event, is absolutely playing out of their mind. They put 12 more points on the board and should now be in that top 5.
Yeah, what a great spot for them. And honestly, I didn't expect them to be able to get out of the city and have that much control. They had their Doritos, they had their cars, they had plenty of smokes to play with. I also actually expect them to take the win away from JDG here. I really love the push onto this hill.
All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes. If it's in gold, they advance to the grand final. If it's in blue, they advance to the airport. Expendables winning, that is cool for you. Namiga at 114 points. Orchid now at 109. And E-Arena right behind that at 107 on the chase. Those are the teams to keep an eye on when we get back into the match, because those top 5 are very important spots. Now, on the bottom, Martin, Alcacia and Genji, and now JDG, all within striking distance of 4 Angry Men. Tell me, do you think EK is safe, or should they be okay?
I think EK with 10 points here, they're gonna get their kills this one. I'm not too worried about them. The big worry for me is 4 Angry Men, if they do not step up, they're gonna get taken over by either Alcacia, Genji, all with this one here, JDG. Imagine the morale boost you're going to have, the confidence you're going to have after a 25-point game. They only had 40 points prior to this. Also, the interesting part for me is Orchid, 5 more points up to Namiga. 7 more points for E-Arena to get up to Namiga as well. Everything is in play, but you have Expendables, Chris Mind, T1, even potentially Freaks here that could just mess with the rest of the lot, because they're already going to the finals.
Especially when you're talking about 4AM, right? Because 4AM has a very difficult onus. Everyone else is chasing them. There are now 3 teams. If 4AM makes one mistake, if they get hunted one time, if they make one bad rotation, any of those teams can pass them and ruin their dreams.
And look at that. There's a tie on the placement for 4 Angry Men, Genji, and JDG Esports. So whoever gets the most placement points, if there's a tie in this game here, that's going to push them up and put them ahead here. We're going to follow that throughout the game, obviously, on the live lead up on the left side. But what an insane set of games here. I think at this point here, I'll say 17 Gaming safe. I don't see 3 teams passing them. Even Sharp, I don't see 3 teams passing them either, man. I think so too. Like, they're going to know the same that we know. 1, 2, 3 points is going to be enough.
All right, this is the moment. The final game of Group A. The top 5 teams go straight to the grand final. The bottom 3 teams will see the end of their journey happen right now. It's that moment where we say never leave it to the final. Well, this is the final. It's time for the grassy pastures with your casting duo matchup and Paper Thin.
Trying to strike.
PUBG is all about surviving until the end, and we've got 3 squads that will not quit. It comes down to this last game. Who gets in our top 5? Who goes home on a plane tonight? We've got 3 squads that will not go yet.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is so crazy. This can shake out so many different ways, and this plane path is so tricky for these teams to deal with coming into this final game. It has thrown a wrench into the works already. The circles have not been kind, the plane paths have not been kind. It's time for some of these teams to put up or shut up. We're going to find out which 3 are going home and which 5 are going directly to that grand finals.
True Rippers down the southeast side
had their big moment coming into this, except for Alcacia. It's just been a slow, steady slide. Can they summon the middle fortitude to find something to jump in that position? JDG, they've got to have the mental. They've got the momentum. They had such a big game, but they can't let it slip through their fingers now.
Absolutely right.
As well. I'd be hella upset.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
Let's see if they've got a little close there.
They're going to vie for vehicles, but everybody's going to get one, and they're going to honk and say, yeah, okay.
Playing around with. It looks like he might be able to handle them singly on his own.
That's pretty funny. T1 went for their ult drop. Over on the east, over towards Alcacia. E-Arena as well. Another team that's in a position to maybe make a difference, to maybe sit themselves right into that grand finals in front of the home crowd here, who has been behind them the whole way today. I got to tell you, when we came out of the break,
I imagine this should be
the crowd has been chanting
EA.
And Jacob came up and gave him the old cup behind the ear, like, let me hear it, let me hear it. I loved it.
Oh, 4 Angry Men, no! Runs right into Sharper. These guys, they're putting the nail in the coffin for 4 Angry Men. If they're not careful,
That can't happen. It can't keep happening to 4 a.m. You've opened the door again for Alcazia, Gen.G, and even JDG now, who are all within 3 points of each other in that bottom 3. Man of the match was cold. What a showing. What a gutsy performance from JDG in that previous game. Keep hope alive.
Still crashing on this western side.
In the circle. Alcazia gets really happy to go much wherever they want. They did opt to send somebody to Lumberyard.
Oh, the angle, no ammo on the back line.
This could be a full push for ETSH, just to the west lined up for him.
And the spray down continues. It's so nasty and messy on these outside angles. And Twisted Minds might be able to third-party this as well.
5 points away. They have themselves an opportunity to jump into Nemiga. It's been back and forth between them, but
one on the outside gets a good bit of tag damage here, but Nuclear Zone still living
a performance like
this one. There is the wrap on the side.
Absolutely
starting to look worse and worse right now. And a good shot for the window. Wow, very, very nice. Threaded the needle on that one.
They grabbed it, moved it.
Shiva will get knocked by Walsh, though, off in the distance. It's a long shot from him. In the meantime, Weibo tried to make a wrap down towards
come and get it. Yeah,
it wasn't meant to be, though. They were doing an okay job of it, but it get cut out. They've been all over the place this map. It's felt a little less sublime.
Looking so dire for 4 a.m.
But that now.
Who knows?
Clinging to life, man. You got to give respect. Those guys are scrappy.
They are. They are. I mean, look.
Everyone has their off game.
You never know. It's a hope and a dream, a chip and a chair, as you say in poker.
Everything on the southwest border.
We're just looking at the top
question is about their next maneuver. Like towards Alliance, maybe slink into the south edge of Cruz de Valle.
Well, the fence is there.
Fine there instead.
Might go for a tire.
Okay. The other car's coming up back.
He's waiting.
Yeah, waiting for the rest of the tail end.
I think the
shot. Did they see him though? Is the real question. Maybe they did, because Ian has taken a different path.
Even then,
so that's making it a lot harder for Corey's.
A lot of bullets being sent out that way.
And it goes different directions. He doesn't know exactly which way to go. Duck Juice is going to come over here, provide reinforcements. This has gotten a bit off.
As well towards balls, not letting them.
I mean, T1 has to know this is the Expendables that's over here, and they want none of that.
Oh crap! Moving downwards, there is a little bit of lookout.
T1
they can head towards to stay out of dodge.
T1 has actually moved into a container around Georgia
here over
where JDG.
Do not see this one too often.
Oh, that makes sense. Of course, of course.
Hold him back.
Yeah, they want to stop them. They don't want them to qualify.
Exactly. So T1 is trying to prop up an opportunity to put themselves in a better spot moving into the grand final. But JDG has called an emergency pickup, while now T1 is caught fighting the Expendables.
Real question is can Heather do anything about that emergency pickup? I doubt it. It's placed pretty deep in the containers there, so it's unlikely that he's going to have an angle into it. And T1, yeah, just couldn't execute on their plan to try to shut JDG out, to remove him from this event. Obviously, they want that.
Heather's running for it. He's getting close. It looks like he spotted the emergency pickup and driving at it, moving out to see if he can catch them whenever they launch.
Maybe third party this.
Oh, it's going to be close. The crane could provide a block on it. The crate's all problematic. Timing just not quite there. Can he get the spray he wants? No, narrowly missing him.
Doing some damage, but the higher they go, the faster they go, and the harder it is to hit those shots. They're lighting them up, but nobody's been knocked, and I think they're making their great escape.
Yeah, could potentially stay up as two.
Now you're jumping blind.
Good third parties come through from True Rippers, though. They control a lot of space now on this eastern side.
In a while, you got to double up that last game somehow, some way, while landing in no cars, no information.
It's just so intense every moment.
Sharper's just over here, like essentially playing Pokemon, throwing down the blue chip, trading it between themselves.
Stage 5.
Like, who wants to hold on to?
Yeah, who wants the
grabbing an extra vehicle? Probably not a terrible idea because you're going for a bit of a mad dash.
Shiny. Ooh.
True Rippers. No,
I hear those are important.
Well, Sharper is now looking like they're defending to the north, expecting a little bit further off in the distance to come after it.
And they can stop here and heal.
They're throwing the bait around.
That's the big benefit.
Tough situation for FN.
Not super favorable.
I mean, they're okay.
Too many choices.
It's not very likely that they can get up to that 5th place spot. Trying to cross that bridge over towards Gen.G, who's in a position that they need all the points they can get to feel comfortable to make sure they're still alive in this event. Now we're finally going to deal with it.
Trying to figure out what DRX's
We're going to go ahead and finish it out.
That's frustrating. That's got to be so frustrating for 4 a.m.
And on top of that, 4 angry men have a red zone on top of them. So it's
do need to move down towards the south
salt in the wound.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? It's just everything that can go wrong.
Welcome back, Duck Juice.
On my eastern side, potentially got a big amount of value from it. So
he's
forced just to send out into the open.
Just drop in school or something.
True Rippers are going to wrap way back down south.
Nobody's there.
Go for a location that they've not fully scouted, but pretty certain there's no players there.
They drop far side. They're going lumberyard. Oh,
a nice nade from his bad boy.
Of all places to land, it's going to be right next to Alcatia.
He's running them down, and he finds one.
Alcatia, though, very fanned out, so they don't really have an opportunity to get in and punish this directly. There's a bolt in the hands of a JDG player, so you got to be a little careful.
But alive for just a moment longer. Either one of these squads.
Yeah,
something awful.
It's just lighting a fire, right?
That's true.
Get away from
That's very, very true. I mean, that could be one of the most important fights of the tournament.
They should.
Right there to find out who's actually maybe going to get out.
The rest comes through, but there's no Fangle.
Because 4AM is in a spot where, unless they can get some points, they probably are going to get bumped out of that bubble position by one of the other teams that's in that bottom three.
And it's just
anything
now really
kind of happens with them.
Pops out with the bump action around the rock, looks for the shot, will get the shot down, but VP.
Do you know VP is not in the circle yet?
Arrogant to snatch it away.
Dancing around the crossroads south of the Chinky. The Expendables are going to be just to the north of them.
Yeah, that's
Gen G keeps trying to sneak further and further in. This is a good position to play, provided the circle stays near it.
Going down,
they have to move again to the north. It is a whole lobby
flashbacks to when they were playing against Kara,
really hard to get out
where they were so preoccupied with getting the res that
and you still have that fan waiting to cross the bridge behind you to make matters worse. All of that combined
very
puts Gen G in a scary position, to say the least.
That's not a good game from DRX.
Cutting right ahead of TE off screen. T1, the Freaks, late coming in. The Freaks still have some work to do, by the way. We haven't talked about them much, but they are not comfortable in that fourth place position.
And they've gone all the way to the coastline next to Lippo. And puts them next to who?
Weibo as well.
Of course.
4AM.
Arena already being down. It was a good chance, but they won't have that opportunity.
It's a powder keg.
Some
nobody is
low
shooting.
Elimination counts.
Nobody's.
I think it's safe to say very spread. You've got Arc with 5. You've got Arena with 5. 4 for DRX, which is not like a complete bust of the game, but
breath
it's not
feels like it is just going to cause this whole game to explode.
Elim leader right now.
Powder keg is the right way to put it.
Tables all still
everybody's got those matches, and it's just who's gonna
lobby back
let it
to
loose
a little
first.
bit of normalcy, I imagine.
Kike gonna get shot at in the back a little bit there. I don't think much will come of that.
Dropping straight
the Expendables are doing what they normally do. Just kind of circle the wagons around the teams once they get the eyes on them, see if they can find that moment, see if they can find that knock, make a play off the back of that, but not really given the opportunity.
Because of it.
GK pretty dug in up there, so not really gonna, seemingly for now, make any moves.
T1 is wrapping him north of Yaznaya after leaving Torture
versus Freak as well.
Pretty close to the Freaks, right behind the building. Given the fact that the Freaks are running a wide four-man split, there could be something brewing there. With a long-range shot, they're just going to play the road right leading into Milta Power, so Tongmu should get rewarded for that. And Circle pops, we go Milta Power and Lumberyard both.
I haven't seen a mini Milta ending in that vicinity in quite some time.
And it will be probably straight.
Almost got the knock onto
around Regnum.
Dude, the Sharper,
there are a lot of rocks,
they're just tunneled in on 4AM.
Them that will be tough.
Does Sharper want somebody right now is yelling go go go, and is the question. No, it's Alcatia. Of course it's Alcatia. They're running right next to 4 Angry Men. Oh my god, Roth right on top of them. Both inside track position. Where are they going to go? Where's their priority?
Freaks going to take some shots. Oh, it's Heather. No, it's 2 though. 2 though for the Freaks.
Raining just going to be rolling right in top. It takes so much damage. He goes down. The Freaks finding a lot, but Type gets salute.
DL with the Dragunov looking to finish the job there. Type trying to use the Coop as best as he can to hide. Tires getting popped. Head not revealing itself. Freaks want to deal with Type, but we know how good he can be in these spots. They want to get their players back up. Vehicle explodes in front of the downed player. That's going to open up salute. It will be a finish for DL. The Freaks do lose a player. Are they going to go for the revive?
Yeah, I'm glad that they were also confused.
This is dicey. I mean, they do have Lippo that's pretty close to the mansion. A couple of options. The Expendables went
I thought that was
wide. So it looks like they're going to be roaming pretty close to maybe where the Freaks are at. They could be wrapping in right back behind an Amiga of all squads. That could be a firefight brewing. Furia over on the west should be pretty comfortable, but really it's about 4 Angry Men. Alcatia, Sharper, all getting on top of each other.
JDG is just like, we're in the trenches now. We are in it
from building
to win it.
Get
into that last stage. See what they can do. Amiga, Watches 17, leave to their south.
gather as much space as they would like, but
continuing to just kind of fan out, figure out what's going on around them, and figure out what's free. The funny thing is there's a couple compounds ahead of them that are actually wide open. Nobody's taking them because everybody on the east side has been busy kind of tracking each other, trying to dissuade each other from going any further forward. Alcazia actually setting up just outside of Miltimini. 4 a.m. does get into that refinery. So there, look, if the circle ends anywhere near there, 4 a.m. in an okay position potentially.
Later stages.
DK cannot
potential to get a solid top 4 here for Influence Rage.
The only recipe for disaster.
See what they can do.
And they know they're playing it as slow as they can.
On the outside,
they're going to be next in NVIDIA and 17 both. It should be noted that Delwyn did call an emergency pickup just him. So I think he's probably going to be scouting into the circle to see if he can give information to the other members. This
with
is
the flash lightly looking
very
towards the center of the circle.
Almost entirely open. Only 2 members are
likely play
right now. Well, I guess also 2 members
still in this game,
yeah,
by the way, but
kind of.
Built a power wide open.
Yeah,
literally no one over there. I mean,
I don't blame him. I don't.
Yeah, you can kind of work the edge of it sometimes and get into the rocks on the far east side, but that's about your only hope. Otherwise, getting out of it sucks. And Twisted is close to it. They've got the blues that are near it.
The Expendables have opted to the west.
This held up. This
who's to the west?
Being held completely.
EK.
It does take on a little bit of damage.
This is their deciding factor. They're pushing
empty and the reload
this
there.
angle. PWD's playing behind. He's anchored. He does spot this.
Starting to come on through.
But it looks like the Expendables going to be way too close for comfort for
GK.
Now. They saw Delwyn coming down. They were tracking that parachute and able to put some serious damage into him. So Expendables, oh my god.
Over towards Freak
as
well.
This has just been an insane day.
I mean, Alcazia pretty close to the center. 4 angry men. Is this just going to be that much of a nail-biter that we're getting circles for Gen.G, Alcazia, and 4 angry men all?
That's amazing. All 3.
And JDG.
Yep. That's so good.
Oh, PWD. Big shots when it matters. Delwyn's down. He shifted over here to try to buy some space for the rest of the squad. The rest of the squad hops in vehicles. They sit it. But Tanvu takes down PWD. That's fast.
Tanvu, so reliable. The rest of GK showing up to the party. Throwing some stuns, but they bounce off the tree. Don't get into the faces of them. Divek's going to try to drive by.
He's got to get the damage. Does get the knock on a Tanvu. Quizzy manages to connect. The Expendables in some trouble on the outside, and GK wants these points bad, but Quizzy goes down.
And for Twisted Minds,
just one player left here
over towards
for the Expendables.
Push through the flash.
Just Clory's off in the distance. All the players that were on point have gone down one way or another. Clory's just going to do what he can. See if he can find any more kills, any more damage.
In the midst of all that chaos.
For now, GK holds on, but they get 2 big points. That has likely put them out of reach of being sent home.
And I think that they are starting to heat up a little bit now.
This is just crazy. Heads up play from GK. Go back after. Twisted's going to spot out the Freaks right on top. Oh, good exchange between both, but Twisted's just got too many firing angles to open this up. Blue on the hunt back behind the entirety of it. But Namiga, they spot this. They're coming down the hillside at the same time. There are a ton of points here for them to grab.
That's what they want. They've already got a knock. That was some fancy shooting from Batu there. Just disgusting. The Freaks, no hope in that situation. They still have Salute out in Milt to Power proper, but like we were talking about, that can be a little tricky to navigate at times. Sharper as well, angling down on top of Namiga. They may play spoilers. They may open up a door for Orchid, but Namiga pulling off, wrapping back towards the north.
Which one of these
if they cut straight south, they can play the hillside a bit, maybe dodge some of Twisted firing line. That'll get them into the circle. But while this is happening, JDG and 17 have kind of started fighting against each other up in Lumberyard itself.
Well, that's a big one, but one of the points got stolen. Doesn't matter. JDG still claiming lives here on to 17. 2 kills already. 17 just gone.
That was fast, and those are some big points for JDG.
Gen.G got one as well. They're tied at 67, 1 point behind Alcazia, and that is 3 points behind 4 a.m.
To an end here, John, sadly. The run out on this one is
just got to rally. They've got to play the safe. Namiga leapfrogs in front of JDG. Fury is going to be next to JDG on one side. DK looks like they're just going to wrap all the way down to the south, into Milta itself. Cut in. Glorious is still out in the blue. He's going to be fine. We just center up. Alcazia's got the center, but the problem is they need more. They need kills as well.
Back of this one, Hydro taking some great shots.
Just going to go try to hide in one of those bunkers.
Maybe the next to fall here.
He can open that door.
Into the graveyards now.
Twisted Oh, they're right behind 4 a.m. They found a little bit of safety. Now, this is one of the things about the mini power plant here is that it's hard to defend it fully, especially with 3, because there's so many little angles and cheeky maneuvers you can make to get through, and there's all this cover that teams that are going to be approaching you have to work with. You can see it from that angle there. Great shot from our observers to show us what Twisted Minds has to work with to try to make that entry if they so choose onto 4 a.m. They're actually sending Perfectix way out as well. JDG still defending the spot.
Oh, big one doesn't want to deal with JDG.
Does go down,
like they're just going to kind of
and that is going to mean that
shift in a bit further to the south.
Not long for either. Spotted by Regnum.
They're not getting shot by
GeForce. No worries.
They don't have too many more options.
Move in
Posa now knows it's JDG up here. They've shifted. They just commit. They've got to go for it. They know that there's points big over. But oh, the crossfire set up Suze up on top. Tosi on the other side. Damage gets the knock on a Cold.
That is devastating though. Furia actually knocked one of their own players in that exchange. They all turned to shoot uphill, and they caught each other. Suze looking for the bolt finish.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming here.
Gonna get these points though, our JDG. Some of them are being scooped up by the worst team possible, Gen G.
21 points.
Post is just trapped right now.
Out in the middle of no man's land.
Gen G, if he goes that side, finds another point. Bicycle play, time to go. Get what you can. Suze trying to defend, gets the kills. They want to make sure that this doesn't go to anybody else. Posa finally goes down. JDG finds more. Alkazia now in last.
And look at this. It's 3 points from 13th to 16th. That bubble spot has become a knife's edge. Every little moment is going to matter. Every little thing matters. Salute here right in front of Twisted Minds, who have pulled mostly away from 4 a.m.
They kept their wits about them. And they take home
something. I mean, the way that the windows are set, it's not too good. Lease takes out their car. Glory's also kind of around here at the same time. DK to the south, to be wrapping him back behind Arena.
Back down towards the south. I think they can be happy with that game.
Really beat up now. Yes, they're going to get their reses. Yes, they're in for another circle. How much further can they go? They've been given some breathing room at the very least. FN has found a knock on a Batulant. They're rolling in right behind, and they're rolling right next to Lou. Somebody's got to shoot him. He's so weak.
Lou's like, nah, that's fine. You just keep going. You can have that dip. I don't really want it that bad.
Oh, this is grenade range. You can grenade from the safety of this wall if 4 a.m. wants to. Here we go.
He's going for it. Nade goes a bit long angle. Does bounce off the tree. But FN should be fine for this point right now. The way the circle's popped, though, it has left this position. So FN might hop in vehicles, might rotate quick, and Rex just has an explosion right behind his head.
This is so tricky for 4 a.m. At this point, they kind of just need kills. Getting out of here is going to be really, really tricky. Blue's like, hey, saw what you guys are doing. Oh my God, that was so close. Star Wars. Not much else. That one's good.
In the PUBG
and FN down, but that's points that 4 Angry Men cannot steal away.
First chicken dinner on the first game
match. That's actually
so huge
the biggest problem here as far as who's really profiting off of this, and it's the fact that you're taking these points away. You're keeping 4 a.m. from getting anything so far. Still well away from placement points as well. And Twisted Minds, are they just going to drive at him?
You can find the right spot where all the players are hiding. It's like battleship game here.
Multiple members for Twisted
they were able to find it for some of the players eventually, and that was going to be a Tongmu
and one other. Shit's going to be up to the north. FN Breakers is still alive. PK, they've just got to roam down to the south. It's going to be right next to Orchid. Magori doesn't get the knock that he wants, and DK makes landfall. They managed to find something in this compound. Lurex spots out Dip. That's PWD also down.
Oh, DK, this is huge as well for Orchid. If they can find all these points, the car is flipped. Quizzy there, able to at least stay behind it, have some level of safety, wants to get some smokes out. Magori has no intention of letting him do that. Here we go, 4 a.m. getting crushed.
Where can they go? A Tongmu trying to make it into the circle. It's all on to him. It's going to be Sharper at range, getting more and more shots in, and Tongmu drops down. He is inside the safe zone, but just barely.
Looking really good.
He's alive, but for how long? Because Twisted's still out there. Breakers trying to play sneaky. Magori let loose here as Orchid is farming. They are doing a phenomenal job on this defense. They're making life miserable. Spiral alive, but very, very weak. Only one bandage left, no first aids.
They had even more oversight on a big majority of the fields of teams trying to push in the circle itself.
So much trouble on this
until that point, they had a ton of
Breakers looks like he's also hunting everybody after 4 angry men, and it's just a matter of how much can a Tongmu steal for himself.
Oh, Breakers. He's going for some grenades on the Twisted, but they're getting out of dodge. They're in the vehicles. They're running him down. A Tongmu. Oh, the C4 gets him.
Yeah, it was
4 angry men out. 71 points. I don't think it's going to be enough.
I
don't think so either, Matt. I think somebody out of those 3 is going to get there, maybe all 3.
Alcazir is running a 2-2 split. Sharper runs right next to Twisted. It is a 2v2 on this angle. Some support back behind from the other members of Sharper. Up on top, JDG raining shots into Sharper, slowing down any of their movement.
Sharper, 2-2 split. They're going to reinforce. JDG has a bit of an angle into this. They're starting to put shots down. A couple of very important positions. QAD, I think, as a decision maker here, I don't know how long you can get away with that 2-2 split at this point, because somebody might have to make a breach on you. And it's a tough decision. It's a tough call to make at this stage of the game.
And while we're looking at survival, we still have Irina with 4 members up. They are just a couple of points away from the top 5, where it is Orchid at 115, Namiga at 114, and them at 107. Irina needs to get in the circle in just 1 second, but Orchid also needs to get in the circle. They at least have a hillside that they can play, but it's vulnerable from where Twisted's at.
The Freaks aren't safe here at 4th place, 122. There's still a lot of teams, 5th, 6th, 7th, that can do enough damage. They might all get ahead of you. JDG thinking about a move for that Wizard Tower, or maybe the back of the hill. It's a little bit further east. Sharper's going to have an angle on that. They're going to go for the C4. They want to take Namiga out.
This could be the play that secures them the capabilities to at least go to last chance. Roams in. Suze is going to be the guy that sends it. How close is it? Namiga runs. They're trying to get out of the Wizard Tower. Suze spots him though. Layosh down. The explosion. Not enough.
But still, he made a great decision there to wrap around the back. Catches Namiga off guard. That's more points. Genji's getting points on Orchid. They're stealing them.
Orca is feasting right now, and it is the worst possible moment coming up for JDG.
This is devastating for them. Levante gets the first aid through. He's back up to mostly health. Smoke at the stairs to try to buy more time. Genji continues to hold the line on the backside here. All 4 players still alive. Only one for Orchid, or it isn't a grenade onto Genji. Flores goes down. That's the arena's point.
Suze just gets in the Wizard Tower. Nothing else they can go for. Genji finds more and more. Genji's got pretty close to the center of the circle. Alcazia is going to be very close to them. They have Sharper, one of the duos, very close. The other duo for Sharper taking shots at JDG. Hello, my bad. For Namiga, still alive as well, while Irina has managed to get into the circle.
Now you're just praying that Namiga gets wiped out here, but you don't want it to be 4 a.m. Levante sets up the C4 in the tower, and there's fuel at the stairs. He's expecting something to crash here. Oh, Suze just takes him down, but he's immediately dusted by Hello My Bad.
2 members up for JDG. Namiga just wants a point or 2. That's all they need. Namiga Gaming is eliminated. I don't know, did they get a point before going down? No, they did not. 115 is where they end, and Irina has multiple members up. They want this hillside firefight sooner or later.
The Freaks are safe. It's all on to Arena. Can they get 6 more points into this game? Orchid, a valiant effort here to get those 6 kills to keep themselves ahead of Namiga. What a showing they had. Disappointing for sure, but we're looking down at the bottom 3 as well. Genji has gotten into that 13th position. That bubble spot. 4 a.m. is done. They are out of the event. They are out of PGC.
Oh, this is just between these squads now. Great game. We have 3 alive. 2 of them are done. Who survives? Who gets the points? Genji to the south. Tozi in, trying to get some control over the circle itself. Alcazia to the east, just narrowly in. But to the north, JDG, no longer in the circle, has to move while Sharper's taking pot shots.
This is a brutal loss for Gen G. They lose a player in the building to Twisted Mind at long range. That is a horrible situation to find themselves in. They could not afford to lose that player. JDG throws out the smokes. They have to move in the general vicinity of E-Arena, but E-Arena's sitting pretty on that western edge. They even lose one to Earth.
That is massive. JDG just trying to limp their way in the circle. December 12th, the last one up, but with those shots, Sharper's regrouping. They've got eyes on Alcazia's position. Rello's in trouble. It's a full send on top of him.
See what Rello can do. M4 in hand. Haven't seen any grenades yet. Oh, what a molly, though. That's going to soften him up. A grenade here could be devastating.
At least so far,
have the angle for it.
Tosi.
No, he screwed it up. No, Rello takes damage from his own nade. The worst possible moment.
1,000 damage.
No, not like that.
It's so good.
Okay, they're holding on.
The nade right on top of Rello. He has to go. He's down.
Unbelievable. Look at Tosi. He's stealing points, though. This is disastrous for Alcazia.
December 12th had an angle. Opted away from it. He doesn't want to go too loud up there. He has to get in the circle. E-Arena just resting on the other side. They just know they need survival points. D is now down. Sharper just ruining everybody.
They throw a molly up on the stairs. Roth is stuck on the balcony here. Good news is I don't think there's an angle up into him. Are there any more frags there for Sharper to throw up? Do they have any more util whatsoever to try to deal with it? Cowboy's going to try to hold the stairs.
December 12th managed to get in the circle. Tosi's very close to center. Huge. Cowboy getting massive knocks in such a pivotal moment for this squad. Can they keep their dreams of at least continuing BGC alive? Peeks around, keeping it up. They need these points, but if they go step around their own angle, they do manage to take down Sharper. Alcazia finds the kill.
But they've lost 2 players for this. They're tied with Gen G at the bubble position. Gen G still 3. EA 4. EA might just take that 5th place and right in front of the Tide crowd, and they are absolutely losing their minds behind us.
In the grand finals, I really do think they need to do it here now.
5. And everybody else playing for survival. 4 angry men out.
So
whoever goes out first
is done.
December 12th, so close to the circle, but he's the last one up. Tosi already in the circle, very close to center, but 2 members nowhere near him. Alcazia on the outside has to cross a road to get in. No cover to be had in front of them.
But for a lot of these veteran names and squads,
awful for
Alcazia. Man, you're going to have to make it happen here on this
last
mirror.
Get a big knock here. Maybe onto Flame.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be
Flame's going to see one. Now they know he's there. How are they going to be able to answer? Oh, they're getting lit up from another angle. But it's actually going to be Cowboy who gets Tosi there. Bean finds the headshot with the bolt, and they're done. They're out.
Alcazia is done. Gen G continues its climb. JDG in some trouble.
Okay, JDG, if they get the chicken dinner here, they might just get ahead of 17.
It's going to make it easier for you to be a bit more.
Now all of a sudden 17's on the bubble at 80. It's not easy. It's not likely. But stranger things.
Until you qualify.
E-Arena still has to finish this fight, but they're going so close to Gen G. Gen G's eyes are focused more to the north. Tosi might spot out December 12th, but he is just hunkered down in position. JDG is just playing for survival and hoping these other 2 squads that have something massive to play for fight it out amongst themselves, and he can just swoop in and steal it all.
Strat come in from a lot of these teams.
Will he be given the opportunity?
Right? It's a huge advantage to start off so strong because
Arena's going to have to lose
your way
players.
with the lobby. Teams are going to fear you a little bit more.
A player down.
You know, day one is usually a little bit scary on a normal side because
no other play here for December the 12th but the win. He's going to be as quiet as long as he can, I suspect. He isn't going to want to make a move unless he absolutely has to.
You're going to study the top team, right? But there's a lot of teams that are having good, consistent performances here. One, again, is Influence Range Max, right? They had 3 top 2 finishes, right? Then they go out with 5 eliminations. And come back with another good solid performance here. Influence Rage is doing really well.
So instead, smoke it off.
Top 2, so I'm disappointed. Sorry, if I don't see
up to the north, has a secondary angle on the Gen G that could completely sway this firefight.
Because I think it's not them
playing
getting
closer and closer.
It's just unfortunately they fell victim to the game plan of True Rippers,
which actually covers, to make sure they don't
on True Rippers. I feel like
squished.
they were playing a bit too aggro at the start of the day. They were playing a bit just
this eventual push. Center circle here, kind of pretty well split between Gen G and E-Arena. So E-Arena actually may have to kind of make a move. Gen G's going to have this hillside for quite a while. December the 12th, oh my god, he has 4 frags.
Where is he looking?
I don't know, but
send it to the game.
He needs to wait for this fight to kick off, if he can help it. If he can help it.
E-Arena.
He's going towards Gen G.
I don't care what you do. That fight happens again. If you want Joker, you got it. You wasted it. I see it happen again. You guys are trolling.
That could spell disaster for Gen G.
Well, we better not see it. That's
already
for
qualified.
Sure, because
They're
so
feeling
many
good. They just are now
wide
eyes on
open.
trying to win
Let's
this
see if
one.
you can go ahead and make
Other
those
side of
movements.
it.
We got the last Miramar
a few points.
The day,
3
guys.
is
Day
it,
number 1
and they have managed to get themselves directly into the grand final. JDG needs 6, and they need it in a big way. Nate comes out. December 12th takes a lot of damage, but it looks like Gen G reads the situation, shifts away from the nade.
This has opened the door for E-Arena potentially. Gen G's attention firmly towards December the 12th. The grenades aren't getting there. Gen G has to commit bodies, and here comes E-Arena.
Perfectly timed for E-Arena. They pounce on the moment. JDG is eliminated. They are out. E-Arena takes the victory and are on to the grand final.
Oh my word. E-Arena fans absolutely losing their minds. Well deserved.
What an ending. The highest of highs and the lowest of lows in a single firefight.
Just what a finish here. So much to play for at the end of that game, and big smiles all around for E-Arena. Oh my, and just so many teams to talk about that. Just we're so close here, Matt.
I mean, respect. We're respect to E-Arena. They fought their hearts out there. It has been from game 1. They are trying to make the biggest plays, and it got them there. Just narrowly coming down to the last firefight.
At least don't drop on the same building.
Crazy.
What a moment to have. You get to play in Bangkok, in your hometown, and you get a win like that in the last game of the day. Here at PGC.
I think prayers may or may not have been answered, but for
other sides of it, it's just
he's a little bit far away
so
from
close.
San Martin.
Yet so far.
It's very, very packed.
Gen G,
down towards Picado,
JDG, they rallied. They tried to make something happen, but it just was so late.
Yeah, Gen G gets through, JDG doesn't, and JDG oh so close.
Picado said. I mean, big, crazy day. Remember, whenever we look at this,
they're on more of a split this time around, which I'm grateful for.
They had the lead into the circle to go wherever they wanted. This is one of those that you're gonna keep yourself.
If that grenade doesn't bounce back at Rello,
in my heart,
could be a different day.
Could be. A lot of could be's, should be's, would have beens. But at the end of the day, we've got 3 squads headed home. 5 to grand finals, and everybody else last chance qualifier.
It's heartbreaking.
Being held by
heartbreaking for Raw. I mean, they were
down towards
Day 1 was so good for them.
Yeah, they looked so good, man. I mean, they looked good at PGS in Malaysia. I had hopes for them.
Well, let's not forget, we still have another day of group stage for everybody else coming in tomorrow. So let's throw it over to Toffees and Adventure.
It's been great. They have got 8 points, and it looks like that may be close to all they get here. There's been 1 or 2 moments where they've chimed in and had a decent showing, but yeah, it's been messy. It's been it's been pretty bad for them.
Damn, they're pulling a team secret, dude.
They really are. They really are. I mean, to be fair, they do have company down towards the bottom end of the tables, right? It's not. No, it is bad. I mean, you got the Boars, you got Nuclear Zone, you got ETSH. A little bit further ahead, you've got Burmese Ghouls.
PUBG
and
is
right
a
now,
game
they're the
measured in
5,
choices
right?
and meters,
exactly
and that's what it came down to as the
place
last game comes to an end. 3 teams headed home because of small choices made throughout this tournament, and 5 teams headed to the grand final. One of them gonna be our winners of the final game. E-Arena, Follow the White Rabbit, Thai fan base. What a game to end.
Yeah, and what a absolute fantastic way for things to come in here. You can see teams chasing the few points here. GK, as I talked about, it was a situation for them. We just needed a few points. They knew they were going to be up and about. And in a situation again, E-Arena coming in and popping off.
And to come down to an end game where E-Arena, the 4 teams that are left alive, is E-Arena, who's looking to make the top 5, and the 3 teams on the bottom looking to grind their way out. It is rare that we get to see an end game that is this intense, where everything matters at every single moment. QAD had a fantastic split early on. They were holding 2-2, and they had to collapse. They made a tough choice. They chose the northern compound instead of the southern one. Gen.G backfills them for that building, and in doing so, Gen.G secures their spot in the last stage, and QAD falls beneath a push from Sharper. A brutal moment that you saw Roth struggling to deal with, and here's where it came down. This is where Gen.G was able to last long enough to put the needed points up on the board.
And you know what? Having that single spot, having that spot that Gen.G got more points than Alcacelya got, you know what?
Their spots.
That's gonna be heartbreaking. And we're talking about 3 points. There was 3 more kills in that game, or the one before where they chose
one out of the spot they chose to walk.
Yes, 2 wrong decisions, 2 minimal decisions difference here would have been putting them potentially so far ahead of even worries.
And it's so hard because in a game like PUBG, you can't say it's the wrong decision until after the fact, right? Hindsight is 2020. They made some choices. They put themselves in that situation. But at the end of the day, it did not pan out. And those 3 teams that are headed home will spend the rest of their year, if not their lives, thinking about 1 or 2 choices that would have made a difference in their pursuit of the streak.
Yeah, and again, for this situation here, the 6 points we were talking about for DK didn't matter. They still made it. But for Nemiga, if they could have won that game that JDG had, that would have been the difference maker for them to take a top 5 spot.
And it was. I think we saw Orchid end up making a nice little push there at the end, as some of our top 5 teams will, of course, head on to the grand final directly. You can see the guys talking. They're still trying to deal with how do you walk away at the end of an entire year where your dreams are left behind. E-Arena looking really good in that game.
Yeah, and they didn't realize. Look at that. They were like looking around.
I didn't even realize.
And then all the cameras came up, and they're like, we made it, look at that, and then they're smiling, happy, the top 5.
That giant logo behind them, because when the game ended, it looked like who made that advance, and not only did they advance from here, they got themselves to 4th. But we're going to go check in with the stage and our interview with the Fruits.
Moving in, close to the blue zone, leaving Torre Hamada. And Blank, I think I can confirm that we did not have a hot drop this time. We're into minute, what is it? We're 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
สำหรับใครนะคะที่ได้เข้าสู่ในรอบของ Grand Finals นั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็แน่นอนตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับ
making those adjustments from one game to next is correct. Especially here in Group Red was 3 days, make the top of the tables.
Tickets to the Grand Final day.
I think for Burmese Ghouls, it's much more of a.
And what played the biggest role to earn this point?
It's a nice thing to do for them. Purely for E-Arena. It's quite sportsman-like, where E-Arena is currently in 1st place. You're basically saying we're not going to ruin all your Miramars. Obviously, they're ruining their own, but changing it this early is going to not create massive problems for E-Arena going forward. And E-Arena actually has a chance right now. So no matter what happens, I think for Burmese Ghouls, it is very sportsman-like to do that.
I mean, sportsman-like, sure, but it is generally more of a self-interested. We're just going to try and earn as many points as we can without holding a grudge. So I think that I think a lack of holding a grudge, I don't know if I'd call that sportsmanship.
That's a bit.
But I do get where you're coming from, and I think I generally
I've seen people ruin top teams games before.
In the moment of getting the chicken dinner, and our teammates were really helping me a lot.
You're right. They have adjusted.
Right, so
they're more concerned with
we'll see you on the stage of the grand final. So we'd like to ask you about the plan on your day off.
Continue unchallenged, or at least for the time being. Zedwolf seems to be not quite a distance away here. Flash of
따로 생각해놓은 건 없고 이제 라스트 찬스를 좀 재밌게 맛있는
position to go for the rescue towards. He's very, very low. Not quite able to get that flush. The smoke's there. While they're still taking shots, they are still trying to slow it down, but it's not going to work. A huge now shift. I was super preoccupied with these players out in the field, but Blank, a massive shift down to the south.
Bye-bye, see you. Thank you so much.
Towards where currently Red and Kai is playing. This is a very, very good circle for them to get on with. I do sort of agree with the devs that calling yourself win is a little bit on the nose. I'm just waiting for the day when we get a player called PMG WGC 2026 champion. I would love that. I think someone should do that.
Your fans.
Yeah, not only because it would be funny if you did win, but it would also be hilarious even if you didn't. And I would not make fun of you for it.
I feel like that's Kitsune's new name.
Give you an extra boost to performance or the confidence, or do you feel there's still more that needs to be
I was making a joke. You're being mean. You're being mean.
最后时刻，请问一下，你们是对此非常有信心，还是做了额外的准备？
As the circle heads all the way down to the south, we saw Regnum Kai on that split. Looks like they've dragged their forces back together though.
We actually did
because they know that teams are going to start to crunch in. Threat across the way from Flash, from Weibo Gaming now as well, from Boars. Maybe not quite as much of a threat, but still a presence that you do not really want to cross if you can help it.
And it's going to be a tough battle right after this. So have you prepared anything specially for it?
The east side of Montenuevo, out west of Power Grid and Picado. All the other teams are going to try and find their home. There was a lot of teams further to the north, up towards Crater Fields, which means that this north side is going to be much more packed, and you could see that on the map. You guys can see actually over on the map feed, which is available on various, I believe, various platforms, definitely on YouTube. And you can take a look at where all your favorite teams are at all times. But we can see right now on our map that there's a huge grouping of teams towards that Power Grid corner of this circle.
But we finally did actuated into the final stage.
It's a difficult one as well because this is sort of Valley of Death type of deal right now. Over towards the center of this one, Regnum Kai is very lucky to actually have some kind of position to play, which is safe.
That's a lot of chance, so we cheer you up. Thank you so much.
Bookie is salvageable.
ก็แน่นอนยังมีเวลาเหลืออยู่อีกนะคะก็ไม่เป็นไรเรายังไปสนุกกันต่อได้แต่ว่าแน่นอนวันนี้เราจะไม่ยินดีกับเขาไม่ได้เลยนั่นก็คือ
Ahead of you is Weibo on that front side. Burmese Goals get themselves a central position ahead of the arena as well, so they can do a little bit more on this match. But once again, it is none other than the Flash towards a lovely spot to play from. It will get a little bit claustrophobic with the amount of teams looking their way, but if they can maintain this, it remains in circle for a long time, then they do have a good chance from this spot.
แกรนด์ไฟนอลแบบโอ้โหขึ้นตั๋วขึ้นเครื่องบินไปแล้วเรียบร้อยตอนนี้ความรู้สึกของเราเป็นยังไงบ้าง
See it pop. It doesn't continue to sit right on top of Burmese Ghouls of Regnum Kai. Influence Rage in the arena out on that eastern side. So,
there's a grand final. So how do you feel?
Team Flash do on that southwest edge to keep up with the pack at the top. Weibo though with a more difficult rotate, and they're going to try and send it straight on into the west side. Shots already laying down into them from DRX. And Twisted Minds have Chudo up in front of them. So Weibo having a tough time, and that is going to be exactly why they walk into the wall, and that's a flush immediately. Point stolen, but it is a point taken away from Weibo.
I think that was a bit of an early push coming through from Weibo there. Really fully have information needed towards that northeast side. What I will say is it's very weird seeing China being as aggressive as they have been throughout all the lobbies we've seen play. I think if Tiambo was playing like they did on day 3, they could have easily qualified.
He can feel the true love from his fans over here and hope to meet them once again at Paragon at the grand final venue. Alright, so thank you, Jacob! Good luck!
It's nice to see, especially from Weibo as well, who have Order, Suk as well, 33Z, who've typically been very much split off angle players. I don't know where they're going right now.
เอาล่ะตอนนี้นะคะก็สนุกสนานกันเรียบร้อยแล้วเราก็ได้รู้กันแล้วว่าท็อป 5 ของเรามีใครกันบ้างนะคะก็เชียร์กันต่อด้วยตอนนี้ค่ะ Back to you our handsome analyst.
It's going to be the rest of Twisted Minds trying to flee the
I feel
scene.
like we're the big winners here at this event.
I don't know how successful that's going to be. Freak.
Yeah. Let's talk about the top 4. The true
This is in the next zone, but it's closer to it than Alliance.
That's some heartbreak in there, but
yeah,
sure.
It was good.
Alcacia 3 more kills and they would have done it, but E-Arena to get in, to get things rolling for them and to grab one of those top 4 spots, top 5 spots in the very last game. What a feat.
I mean, honestly, to say like for the one heartbreak, there are 2 really big moments. The fact that Genji is in the final stage, and the fact that the arena gets to go straight to the grand final, which I'm excited about. Having a solid hometown team already in that win that the fans can get behind and get excited to be there is actually really, really, really cool. But the end of that game was
definitely
wild,
a stage 4 circle on this one, John. It is
nice
nice for a lot of teams we move further up over towards Power Grid.
Look a little bit about the stats here from that game. They were holding extremely passive. Obviously, the 5 kills and the 2 kills coming in, but they were holding on to the western side for such a long time, right? They were playing it passive. They were playing it smart. They were basically setting it up for, okay, if we can be 4 alive in this very late game here, we're going to man advantage everyone. And they did exactly that. They were able to get the kills, but the 10 points from the chicken dinner here is what put them into that top 5
as well. Big time. They knew how to play it out, and honestly, they had the same condition that I think QAD was actually working with. Where they were like, we have to just play for this chicken dinner. If it works out, we're in a great spot. If it doesn't,
that central
it is
hill.
what it is. So the man of the match is going to go to the gentleman who just gave us the interview. It's Jacob, and you did hear him say,
Twisted Minds
I can feel the love from the crowd. The crowd is there. They're supporting us. We appreciate you guys, and there's no denying the fact that this hometown crowd has helped propel our Thai teams into a higher level.
We often talk about the home turf advantage in terms of where you loot and where the circle goes, but the home turf advantage in where the crowd is cheering for you has definitely been coming through here for the arena and for the Thai team.
The circle has landed firmly on Bangkok. They are looting in their own houses, and they are here playing every day. Let's talk about the records. There is B. He's going to go ahead and get himself those 4 kills.
They have been very clean on their shots, though.
Even though they were doing great, still showed up,
grabbing a lot of those shots over towards Waybot as they look to make that move out from that western side. ETSH up against Twisted Minds here with Freak as well as
100% of the points contributed because he was the only one to get kills and then get placed on points, right? So the little engagement that they had in GK that kind of went a little bit of the way he got 1 or 2 kills from that. So that's how it looks in shape.
But it is a tough time to do so with the zone bearing down on the outskirts here. Wayball out towards ETSH, but this is from the hero in the blue zone. So they're fighting to try and give themselves access further up to allow them to move further into this one. Twisted Minds holding with 3, and ETSH cannot make it anyway through there.
In all 3 important characters.
Will not be carrying on into this match,
close.
but
they almost got it done,
teams
but
still left to take up the mantle of this fight. Wayball still flexing all the way out with Order and Hero, the 2 players remaining on their side. Order just about to start dipping into the zone now. The DRX are right and slap bang in front of them.
Still,
those
taking shots in a league for themselves.
They may have just found an opening that probably should have been. Okay, nice. That's so unfortunate. The topple on the vehicle, that will spell the end of Wayball. Yeah, not get out of there. Unfortunate.
They had shaky moments here and there, but it seems like all that was getting ready.
Trying to pull the old Kung Fu turtle on them. Didn't quite work out. Surprised those nades didn't do more damage, but it's True Rippers holding off versus Nuclear Zone. Slight whiff on the nade there, but it bounced straight back with over towards the body. 2 nades didn't quite go on target, but absolutely did the work.
Yeah, you know what? When I was watching this game, I was like, okay, he's in the center of the circle.
You'll take those, right? You take the wins where you get them. True Rippers now.
It was shaping up to be such an interesting last one. And it got even wilder. And here, your final and total leaderboard for this one.
He's ready for it. That's the spray down around the corner, the pump action there. One more shot. No, the shell doesn't land. Will there be backup from Hydro as he spots the ankles, cannot sweep them. They're able to stay alive, but he's just going to continue to have this position chomped down on by Turn K, by E-Arena on their outpost. They're back to their old tricks blank, they're playing the edge.
And almost cleared
That's a classic for Heater play right there.
Very happy right now.
A bit of a clutch maestro when it comes down to it. But you're right, E-Arena having oversight on this.
We're talking about the 6 points difference here. They still didn't matter here. I could see it not win that game, so they couldn't jump
straight into open ground.
It would have been an insane one if they were able to hold that. And the push from Shaba was really what destroyed them. Shaba also needed points to survive. The big one for me, though, there's a 6-point gap from Orchid and up to Freak, right? So it's a league for ourselves in the top 5. We're talking about 120 to 130 point cutoff. That's exactly what we got, but still, there's a gap down to 6th place, and especially because JDD, Four Angry Men, EK, and Gen.G were able to step up today. The cutoff was a little bit lower than we could have expected, but what an insane day here for Blue Bay. And you know what? The most beautiful thing about it, we've got to run it back again tomorrow for the same level of excitement for Group B.
It's very
I'm not French, though.
My heart goes out to them.
But neither say.
Had 2 or 3 kills stolen by Gen.G in that end game. That could have been a big difference for them. But tomorrow's matches, as you said, we're running it back.
Southern North
Group
American
B's final day of play is just around the the corner. They're going to start on the dusty dunes. They're going to finish in the grassy pastures, and I guarantee there'll be just as much heartbreak and just as many hero plays.
Team Flash, they sped right into the middle of this one. They somehow managed to get through a lot of the teams around from the southwest side. They have just taken 2 knocks and flashes, though. But that is from Burmese Ghouls, who have actually moved over to that area.
We got through Group A. I do want to, before we close out, say thank you to everyone who has made this possible. Our sponsors, thank you so much, you guys.
And it's been a pretty good time. Their official monitor partner here at BGC
Miramar, you can get into a good position.
Wow. Racing, where you can level up your game with
this is great from Twisted. I know this one. Max Thomas is a unbeatable comfort and very weird. Doesn't make much sense. Not sure why it happened. But Twisted Minds essentially
AWS also
sail off into the distance, into the storm. Never to be heard from again.
The best way to overpower your game. Well, Martin, Group A has come to a close. Group B is tomorrow.
Into the never-ending storm, waiting for the next match.
Today or looking forward to tomorrow.
First of all, obviously amazing to see such amazing games, and the bottom 5 fight for their lives for survival. It was an absolute amazing day for tomorrow. What I'm really looking forward to see safety, 90+ points, and also safety in the top 5, 130+ points. So that's really the 2 numbers that I'm going to be having my eyes on for tomorrow, when you and James are going to be working the whole event.
He'll keep an eye on numbers. We'll keep an eye on the action,
and you need to keep an eye on the screens, because tomorrow is
guaranteed to be another amazing day as 5 more teams punch their tickets to the grand final, and 3 more teams get on the shuttle to the airport. Don't miss any of the action. Thank you so much for watching on behalf of our entire broadcast team, Crafton and everyone here in Bangkok. And until we see you tomorrow,
moments unfold. Rivalries between 2 squads, both just as good as each other, but a lovely nade over the top. That was the air burst early. Doesn't do quite enough damage, which leaves E-Arena on a 3 versus 4. Wrap around the side, 2 players from Influence Rage getting a lot of damage done.
Ooh, a little bit of scoredom from Influence Rage. It felt like 2 players were trying to step forward, and the rest of them just not in cahoots with it. 2 players though, 3 players now down, and it's all up to Turney K to turn it around. 3 reses potentially there, but they need to crawl fast, they need to crawl forwards. There's off angles coming through, and of course it's Arcred chiming in with a 3rd party on this fight. E-Arena with just Turney K will fall down, and the rest of Influence Rage, they managed to get 1 res, but now Arcred are on the surround. Our top 2 teams tumbling, Blank, taking the tussle and feeling the burn. Arcred are here to close it out.
I think that if you are E-Arena on that final game, you're very unhappy with Turney K there. NC2 does a huge amount of work, and I think if he had an off angle and Turney K wasn't healing underneath, that was a very different story between them and Influence Rage. But you're right, Arcred, insane 3rd parties as always. That's what they really do capitalize on, and I think players in the lobby will start to get less and less concerned with these big engagements, knowing that Arcred is on the prowl. DRX down to just 1 player now. Seems like a consistent thing, losing these engagements when it comes down to it. Versus Regnum Kaya, that is a strong team to come up against.
Well, not right now, though. They're down on 1 player themselves. It's actually a lot of influence coming through from Alliance, from Flash as well. Across the way, there's caused so many problems. The Wild is still in action for Regnum Kaya. Is that lost? No, it isn't. As it is going to be still at least 1 more player from DRX to go for the fight.
Nice.
Oh, he's going to be able to stand back up. The top QXC, though, he's still got some fight left in him. He is now guaranteed the last player. Regnum Kaya fell in the meantime. They tried Blank to push up towards that north side, towards DRX. The approach was okay, but there's just so many teams still alive in stage 6 and in this area. Maybe that's what's happening, right? The teams are just getting so choked in by the surrounding, by teams not wanting to go for the fight. But when they do have to, everybody is immediately on it.
Yeah, a really good clutch there coming through from QXZ. Gets the double. I really felt like it was game over from there. Sadly, both those eliminations were stolen from him. So they dropped down to 6 points. You're right. I think so. Arcred's playstyle, and I've seen it multiple times in the past, where Arcred's playstyle works only some of the time, right? It's not a consistent playstyle. If you don't get those opportunities with 3rd parties, or you're not in the right spot at the right time, you just fall flat on your face. So the majority of the points that Arcred is finding is, like you say, they are just essentially the vultures of the lobby. I'm not a huge fan of that playstyle. I think it can work, and I think the problem is that if it works here, there's a big chance that then it just doesn't work in the grand finals. You see them down towards bottom 5. So yeah, I think Arcred, although it looks okay now, I do want to see some more just good old-fashioned gameplay from that team.
It might see them into last chance, but much further, not sure. Jimmy tumbling down for Alliance. They had a really big game earlier on Erangel, but not so much since. Teams have leapfrogged them. A nice flat approach towards the top spot towards the end of the day here, Blank, as well as the tables are likely to be closing down fairly similar to this from that first down to 6th place, depending on what Flash can do here. But generally, much more linear than we saw from Group Green. No massive burst outs early, so potential things to get interesting in the next few days. That nade not going to find it on the bounce. Burmese Ghouls, they finally take a knock, and they've been holding on this high ground for a long while. Maybe they're getting too bold, but it should be very resible. They've got the plateau almost entirely under control. A nade on down towards SnowX, and the balls are very much cooked here. Just the one player standing. It's Havlik. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, there's so many places on top of that where it's all just throw down the smoke. I think you expend utility at that point to get that res for free. I think Burmese Ghouls throws away a perfectly good chicken dinner there. Just on some pretty early peaks, some dangerous peaks, and a careless res there as well. You are having a player looking to move over their way and pick both of them up, but it's a little bit tough to get over that way. Havlik underneath now, also looking up with the bomb in the side for them. Yeah, very weird from Burmese Ghouls.
I mean, you could just see it was completely open and clear to the angle. They should have known that. Just crawl back a little bit and it's completely safe. Yeah, it's nasty stuff, but they do manage to get across, start that rezzing protocol. Unknown as well, spots win, in fact, off in the distance. Yeah, he's aware of Havlik being in this position. Havlik has to push up. Yeah, he's seen him now with a shotgun in hand. Can't really take that challenge, but does drop the smoke, swap the weaponry to get a little bit more range firepower, and that's exactly what was needed. Unknown, I mean, what was he doing there? It felt flounderous, but that's going to leave them down a player. And Yatka from that high ground, not really going to be able to do too much about it. Unknown really isolated himself into that. Could not win the fight against Havlik, who had zero cover.
Yeah, almost felt like he brushed his whole thumb across the screen there and just really whiffed the spray entirely. Not great from Unknown, from Burmese Ghouls. I also looked like he was very unconfident, right? Very timid taking that fight versus Havlik. I think it's very obvious when a player isn't super confident in their gun skill is that if they don't have any utility, they start to look like that, which, like you say, it was very twitchy.
It's not what you want to see. Not what you want to see at all. Not this late in the game either. At the moment, I feel like Arcred maybe have the better spot in the circle right now. I would give it to Burmese Ghouls.
Pythons?
Burmese Pythons, that's the thing. That's an animal that exists. Burmese Ghouls, if they hadn't just done something like that. Hopefully they can get back into my good graces, but see just what they're able to extract from this. I think Arcred, though, they have been generally a lot more impressive from playing the higher range off angles, and I think this is exactly what they're going to be looking for here. And into the Burmese Ghouls, I think they have the approach better than any other team. GK really trapped, crunched in. I don't think they make it around the headland.
Yeah, the geeky Scorpions down the southeast side, they're trying to get around towards Arcred.
All right. You're a geeky Scorpion.
That's the thing. It's a real animal.
Uh-huh. I don't believe
you've got little glasses on.
You've really chuckled yourself with that. Goodness me. Oh, he's going to be asking AI to make an image of that in a minute. Win, though. Oh, he wants a picture of that. Frame it. Havlik can't go into the fight again this time around. It's up against Win, who does win and lives up to his namesake. Godspeed. Naden down. Canonically, one of the major enemies of Flash, once a friend, turned to foe. We'll see if they are going to crunch that one down, but no, they let him go. Win will be able to heal, and they're more concerned with Arc Red.
It's so weird to me, like Burmese Ghouls have been playing on this high ground for so long, yet seem to have the least amount of control over it. The fact that Arc Red's got up and from the position they were in, so confusing to me. But this is good old-fashioned gameplay, and I'm much more impressed with the way Arc Red's playing out this end game.
And on the high ground, yeah, they've got the center of the circle now. GK are doing pretty good to find inroads here, though. Towards the higher ground, towards those slightly more accessible areas. Ragnarok wants to be an elevator for the rest of the team in the buggy, but Win is there. Oh, dear. And there's off angles from the Burmese Ghouls up on high. We do still have a horse in the race. Nerzed on the back line, trying to push forwards. They still haven't got rid of Win. Finally, he goes down, but the nades are going to start to pour on through. Burmese Ghouls, I've spotted them, and they are trapped around the edge there for GK. They're going to have a tough time, but Ichi is down. And again, Arc Red, just keep this one going. Keep this one burning. And Nerzed stepping up. I mean, with Ichi down, it's going to be a lot harder, but Yatka moves in to play an extra player for Arc Red on this approach. The fact that GK haven't been completely obliterated so far is crazy, and they might actually find something here. Easy for Bad Boy, keeps them together. The Burmese Ghouls have got major threats sent their way. GK are as 4. They're getting the reses here, Blank. Arc Red get rid of the Burmese Ghouls, but now GK might just have the shots that they're looking for. A reposition necessary for Ramses around the edge, but that's what they needed to even the numbers, even the score lines, and then another shot over the top would do it. Might just seal the deal. It's a nade coming up on high from Easy for Bad Boy to do so much, and it is Arc Red to be able to mount that top of the hill, take the Ghouls out of the running, and control GK around the edge. Nice control from Arc Red. They're not just a third-party squad.
No, they're not. But also, Burmese Ghouls did kind of roll out the red carpet, say, please come on in. Yes, you have all the high ground. That high ground's for you. Would you like a lemonade with your high ground, please? Also, why don't you take some of Lim's offers as well? We'll just walk into you. How about that? You like that? Yeah. That's great, right? Yeah. Little bit confused about Burmese Ghouls' play towards that end game there. I think they need to step it up going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but Arc Red, I mean, we've seen a lot of them getting stuck in. They are certainly willing to step into the lobby, and that's exactly what you need here at the PMGC. They will profit immensely from it. A nice result coming on through, and as we close down our day, there's only one place we need to go, and that is to the desk.
Uzbekistan get their first chicken dinner here at the PMGC, and man, this was a very big fight towards the end. I do gotta agree, man. We saw a little bit of a gift to the high ground here. Arc Red pulling out the chicken dinner right where they needed to, Max.
I was fuming. GK able to make that wraparound, but also getting 3 knocks onto the Burmese Ghouls, and because Burmese Ghouls were just over peeking so often. Nitra, I feel like they had no reason to put themselves in danger, and they kept doing so, and they didn't allow Arc Red to get there because they were being hyper passive. They kept getting knocked so often that they literally couldn't do anything to stop Arc Red because they kept getting knocked by GK. And because of that, Arc Red, they push up, they snatch a portion of that high ground away. And it's not just they get a good position to. Look at that elimination count. 7 elims for Ramses is wild in this match.
Yeah, really love that from Arc Red. They've been so consistent throughout today, right? So it's only fair that they get to end the day with a win, a really good win as well, right? Because, you know, we've been talking about Burmese Ghouls in that game in particular, right? And they had that position from early on in the game. They were able to hold down the cliff sides until really that top 3 was given to them, or they took the top 3, and then it, you know, it kind of did not go their way. But for Arcred, on the other hand, sweeping on the edge side, as we've seen them do all day, is really, really nice to see them have that momentum, have that wherewithal to actually just make those plays, go for those fights, and get up that cliff. I don't even know how they were allowed up that cliff, right, to get that approach and then come up. Really crazy stuff from Arcred, and GG's.
Yeah, GG's indeed right there. Yeah, Burmese Ghouls. I mean, I got to be critical. You know, you can't lose those guys. That was yours to win right there. You know, Yatka ended up pushing out by himself against Arcred, and once I saw that push, that solo push, I was like, yep, it's over. So I mean, it's tough right here at this stage. Your communication has to be rock solid, especially towards the end game. Even with a good position, one tiny mistake and, you know, another team's going to take advantage of it. So good for Arcred, right? I think Arcred, prior to this game, they were like dead center, middle of the pack, 8th place. For them to take advantage of it and get a good game here towards the end, they're going to feel pretty good going into tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to be over the moon. Arcred were not given a free game, and they were fighting tooth and nail to make sure they can make that transition work out. And they were playing it pretty slow early on because they kind of leapfrogged a lot of teams and actually held the lower side of the cliff, which kept them safe because Burmese Ghouls can't shoot directly down at them. And even if you want to chuck those nades, you don't want to waste that utility because Burmese Ghouls are on this high ground cliff. So if they start wasting utility, they're not going to have resources to wrap up the game. So I think they knew exactly what they were doing in that position. So very happy with Arcred really using that terrain to its full potential. But yeah, as you said already, that solo push of Yakta, Hot Jukes, was definitely a big fumble. I can tell you, maybe Niptura, Yangon Galacticos, watching this back in Myanmar, been like, we didn't qualify, and this is what you do. You take our spot, and this. That's going to be a bit rough to watch. But I still believe that Burmese Ghoul can do some great plays, but I feel like this one definitely should make them rethink their whole approach to finishes like this.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's something that can be tweaked, right? That's the good news, is that, you know, it's something that's just got a little bit of tweaking to do and you'll be good to go. It's not the end of the world. And the good thing is that the mistake was done on day 1, not on day 3, when it really, really, really matters. So plenty of time to bounce back from that one. But you see the points on the board here. Arcred able to get 25 points. And honestly, just talking about how, you know, the zone favored both Burmese Ghouls and Arcred able to pick up a lot more points off the back of that.
For sure. All I know is that for Burmese Ghouls in particular, this is one of those games where you got to go with your coach, your analyst, everybody, every resource you got after today, and have a big conversation to figure out, all right, how do we lose this game in particular? And the reason why I'm saying that, especially here at this stage, guys, is do you remember what happened in Group Green, right? When it comes to qualification of just going home or not, it was a 3-way tie. Okay. Ooh, yes. And this is what I'm talking about, is this could have been that game where it could have decided whether you go home or go to last chance, right? So that's why we're being really hard point on this, is because you cannot lose those. At the same time, there's still 2 more days, right? But you got to bounce back from that big time here, especially tomorrow, Max.
Talking about bounce back, Virtus Pro bounced downwards. Like, they tried to bounce and they went even deeper underground. They've been digging the entire day. I don't know what's happening with Virtus Pro. That was a 0-point game, right? So Virtus Pro, after having dominated TSA, I was like, come on. Oh my goodness. My eyes, they burn. Virtus Pro, what is happening? Oh, that is not a spot I was expecting to see them in. But looking at the top of the rankings, Arcred jumping up, right? Now in 4th position, just behind Influence Rage. Just been slipping a little bit after their great streak at the start of the day. And Flash now in 2nd, like really SEA coming out swinging on day 1, Niptura, with Flash and E-Arena.
They really, really are. But you know what? I'm also really happy with how the middle pack of the lobby has been able to step up in the second half of today, right? In the first half, we had like everybody else had like what, 20 odd points, something like that. But now Arcred 54, Rignum 45. Like, we're getting up to a point where that gap isn't so big. Like, it's still substantial, right? You know, you got Weibo in 7th place with 43, and then EA 65. I mean, that's 20 odd points, but it's only 20 odd points. It's only one good game. It's not 2. It's not 3 like we saw earlier in today. So really nice for the rest of the lobby to kind of realize what's going on and adjust.
Oh, there you go, actually. Daily MVP is going to be Tony K from E-Arena. Wow. Congratulations. Of course, he showed his potential during the gauntlet with amazing solo plays, and he's going to be able to do it once more this time around. So 2 average eliminations over the course of a day. Really, really impactful stuff. So Tony K, living up to the name of maybe close to Tony K. No, the 2 players are menacing on the Battlegrounds.
Hey, those are two big names right there. Tourniquet definitely putting his stamp on the day. It's good to see such a huge improvement from EA in particular. Hopefully we could see that improvement tomorrow from a team like Virtus Pro, because guys, I just did a little bit of the math. That is the roughest day one of a team so far in PMGC. Pretty tough. Gauntlet was on day one, APG with 12 points. Group Green was Team Secret with 11 points. So 8-point day in 6 matches is tough. It's going to be a difficult bounce back, but this team has such a storied roster, right? We know what they can do. Hopefully they can make that happen tomorrow, Max.
Hopefully so. I would just recommend them to slow down the gameplay a little bit. I feel like they're trying to play their own game, which clearly is not working in a lobby like this because the entire lobby is playing relatively slow. So they got to make sure that they can make that change tomorrow.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it on over to the 7WG for a great interview.
PMGC 2025 is absolutely just flying by. That's it. Day one of Group Red is done and dusted. And next to me, I have Luxy from Regnum Karya. They finished in 5th place with 45 points. Now, Luxy, I want to go back to the Gauntlet because you guys are one of the favorite teams of the tournament. What was one of the biggest lessons that you learned from the Gauntlet that you can apply here in Group Red?
Valla siz Gauntlet takımda favori oyun takımlardan bir tanesisiniz. Gauntlet'ta niye öğrendiniz ve bu kırmızı grupta kullanıyorsunuz?
Gauntlet'te lobiye tam alışamadık. Takımları analizledik. Şu anki kırmızı grupta takımlar bize daha az denk geliyor. Daha rahat oynuyoruz.
So at the Gauntlet stage, we didn't get used to the lobby yet, but I know we get used to it. And then there's a lot of teams that fight with us in this tournament.
Yeah, there was. I think one of them that you, especially Silas, was mentioning. I think it was DX at one point. He was saying he did not like DX. Well, luckily for you, Silas, I see you smiling over there. They're not here, so you don't really have to worry about it. Now, today, especially going back to Erangel, you did start off slow. You ended up with 2 9th-place finishes, 1 ALM, and then 5 ALMs, but then you picked it up. What was the cause of that slow start in Erangel?
Valla Erangel'de biraz yavaş başladınız. İlk 2 maçta birinde 9, birinde 15'te bıraktınız. Neydi sebebi?
Erangel'larda 2 maçta 3 kişi başladık maçlara. İlk alan adam kaybettik. Büyük ihtimal 4 olsaydık 2 maçta daha yüksek puanlar alabilirdik.
So the reason we start slow because we lose the first man in the matches. So our tactic for as a 4 player, we didn't execute it that well. So that was one of the reasons why we start very slow.
Now, going into tomorrow, you're currently 14 points away from 3rd place. What are you looking to do tomorrow, especially at the start of the day, to make sure you get yourself into contention for that 3rd place?
Şimdi ya siz 14 puanla 3.'ye kalıyorsunuz. Yaklaştınız. Ne yapacaksınız ki o 3.'ye tutmak için?
Stabil oynamaya devam edeceğiz. 2 gün daha stabil oynarsak ilk 3'e gireceğimize inanıyorum.
We'll focus on stability, try to get much points and try to live as long as possible. So I believe that we can make it in these last 2 days.
I believe you guys can make it too. I mean, you guys are Regnum Karya, the pride of Turkey. So I'm hoping it happens because tomorrow, I mean, it could be at the end of the day, it could end up being make it or break it for some of these teams as we saw what happened in Group B. And I can't wait to see what's going to be happening tomorrow in day 2 of Group Red.
Us too, 7. Tomorrow is gonna be a big day, but we gotta give a big thank you today to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to #be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. I mean, when it comes to Regnum Karya, we definitely believe in this squad. We know what they could do. 14 points away from 3rd place. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be more important than ever, Maxman, for this team.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for them to try and finally secure a spot in the top 3. I mean, I was looking at their points here. They don't have a single chicken dinner, and yet in placement points, they're still really high to teams that have got a win. So they're consistent, man. They're always making it to the late game. So Regnum Karya, I feel like once they get that big win here, Hot Jukes, they're going to start to build even more momentum in Group Red.
I believe so as well. Well, guys, Neptura, any final thoughts on the day? Who do you think needs to make it happen tomorrow?
Needs to make it happen? Come on, we got to get VP. Come on, I believe in you. Do something tomorrow.
Yep, that would be a bounce back that I definitely want to see. Well, guys, we will see you tomorrow. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman Nepturo. Thank you to everybody on the desk. We will see you guys tomorrow.
ain't scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming out.